Excuse me, if I could please have your attention. It's
And if Councilmember Davis could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And could our acting city clerk do the roll call?
Councilmember Zwick,
Here.
Councilmember Parra,
Here.
Councilmember Davis,
Here.
Councilmember Tarosis,
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Here.
and Mayor Brock.
Here.
I will now ask if any council members will be recusing themselves from any items on the agenda pursuant to the Levine Act.
I'm going to recuse myself from a closed session item, and that item is 4B. And even though I do not believe that I violated or have any thing to do with the Levine Act in this matter, under an abundance of caution, I'm going to recuse. Thank you.
Okay. Did you want to state agenda management this time too, Mayor? There's 2 items that are being pulled at the request of staff.
Yes. Could we, I'm sorry?
I'll do it. So at the request of staff, items 5C and 5E are being removed from the agenda this evening. 4C, right? I'm sorry, 4C and 4E. My apologies.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we will now move on to general public input.
Actually, no, let's do proclamations first.
Okay.
So because we have restaurateurs here and other people, I'd like them to be able to be heard first, and then we'll go on to public comment.
Okay, so the first item tonight is item 3A, the 2024 LGBTQ+ Pride Proclamation.
And I believe we have a speaker coming up on that.
Miles Friesen, is he here? Miles?
All right, we don't have a speaker for it yet.
All right, let's move on to the next one and then we'll take it from there. So item 3B is the proclamation for Lung Cancer Action Week.
And I'm going to have Council Member Para read that because she has a very personal connection, unfortunately, to that topic.
Okay. So my mom has been fighting lung cancer for the last 12 years, and she has been my hero and a fighter. And she's a force to be reckoned with. And she wasn't a candidate. She tried chemo, it didn't work. She wasn't a candidate for radiation. She wasn't a candidate for surgery. She has a very rare type of lung cancer. It's something that it's like it's small cell adenocarcinoma. So it kind of looks like ground glass. So it's all over her lungs, everywhere. So if you saw it on a X-ray, it looks like ground glass. And so whenever one of the nodules becomes big enough, what they've done is they have ablated it. And so depending upon the location of the cancer, the nodule, they'll either ablate it with a cryogenic or with radiation. And so to date, she's had 18 ablations. And she is here. She's amazing and she's beautiful. And she's been able to live a very amazing life. 2 months ago, they found 4 new tumors and in her lungs, and these are a different type of cancer and a much more aggressive cancer. And so 2 weeks ago, she just started chemo, and it's a clinical trial. And so it's kicking her butt, but she's going to kick its butt. And so I ask you all to keep her in prayer and to keep my family in prayer. And so this is very personal. I'm so grateful for staff and whoever else to have brought this forward. So if I've acted a little off more than usual, now you know why, and I'm going to ask for forgiveness and grace moving forward because that's where my head is and my heart. So with that being said, I know it made this a little personal about me, but it's about everybody and all the families and all the people that are struggling with this, because when somebody in your life has cancer, everybody is dealing with it. And for the family members that are supporting a loved one with cancer, it's a very hard feeling because you're very helpless. But I will say that it unites you and it makes you that much closer and stronger as a family. And so Lana and my mom got diagnosed at the same time, had their biopsies the same day, the results the same exact time. So I've been going through this journey with Lana every single day. So every time she cried, I cried. So anyhow, with that being said, I'd like to try to get through this proclamation. So whereas the Lung Force Initiative celebrates 10 years of progress to defeat lung cancer in 2024, and whereas approximately every 2 minutes a person in the United States is diagnosed with lung cancer, the leading cause of cancer deaths, and whereas lung cancer screenings save lives, and advocacy and increased awareness will result in one more high-risk individuals getting screened, and whereas public support for research funding will lead to new treatments and better methods of early detection. And whereas Lung Force is a national initiative led by the American Lung Association to defeat lung cancer. And whereas the 6th annual I Wear Turquoise Los Angeles convenes leaders in business, entertainment, education, public policy, and health to raise critical funds and awareness for lung health and cleaner air for all. Now, therefore, our Mayor, Phil Brock, of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of City Council, do hereby proclaim the last week in May 2024 as Lung Cancer Action Week throughout the city, and encourage all residents of Santa Monica to learn more about lung cancer, risk factors, early detection, and to take action. Thank you.
Do we have any representatives here? Can you come up to the podium, please? Councilmember Parra, could you walk down to the podium? Come forward. And if you'd like to say a few words, and Councilmember Parr, stay down there for a minute so you can get a photo op in a couple of minutes. Go ahead.
Sincere thanks for this opportunity and this proclamation. As was stated, this is the #1 cancer killer in America, and women are 3 times diagnosed than men. A lot of reasons for lung cancer outside of smoking, radon exposure, and one of our heroes actually has a very unique story of she was picking up bird droppings with her mother, helping her clean her porch, and she inhaled part and she contracted lung cancer. There's a lot of ways to get it. It's not just due to smoking. The American Lung Association has a lot of resources on lung.org. We encourage everybody to go there for information about lung cancer screenings. So important. Early screening is really, really important. So we encourage everybody to do that. And we just thank you. We thank you, and we're a resource. Our lung hotline is open 24/7. And we have specialists addressing all things lung health for anybody who has questions in over 200 languages. So we offer these resources all the time. Please call us, call upon us. We're a reliable resource, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. If Councilmember Parra and 2 of you could come to the well, and other council members gather around. We know the drill.
We're now going to move back to item 3A, 2024 LGBTQ+ Pride Proclamation.
And if we could have representatives come up, because I believe you're going to read the proclamation first, and then I'm going to have Councilmember Davis present it to all of you.
Wonderful, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and my community. My name is Miles Friesen. I work in the Cultural Affairs Division for the City of Santa Monica, and I am a proud trans and queer member of the Out in Santa Monica Employee Group, as well as the SAMO Pride Committee. This evening, I have the immense honor and privilege of introducing an inspiring individual who sincerely embodies the vibrant spirit of our LGBTQ+ community, and is the author of the Santa Monica Pride Month Proclamation for 2024. Miriam Gerba is an acclaimed writer, storyteller, and activist whose fearless and unapologetic voice has ignited change and inspired countless individuals. Her work includes memoirs, essays, and critiques that illuminate critical issues with both sharp wit and seemingly boundless insight. Her first book, the short story collection Dahlia Season, won the Edmund White Award for debut fiction. Oh, the Oprah magazine ranked her true crime memoir, Mean, as one of the best LGBTQ books of all time. Her recent essay collection, Creep, Accusations and Confessions, was a finalist for a National Book Critics Circle Award in Criticism. Publishers Weekly describes Gerba as having a voice like no other. Her essays and criticism have appeared in the Paris Review, Time Magazine, New York Times, LA Times, Harper's Bazaar, Vox, and I could go on. She is a co-founder of Dignidad Literaria, a grassroots organization committed to combating racism in the book world. She's also active in the anti-rape movement. As we come together to celebrate Pride Month, we are thrilled and honored to have Miriam Gerba with us today to read her proclamation that reflects the essence of our diverse, resilient, and proud community. Her dedication to advocacy, her celebration of queer culture, and her commitment to amplifying marginalized voices makes her a significant presence in our gathering here today. Please join me in welcoming Miriam Gerba as she opens Santa Monica Pride Month 2024 with a reading of her inspiring and poignant Pride Proclamation.
Thank you for the kind and generous introduction. Hello. Proclamation 2024. My name is Miriam Gerba. I come to you as one face among many, as one voice among many. I come to you representing one sexuality among many, one gender among many. I come to you as one person among so many who have found in Santa Monica a community to engage and inhabit with love. Whereas queer people have always been here in this city named after a holy woman. Because our history bears repeating, it must be asserted over and over. Queer people have always been in this city named after a female saint. Queer people have always been in this city named after a weeping woman. Queer people have always been in this city named after an African. Whereas queers danced on this land before settlers arrived, queers danced on this land even as its name changed from Tongva to Spanish to English. Queers always find reasons to dance. Whereas when queers cannot find a reason to dance, we will invent one. Whereas queers danced and loved and fought at the Tropical Village and the TV Club and Jack's at the beach. Whereas queers tiptoed out of closets and then stampeded out of them, demanding respect and demanding dignity and demanding that our humanity be recognized. Whereas now Santa Monica is a city where drag queens, the most perfect people to narrate fairy tales, read stories to smiling children. Drag queens in pink, drag queens in blue, drag queens in silver, drag queens in chartreuse. Whereas Santa Monica is a rainbow city, it is reds, oranges, yellows, greens, blues, and purples. It is a place where people come to be free. Now, therefore, I, Miriam Gerba, a queer mestiza, as well as the granddaughter of a working-class grandfather who built airplanes in a Santa Monica factory in order to feed his family, on behalf of the members of the City Council and our mayor, with joy, enthusiasm, and magic, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2024 as LGBTQIA+ Pride Month in the city of Santa Monica and encourage all residents to join me in this observance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councilmember Gleam Davis is going to present the official proclamation. And yes, if you're with her, and then you're going to come up to the well and take a few pictures. Thank you.
David, you want me to take the computer from? Oh, it's yours. You got it. Okay.
Thank all of you very much. Thank you.
Item 3C, commendation for Lunetta.
Well, so I'll take this one. I have been looking around the city, and I want everyone in this city to know that our entire city council is extremely appreciative of the businesses, especially the homegrown businesses in this city. And we talk a lot about being a city that thrives on small businesses. And we want to encourage small businesses in this city to continue to locate here, to be here. And our whole city council wants everyone in this city, every business, whether you're here or thinking about coming to Santa Monica, to know that you will be appreciated and supported here in the city of Santa Monica. So every meeting the rest of this year, we will have some sort of appreciation for a small business in this city. Well, this particular small business, I met the proprietor of this business when he was 8 years old, possibly going on 9. He was a 4th grader at Washington Elementary School, as homegrown as you can get in this city. And he also went to the Boys Club at that time. And he and his best friend, Josiah, happened to end up with a love of food, a love of surfing, and an extreme love of this community. So Raphael Lunetta had a restaurant on Santa Monica Boulevard for many years that was much acclaimed, Giraffe. He now operates Lunetta and Lunetta All Day on East Pico Boulevard, I guess you'd call it. He's going to be the executive chef at a new hotel that's opening very soon. I walked in the restaurant the other day, and at the Sanborn, which was the Marigot in Santa Monica. He's been, if I recall, the president of the Chamber of Commerce. He is, no? Sorry, Santa Monica Travel and Tourism. See, that's good. I need to be corrected. But he is devoted to this community. And I think many in this community are devoted to his restaurant and to him as well. So I invited the young man, no longer 8 years old. You didn't have gray hair when you were 8. It's very interesting. And to come to the city council, and I want to read a commendation to the Lunetta Restaurant Group from the city council. Whereas Lunetta, located on Pico and 25th Street, has distinguished itself as a premier dining establishment known for its commitment to culinary excellence and outstanding service, and whereas under the expert guidance of Santa Monica native chef Raphael Lunetta, the restaurant offers a diverse and innovative menu that blends California cuisine with global influences, utilizing fresh, locally sourced ingredients to create memorable dining experiences, and whereas Lunetta has received accolades from prestigious sources such as the Michelin Guide, highlighting the restaurant's sophisticated ambiance, creative dishes, dedication to quality, and whereas the restaurant's inviting and stylish atmosphere, coupled with a dedicated and professional staff, ensures that each guest enjoys a warm and hospitable dining experience, and whereas Lunetta's commitment to culinary artistry and community engagement has made it a beloved fixture in the Santa Monica dining scene, bringing people together while creating a warm, comfortable environment where clean flavors and local ingredients take center stage. Now, therefore, I, Phil Brock, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of the City Council and my former 8-year-old PE student, do hereby commend Lunetta for its outstanding contributions to the city's culinary scene, earning it a well-deserved reputation as one of Santa Monica's finest dining establishments. Raphael and your partner, also come on up to the podium there. Lana, do you want to come down with me?
back to Manila.
We will. We've got enough clout.
So first, how are you doing?
Phil might. Yeah.
Good.
I'm humbled by
Tell
that.
them.
That's wonderful.
You can.
Thank you. I'm humbled, and we are. Thank you to the mayor and to council and to the community. It has been an amazing place to grow up. Elementary school, junior high school, to be part of this community. I walked down Fifth Street when I was 24 years old and said, I want to have a restaurant on Fifth Street. I don't know why I picked Fifth Street. And in 1996, 2 years later, we were able to open up Giraffe. And it was just shy of 20 years there. And it was with my best friend and family and community and teachers and friends and lifeguards and police and fire department and everybody. It was a dream. It was really nice. It's something that was very special. We opened Lunetta with Mike Garrett. This is my partner in 2016 after we closed Giraffe in 2014. And we went through some challenges with COVID, as all of us did, and many other things, but we've continued to have a strong business. And what you've shared this evening, Mayor, and we will continue to do our best and work. We just left the restaurant, and I wanted to make sure the outside of the restaurant was clean, the trash area was clean, everything was clean. It's really important for all of us to, to be together as a community and work as a community to get together. Small business is critically important, and also having the opportunity to work at with the Sanborn and the Merry-Go allows me to learn from a larger business on the relationships, somewhat of a symbiotic, like it can be a symbiotic relationship between a large business and a small business, how we can learn and work from each other, how we can bring authenticity from a small business, and how we can learn from a large business. So all of that is just a natural progression, I believe, of how we continue to grow. And thank you. It's an honor to be here. I'm humbled to be up here. Thank you for sharing, because I know that this feels small compared to that, but we continue to do what we're doing, and we will continue to do what we're doing. Thank you very much. Thank you. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure. I'll keep it brief. Again, my name is Mike Garrett, and I've had the honor to work with my buddy here for the last 8 years, and there's definitely nobody more committed, humble, or authentic than this guy. And I see it every day as he fights for the ingredients and keeps everybody in line, and really does have a pride and ownership and integrity with everything that we do, and that's, you don't see it everywhere. And that's why we have survived both through the pandemic and the last 8 years at this spot, 20 years it is, and I've been involved with some other restaurants for the last 30 years here in Santa Monica. So honored to be here. Thank you very much for acknowledging us here.
Come on up.
Yeah.
I had my college graduation dinner after that. Yeah, I did. Good memories.
And you're the one that took me.
Thank you.
Not Giraffe, Lunetta.
Lunetta.
Yeah, right. I'm just saying, I love all of them.
I think I have to tilt this way, because otherwise Raphael's head's in my way. No, stand up tall. Don't look like a midget.
Perfect, thank you.
Yay. When's the tasting menu?
Back to order.
Tasting menu.
Item 3D, commendation in memory of Paul Chico Fernandez.
And I'm going to ask his daughter, Lana Fernandez Negrete, our vice mayor, to read this proclamation about her father.
Perfect timing. We were trying to go slow, my husband and my daughter made it. Is this the fall? Is this the
full one because you had read it last time you were reading like 2 pages.
Yeah, read it.
Okay.
It's the full one. Either one of them is.
Oh, there's a video that may not be the best quality that's playing, but we tried our best. I'm trying to put the mic on right now. There we go. My family, if you want to come sit in front, you can, now that I've embarrassed my youngest. This commendation is not just because he's my dad, but it's somebody who's served the community alongside his brother, Vic Fernandez, who's here. In many ways, but one of which that most people recognize them for is through the music store, which wasn't just a retail store, but rather a staple for musicians to find a home, to get a job. For over decades, they've given, I don't know, countless musicians jobs. We have over 47 working there today that some have taught over 35 years at our music store. In the community, I haven't met one person whose parent or maybe even their grandparent took a lesson from one of our teachers or took their first drum lesson from my dad. So the store started tiny on 1247 Lincoln Boulevard and was the home of many of the Boys and Girls Club kids from across the street. And it was the first job for many of the students that went to our schools here. So this commendation is for you, Dad. It is with great pride and deep appreciation that the City of Santa Monica recognizes Paul Chico Fernandez for his immeasurable contributions to our community and the world of music. And Paul Chico Fernandez arrived in Santa Monica in 1971 with the vision to spread the gift of music to all who sought it. In 1972, he established the Santa Monica Music Center on Lincoln Boulevard, a humble beginning that blossomed into a beloved institution providing instruments, lessons, and a nurturing space for countless musicians. And whereas Chico's commitment to music education extended beyond the confines of his store as he tirelessly worked to make music accessible to all, including providing affordable instrument rentals to students to the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District, and supporting music programs at Santa Monica College. And whereas Chico's passion for music and his dedication to giving back led him to establish the nonprofit organization Outreach Through the Arts with his daughter Lana, providing free private lessons and free instruments to children in need, embodying the spirit of generosity and inclusivity. And whereas his legacy of spreading joy through music knows no bounds, as he has delighted audiences with performances in parks, on the promenade, and on grand stages, showcasing his talent in jazz and Latin jazz for over 6 decades. And whereas even in his role as a music therapist for veterans, well into his early 80s, Chico continued to share his passion for music, offering solace and healing through his melodies until the remarkable age of 82. He was a music therapist at the VA, helping many veterans recall memories through music. Now, therefore, I, Phil Brock, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, which is not me, on behalf of the members of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim and on profound gratitude and admiration for Paul Chico Fernandez, and I want to acknowledge also, because they were joined at the hip, my uncle Victor Fernandez, because without him, the store would not be standing today.
And go up with your family.
So I have some family. I know my stepmom is very shy, Elena, but there's a small, mighty group of us that could make it here tonight. And if you guys want to come up, nobody has to say anything unless they want to, but I'm going to pass the mic to Vic if you'd like to say something without getting verklempt.
And yes, come up if you're a family. I want to just mention that this proclamation was read a week ago, Monday night, to Chico by me at his bedside. And it was, along with a special story that I told him, but it was a moving experience. And what really moved me was to see the love in that room that Lana and her family all had for their father. So I think that was so meaningful to me, and I'm someone who doesn't like hospital rooms, doesn't like visiting people. And I left that room along with my significant other, and on the way home I said, it was fine, because there was so much love in the room that I didn't feel out of place. And his great blue eyes, that actually are even better than mine, were alert and paying attention the whole time. and it was so meaningful for me, and I thank Lana for inviting me.
I think he held on for the proclamation. I will say he was a man of optimism, and I get my awful and inappropriate sense of humor from him. Everyone can attest to that. But I will say that there's a photo of him that I don't think I included, but it's been everywhere, of him pulling out his drum set in the middle of Watts during gang violence and spray painting "Power to the People." And he just brought kids and people from everywhere to play his drum set. And that photo just really encompasses who my dad was. He wanted to bring community together through music, and he did. And he continues to do it, and we carry that on through his legacy. He's played with many greats, and he's sidelined and been the sideline on many movies, but at the end of the day, he just wanted to give the gift of music at no cost to anybody who sought and was curious about it, so.
I would just simply like to say thank you to the council. This is a great city for a business, a family business. We had all of our kids and our wives and everybody worked in this business. And it's a great city. And we've appreciated everybody that has supported us. And thank you.
Thank you. Could I have everyone come up to the well and take a group photo with our sincere condolences? Thank you so much.
Mayor, at this time, do we want to move back to public input?
Yes, please.
Public input, public comment is permitted only on items on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits that the city council, state law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. So just so everyone knows, we had some technical issues with the kiosk this evening. Everyone is registered to speak. We have everyone listed, but there may be some duplication and there may be some people who signed up on paper versus in a kiosk. So if you could just please give us a little bit of patience as we figure this all out. I'm going to call the first 5 speakers, and if you could please line up by the podium. Yossi Gavrin, Shamol, Templar Soto, Carolyn Robertson, Denise Barton, and Jerry Rubin.
As she calls your name, if you could please come up to the east side of the hall, please. Thank you.
Yes. I'm sorry, it's Shamil?
How do you spell it? It's you.
Okay.
You can educate her later on how to pronounce it. When you come up to the podium, everyone say your name again so that because I know we don't always pronounce it properly. That goes for me as well.
So first was Yossi Gavrin. If you could please come up to the microphone.
I have 2 more minutes from a gentleman here, but his name wasn't read yet.
You're speaking on general public input? You cannot receive time donation on general public input.
Okay.
You have 2 minutes, sir.
Can I provide this for the city?
You'd have to give it to the clerk. So you might want to do that afterward because your 2 minutes is going to start momentarily.
Okay. Dear Mayor Brook, Mayor Pro Tem Lana, Margaret, and the city council members, city manager, first I want to say to Councilman Farah, I had a lot of issues with cancer, with family. My father died when he was 5 years old. And we did a lot of fundraisers for cancer related. And I'm wishing the very best to your mom. And she will recover, you will see. I'm here respectfully with an appeal for the dismissal of $65,000 attorney's judgment fee against me to benefit.
Hold on. Your microphone went off. It's back on now. Go ahead.
I'm here respectfully with an appeal for the dismissal of $65,000 attorney fee judgment against me to benefit Calvin McKeown and Shannon Dowd. I'm here also with proposal to go forward, to put everything behind, and reinstate me as the manager of the Airport Artist Studios, where that money can be deducted. My name is Yossi Govin. I'm a sculptor, curator of the Airport Art Studios complex at the Santa Monica Airport. In 2002, I identified the void in the city cultural fair, and I curated the Art Center, which is 3 galleries and 29 artist studios, with no city funding or grants or anything. With 1,200 events to my credit, under my leadership, the airport became a great cultural center. For my accomplishment and for being able to draw 10,000 visitors yearly to the center, to the airport. In 2014, I received the Critical Artist Award from the city by Mayor Parmocano, and in 2015, certificate from the Assembly of California, Assembly Member Richard Bloom, 3 times Mayor of Santa Monica, as the best art organization in the state of California.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Honorable Mayor, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, Honorable Council members, Sherwin Chamoyle, Senior Field Rep from the Office of Assembly Member Rick Chavez-Zabur. Great to see all of you. Today I bring some good news and some bittersweet news. The good news is AB 2498, the California Housing Security Act, a bill which was introduced by Assembly Member Zabur and sponsored by this prestigious body, passed the Assembly and now heads to the California State Senate. AB 2498 would increase housing security by providing housing subsidies of up to $2,000 a month for up to 2 years to low-income former foster youth, older adults, veterans, adults with disabilities, people experiencing unemployment or homelessness, and other affected groups. Now to the bittersweet news. While you will still see me on occasion in Santa Monica, I will no longer be the point person for our office. I just wanted to tell all of you how much of a privilege and an honor it's been working with all of you and getting to know you. But the sweet part of this bittersweet news is that a Santa Monica native is going to be taking my place. And I think he's going to do a great job working with all of you. I don't know, I don't think he's exactly after me on the agenda or when you would like him to come up, but you're in good hands.
What's his name?
Robbie Steinberg. I was going to give him the opportunity to introduce himself.
Thank you so much for the work you've done for our district through Assemblymember Zabur's leadership. And we know that you'll be working with Assemblymember Zabur in a different part of his district. So we thank you for your service, and we celebrate this bill going through the Assembly. We hope it speeds through the Senate with no changes. So thank you so much.
From your lips to God's ears, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Templar Soto.
That's good.
This will be the last time I hear my actual reasons before we're spiritual behind what I was going to talk about. But I remember I was here during the marijuana thing, which I don't smoke anymore, but I know the guys that catch the money. What is that place? It's the smoke shop, but you lose a lot of tax money to Herba. There's a place here, I think it's in Brentwood, you might want to put one there. And down this way, people go to Venice. I just thought I'd bring that up. Anyways, also, I thought it was a bad idea to hire security guards when you can afford real police, considering that the Santa Monica Police Department is like way a cut above the LAPD or any other, probably. They're mostly pretty smart, so I would have used that. I just thought I'd say. Also, if things get rough, Sonic the reason I lost 40 pounds this month was because I just turned 65 and I want my heart to pump through like 40 miles less. But microwave weapons get your ears and then you can't do anything, and then you can just arrest people who are causing too much problems. Also sonic. Oh, microwaves are for, it heats the metal, so if somebody's carrying rifles, and then sonic is the one. Okay, I just thought I'd mention that in case anybody cared. I thought it was weird in our fake democracy, because I don't remember that we got to vote for a mayor, but I saw you on that video with that guy, and I would highly suggest that you would let the police handle that, because when he went like this, I actually cringed. Like you turned aside, and you should never do that with homeless people. They hit you, and then you get...
Thank you very much, sir.
Next speaker is Carolyn Robertson.
Hello, my name's Carolyn Robertson. I just want to speak briefly about some of the issues that are that are happening. It's in most apartment complexes, like my apartment complex. The rents are not, okay, it's a subsidized housing. It's tax credit, rent control, but the rent control is not based on the rent control here in this office. It's tax credit, low income, rent control, but they're raising the rent higher than like people that are on monthly incomes, like Social Security, SSI, like myself. The rents are going up so high, and it's more than 10%. And I've talked to housing about this, and I didn't get the answers that I needed. Another thing is they're not the complex. The management company is not forcing the tenant. I would say the leasing agreements. They're not forcing it. You can park anywhere. You're doing whatever you want. You're not abiding by the rules, and they're not forcing anything. So I'm trying to figure out who do I talk to get some answers and get some things, going in the right direction, because you have rental agreements that should be followed. But if management is not compliant, what do you do? And this says the apartment complex is owned by the city of Santa Monica, but it's like, there's so much stuff going on. It's like, I just need to find out or get some kind of something to, figure out what to do.
Thank you very much.
I think we're going to have staff talk to you, but city attorney, if she's actually getting a rent increase that's over 10%, someone should talk to her too.
Is this her?
Well,
yeah, she'll meet you out.
It's a combination of issues.
She'll meet you out by the door. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My question tonight would be, does the Housing Authority do follow-ups on problem conditions in buildings with affordable housing? And how often do they do follow-ups, especially after management change, which my building has a lot of, considering no one answers their phones or calls back? I ask because as of April 5th, 2024, we got a new manager. So we have not had a resident manager since that time. He's brought a few bags of clothes in, but it's not living there. Has started using the toxic cleaning fluid Fabuloso again. The air fresheners in the open air hallway seem to be reactivated, and the white powder is still being put out in the common areas of the building. Not to mention, I don't believe the sub pump for the sewage has been fixed yet. I heard it was still in planning. So black water is still being released curbside several times a day, going into the storm drains. And you claim to care about sustainability. I also hope everybody caught the news story about the potting glaze also being put down the storm drains on Main Street. Anyway, so any assistance with these issues would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denise.
Jerry Rubin. And Mr. Rubin, before you get started, I'm going to call some more names. Corey Lamb, Carolina Lizarga, Jason Cogans, and Jason Roney.
If your name has been called, could you please line up on the east side of the room? Thank you.
I'm going to call the names one more time. Corey Lamb, Carolina Lizarga, Jason Cogans, and Jason Roney. You may proceed, Mr. Rubin.
Thank you, Jerry Rubin, a longtime Santa Monica resident, Mayor Brock, Vice Mayor Negretti, honorable council members, city manager, city attorney, city clerk, honorable police officers, and fellow Santa Monicans. I give a talk like this every 2 years. I just want to say it again. First of all, we're all Santa Monica. I love all of you. It's an election year. It's kind of hard sometimes to pick who you're going to, because you get only up to 4 votes or something. And I like our process. I like that I'll have a chance to vote for people that are going to care about the whole city, not just my area. But I do want to say that I think it's really important now that we have a civil debate for the differences of our opinions without attacking each other. And it's even more important than ever. You're all dedicated city council members. You're going to be running for office soon, and I encourage anyone that still wants to submit his or her name to do it. It's honorable to be doing this kind of work. We have a great city staff. Look at how great our city is. These proclamations, you can hear it, the business, everybody, all the things we do. Santa Monica is one of the best cities in America, and we owe it to Santa Monica to not attack each other in this upcoming debate and do it in a way that disagrees civilly and support whoever the winner is and work for the betterment of Santa Monica. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Jerry.
Next speaker is Corey Lamb. Corey Lamb? You may proceed.
Thank you guys for the time. I don't really have anything written down. More just a shoot from the hip. My name is Corey Lamb. I work for EST 1977. We run Rusty's Surf Ranch on the Santa Monica Pier. I'm the assistant general manager and the head of security there.
I'm sorry, this item's on the agenda under closed session.
Yeah, it would be later.
It's later in the agenda, so it's under the next section for public input.
Well, I just heard my name, so I came up.
That's because you listed your name under this item.
Oh, so. Sorry about that.
We'll call
you in the next section.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We'll call you again.
The next speaker is Carolina Lizarga. Okay. We'll say, okay. So Jason Cogans?
For me also.
Okay. Jason Roney?
Good evening. Can I start?
Yes, please.
Fantastic. Good evening, Council. Last time I was here was in 2018 when the council made a decision to change the management of the Airport Arts Center and to get 18th Street on board. At the time, there were 100 people here for Yossi Govrin. The city council at the time made a decision that created a lot of pain for many people, including the artisan resident, including Yossi, including the city itself, in terms of minimal exposure in the arts center. Right now, I understand that the city is either looking to change the management or they've canceled the RFP or proposed RFP and are going to manage it on their own. May I suggest to the city, you have Yossi here, he's the guy who created the Airport's Arts Center. If you have a chance, hire him back to run it for you, to bring it back to its old glory. I know that the city has a certain amount of money that they're expecting from him for some legal fees. May I suggest bygones be bygones? He's contributed a lot to the city, and you can actually make him work for that money for the city. I hope you take that to heart. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to call the last three names.
Ladies and gentlemen, for expediency service and to make sure that we operate the meeting in a great way, it's been suggested that if you really are for someone, you can wave your hands, but please don't clap because that slows down the meeting. Thank you.
And the last three names under general public input for tonight are Sammy Susu, Robbie Steinberg, and Jonathan Foster. If you could please come to the podium in that order: Sammy Susu, Robbie Steinberg, and Jonathan Foster. You may proceed.
Hello, everybody. I'm sorry about my English, it's not so good, but I know the place of Yossi. It was like a ruined place. Nobody was there. When Yossi came to this place, to Santa Monica Airport, everything there was ruined. And after he made the studios there, everybody wants to come there. They open few businesses near him. So I think he can do some things other people can't do there. It's like his life, he put all his life inside there. Many people like to come there, many people like to make their art there, and from there, the art is going out of this place. It's not just staying in Santa Monica here. It comes to all the city, it comes to the movies. You can see his job for many, many years. I think if you take the decision for him to keep on and going, doing his best for this place, because he loves the place, so you have benefit for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Robbie Steinberg.
Most people say Steinberg. I appreciate it. No, it is Steinberg. Thank you. It's very nice to meet everyone here. It's an honor to be in the Santa Monica City Council. Sherwin introduced me earlier, but my name is Robbie Steinberg. I'm new to Assembly Member Zabur's office, but native to Santa Monica. And I will be the point person on all Santa Monica issues for our office. So anything I can do to help and anything we can do for you, and it'd be great to get to meet everybody individually. I grew up in both the North Montana area and Ocean Park area, Franklin to Lincoln to Santa Monica High School, and it's great to be back here. So I look forward to meeting people individually. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We look forward to working with you on behalf of Assembly Members Zabur, and we appreciate the fact that we can say "Go Vikings" to you.
Oh, absolutely. I still have the sweatshirts.
Thank you.
Jonathan Foster.
Hello again, Council. In Pot Monica, it's so much pot smoke. I've smelled more pot smoke than I've ever smelled in 23 years here in Pot Monica. I did want to say, though, when my dad passed away of asbestos lung cancer, I cried for 1 year and a month every single day, and it just turned off one day. It was very strange. So, you know, a lot of people don't know when the New World Order, I come to talk about Gaza again. The New World Order, the first time it was used in Congress was in 1981 on September 11th. 1981, it was used by George H.W. Bush. He said there's going to be a new world order. And it's playing out in Gaza. You can gain the whole world from the river to the sea and lose your own soul. Now, it's hard to see how many deaths, you know, I don't get to speak to those people about the Holy Ghost. They're gone. So this is the biggest problem I have with it. I don't get to witness Jesus Christ to dead people. So it's really hard to see. I do hope they get some better peace over there. It's you know, it's hard to digest, but I also wanted to lift up Bill Walton. Bill Walton's part of the Grateful Dead family. Yeah, he's been backstage with Jerry Garcia. And I heard old Jer was just up, by the way. He said Santa Monica was whatever word he used, but it really makes me mad because Santa Monica is great. It's not the best place, not one of the best places. It's the greatest place on earth. And I think we should pull up Jerry's trees now because he doesn't think the place is the greatest place ever.
Thank you very much.
We will now move on to public input under agenda items under closed session, special agenda items, consent calendar only. No public input is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. I will call the first 5 names. If you could please line up by the podium. Corey Lamb, Carolina Lizarga, Jason Coggins, and Jason Roney. You may proceed. You may proceed.
Good to see you all again. My name is Corey Lamb. Anywho, I'm here on behalf of Rusty's Surf Ranch on the Santa Monica Pier. I've been working there for 5 years now, and it came to my attention that apparently our lease is up for a little bit of debate and bidding, which to me, it really doesn't resonate well. We've been under the leadership of Greg Morena for, at least I've been there for 5 years. It's an exceptional establishment to work for. With it, I was able to move to Santa Monica, become a Santa Monican myself. I'm from Florida originally, but I was in the Valley. I moved to Santa Monica. I'm able to live here. This is a great community. I love living here. And I love the localness of everything that it brings about. And even with the establishment under that, if we were underbidded by maybe a corporate America account, that wouldn't resonate well with me. Like for Rusty's, they provided me with health insurance. Unfortunately, I was diagnosed with a brain tumor about 2 years ago, and under our health insurance, I was able to seek treatment for it. And even among that, I'm actually going to be getting my follow-up MRI in about 2 weeks from now, and my specialist is fairly certain that we cured my brain tumor. And that was under the health insurance that I got from there, which I'm forever grateful for. Also with that, like even just living in Santa Monica, I could walk around and all the Santa Monica residents, they could see me. They're, hey, Rusty's. I was like, hey, that's my bartender. Or, hey, he kicked me out of that bar the other day. I was like, well, you drank too much. So in closing, I really just want to say that Rusty's really gave us a chance to keep Santa Monica local, and local not just for the locals, but local for all. And I want to keep that going on for not just us, but the next generation to come.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is...
There we go. Thank you for being fast learners.
Next speaker is Jason Coggins, or Kokins.
Hello. Yes, I'm Jason Coggins. I'm the general manager of Rusty's Surf Ranch, and Corey's boss, who was kind enough to speak before me and say a lot of the things that I think we all want to say, which is what we always say is Santa Monica is a community, you know, it's a family, it's a small town, you know, with a big heart. And I moved here 10 years ago out of college from UC Santa Barbara. My very first job was a waiter at Rusty's Surf Ranch, oddly enough. And I left, and then I came back. I've known Greg for 8 years. I've worked for him for 5, and was able to go from a waiter to a bartender to a bar manager. And then he gave me a chance as an AGM and now general manager of Rusty's. And I think that that speaks to how important it is that we keep things local, and Greg is an advocate for these things. And if he can give me a chance, I can give other people a chance, and we can build on what we already have, which is so great. And I would just like to see that continue. So I support everything that we're trying to do, I think, as a group. And I think that we could use your support as well for Rusty's in the future. And I would just like you to take that into consideration for your closed session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Carolina Lizarraga.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Carolina. I am a native from Santa Monica. Not only have I lived here in Santa Monica my whole life, I'm currently raising my 7 children here. I have been working for Rusty's for almost a year, and I must say it's a gem. Not only do they give me the opportunity to be able to financially support my family, they give so much more outside of Rusty's. My eldest daughter is in the 6th grade at Lincoln Middle School, where she plays basketball. Not only did Rusty's offer sponsorship to my daughter's team, but was more than happy to help with any needs for my daughter or any other player. Growing up in Santa Monica, I have seen so many positive changes, but I must say there is not many family-owned businesses such as Rusty's. What makes Rusty's stand out is that our guests are able to not only build a connection with our employees, but with each other. We have guests from all over the world, and it's amazing to see how Rusty is able to provide experiences not only that will last a lifetime, but help create memories. From seeing children sing karaoke with their parents to seeing tourists dancing with our locals. I hope you can really see how Rusty's is truly a gem and keep us local. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is, Jason Roney. Jason Roney here? Okay, I'm going to call 5 more names. Dr. Lizzie Moore, Carol Lemline, Ann Bowman, John C. Smith, and Roger Ginzer. If you could please come up to the podium. Dr. Lizzie Moore? Okay. You may proceed.
Good evening, Mayor Brock, Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, and members of the City Council. My name is Dr. Lizzie Moore. I am born and raised in Santa Monica. I am a lifelong resident who grew up on Hill Street and a former John Muir elementary school teacher, Rogers, John Adams, Samuel High, the whole 9 yards. Our kids grew up here, moved away for college, and now reside and work in Santa Monica. For the past 11 years, I've had the pleasure of serving at the Santa Monica College Foundation as the Santa Monica College Foundation President and Dean of Institutional Advancement. My responsibility is to create and bridge opportunities for our students, ensuring that their basic needs are met so they can focus on their higher education degree attainment or workforce certificate. The Foundation's Board of Directors is comprised of several SMC alumni, all of whom are proud small business owners or executives here in Santa Monica. Local neighborhood business partnerships are the most valuable relationships the SMC Foundation stewards to support our community of students. Because of their care and support, we have a robust scholarship program. These local businesses partnerships are the backbone of our now statewide recognized food security programs, and without them, our students would not soar like they do at SMC. Rusty's Surf French is one prime example of a small business with a massive heart, invested in all things SMC. The proprietor of this establishment is an active SMC Foundation board member and provides access to the restaurant for our student events, alumni gatherings, and new faculty welcome celebrations. We seek local businesses like Rusty's because they are the ones who SMC Foundation can rely on to support our student community. I want to express my gratitude to you for always finding ways to support and solutions for our local small businesses without compromising their integrity.
Thank you.
Carol Lemline? Carol Lemline? Okay. Ann Bowman?
Good evening.
Oops, just a second. There you go. Oops.
Now you're up. No?
There you go.
Now you're going.
Good evening, everybody. My thing is upside down, and my name is Ann Bowman, and I'm a Recreation and Parks Commissioner, but I'm speaking tonight on closed session item 4D, the Civic Auditorium, just as a resident. Last April, which is well over a year ago, my friend Jale and I and others stood at this very podium and begged you to recognize the years of input from the community calling for a return of the historic Civic as a community asset and performance venue. And while the process took a little while to play out, You listened, thank you, and now we're here with the potential to work with an incredible partner to revive the auditorium. This is a partner that's so professionally qualified and financially resourced that it's beyond our wildest dreams. It's so exciting, and I urge each of you tonight to support entering into an E&A with RPG so that this project can continue to move forward as quickly as possible. It has the potential to be the city's largest and most successful public-private partnership, and it also has the potential to revive our civic and our cultural and our economic life in a once-in-a-lifetime way. So thank you each so much tonight, I hope, for embracing this unique opportunity on behalf of our community, and I look forward to helping in any way that I personally can to help it succeed. And the last thing I just want to say is R.I.P. Rip Chico Fernandez. Your dad was amazing. His brother Vic, your dad, and the store played a massive role in my family's life as we were raising our kids. We bought instruments. We did a ton of lessons. We practically lived there. So, he's up in heaven. God bless him. And condolences. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ann.
John C. Smith.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm John C. Smith, Recreation and Parks Commissioner, former chair. I'm standing right here and I'm thinking back that there was probably a time when you could hear music from the Civic Auditorium echoing in these chambers. I also remember 12 years ago joining a small group of people who gathered in Planning Commissioner Nina Fresco's backyard to try and save it. I remember being in the crowd when the Santa Monica Symphony, led by the late Guido Lamel, brought down the house, and he performed the last concert at the Civic in 2012. I also remember Guido playing his violin right here where I stand, urging another council to save the Civic. Now here we are 12 years later, and we finally have our chance. We all know the Civic hosted every big major musical act for the last 50 years. I think it has earned the chance to be reborn and reopened as a premier entertainment venue along Southern California's coast. The only real question is, will this council give it that chance? You want to boost tourism? How about creating a 3,000-seat reason to come here, spend money, eat dinner, and see a show night after night after night? 4 years from now, the world is coming to Santa Monica for the Olympic Games, the Summer Olympics, beach volleyball. What if we work hard and we have the new Civic restored and ready to go by then? Can we get it done? I say we can. And I think we should begin tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Roger Ginzer. And Mr. Ginzer, before you get started, I'm going to call some more names. Neil Carey, Marcy Ryan, Antonio Ponce, Jim Harris, and Daniel Myers. You may proceed.
Oh, thank you. Mayor Brock and members of the council, my name is Roger Genser, and I'm a longtime member of the Santa Monica Landmarks Commission. And in my first stint back in 2002, I enthusiastically supported and voted for the landmarking of the Santa Monica Civic Auditorium. I think you've just heard a little bit about its history. Its history is really fundamental to the city. Probably that Civic Auditorium and the Santa Monica Pier are the most significant and iconic structures in the city. It is unaltered, whereas our historic landmark pier has been damaged, altered, and rebuilt over the past century. Only the carousel has survived the decades, but even that is not entirely intact. But the Civic is intact. When it was in 2002, the designation was appealed to the council, and the council upheld its designation by a 6-to-1 vote, including former council member O'Connor, who is now on the Landmarks Commission. The council upheld all 6 of the designation criteria. This is important. The unfortunate loss of state redevelopment funds, the increased cost of retrofitting, and neglect over the intervening years has caused it to deteriorate. The loss of its parking also contributed, but we are now in a new era, one of increased transportation options, including light rail, Uber, Lyft, scooters, and all that make parking less of an issue. The building is more than viable for the future. I don't know all the details of the proposal that's before you in closed session, but I hope that you support saving the Civic because it's a really important building. And I think the previous speaker talked about how it can be used in the future. It's just it's a gem that just needs to be shined a little bit more again. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Neil Carey?
Good evening. I'm here tonight to support a local business, a small business owned by a kid who grew up in Santa Monica, namely Rusty's. Several years ago, Santa Monica Travel and Tourism did a survey of its tourists, and one of the things that came out, which really was troublesome to me, was the fact that the tourists felt that Santa Monica was losing its local charm. Rusty's is one of our local charms. And I've lived here since 1980, and I have seen so many businesses, especially small businesses, disappear from this city, and we cannot let another restaurant like Rusty's disappear. I also want to state that I know Greg, and Greg is someone that really supports our city. Any nonprofit that asks for something from Greg and his restaurants gets it. Greg is very involved in a number of different things. He and I are involved in a nonprofit with Lana at Santa Monica High School. We did the career day. So he is someone that's not just a local business owner, but really gives back to the city. And I think the city owes it to those who give so much to the city to help him and let him keep Rusty's. And most importantly, we can't let another local charm disappear. Thank you.
And you're the chair of Travel and Tourism?
I'm the chair of Santa Monica Travel and
Thank
Tourism.
you very much, sir.
Thanks.
Marcy Ryan?
Hello, thank you. My name is Marcy Ryan. I'm the aquarium director for Heal the Bay, Santa Monica's leading environmental nonprofit organization. I'm speaking on behalf of Greg Morena at Rusty's Surf Ranch on the Santa Monica Pier. Greg has worked very closely with Heal the Bay for more than a decade, and it was Greg and Randy Parent, a then Heal the Bay employee, but now sits on the board of the Santa Monica Pier Corporation, who started the sustainability efforts on the pier, which included dedicated recycling and composting in designated areas for all pier businesses. We share the same values for sustainable seafood and have worked on a new collaboration for workforce development, which includes an aquaculture certificate program at the Santa Monica College. This is one of the first times that higher education, environmental nonprofit, and local small businesses have joined forces in a blue wave for sustainability and fisheries to protect the wild populations in the Santa Monica Bay. Greg and his staff care about environmental topics and are active in lunch and learns at Heal the Bay, and we have hosted staff events at Rusty's. Not only that, but Greg is an active member of Heal the Bay's board of directors and is a major supporter of our education programs and sustainable policy efforts. Greg is community first, and on behalf of Heal the Bay and the aquarium team, we are asking to keep Rusty's on the pier and allow Greg to continue his work in the community and with Heal the Bay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Antonio Ponce?
Good evening, council members. My name is Tony Ponce. I was born and raised in Santa Monica. Currently, I attend and play baseball at Samo High, where Greg routinely donates to the program, allowing us to keep up with equipment and our weight room. He has known my dad and my aunt for more than 30 years and has always been on the right side of the community. And as a local small business owner, he hired me for my first job last summer. And this was after hearing from my dad that I want to be a chef, so so I worked in his restaurant in the Albright, and because of this, I know that Greg and his family will always support me, my family, and the community. And yeah, thank you.
And I have a question for you. What position did you play?
Pitcher.
Huh?
Pitcher.
And you came up runners-up to CIF. I was hoping for a championship.
Yeah.
But you know what? Second place isn't bad. So congratulations to Samuel High Baseball. Go Vikings.
Thank you, thank you.
Jim Harris?
Good evening, Mayor Brock, Vice Mayor Negrete, City Council members, and city staff. I am before you tonight not as a member of the Santa Monica Pier Corporation, as our board has not addressed this issue at all, but rather as a resident of Santa Monica who has happened to go to the pier for the past 35 years almost every day. In those 35 years, I've seen a lot of change. And one of the most significant changes has happened only within the last 10 or 12 years, when we went from having 0 good restaurants on the pier, and I worked in one of those when I started, to suddenly having some of the best food in town at the Albright. And this was because of what Greg Morena brought to the table for that restaurant. Highly impactful, positive, forward-thinking, and very influential. What he has already done with Rusty's in the short time that he's been there has already been impactful for that restaurant as well. And I would expect only better things to come from him moving forward should he continue with Rusty's. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Daniel Myers. And before you proceed, Mr. Myers, I'm going to call some more names. Kenneth Stevens, Farhad Rafi Simon, Jurgita, I'm very sorry, Van, is that you? Okay, thank you. Brigitta Sleckis, and Corey Lamb, I think you spoke already. Kristen Madston II. You may proceed.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Daniel Myers, born and raised, graduated St. Monica's. I've known Greg 20 years. I started working with him in an accounting firm, 21st Street, in the living room of his house. We helped small businesses at the time in Santa Monica with bookkeeping, money management. We helped artists that didn't know how to be business people to run a business. I've worked since then in many different restaurants, and by far I can say that Greg is the best owner, operator that you can work for. He really cares about his employees. He took over Rusty's when it was closed. It was an abandoned business on the pier, and we obviously don't want that. Greg took it over, remodeled it, updated it, put a bunch of money into it, and now it's one of the more lively, fun places to go visit when you're at the pier. I do fear that we are going down a road that we all might remember. During high school, I would frequent the promenade quite often on the weekends. Extremely safe. My mom would drop me off. 3 hours later, come pick me up. We would go there to get Christmas gifts because of the unique small businesses that were there. Unfortunately, that has kind of gone away. And I fear that the pier might be going down the same path. Not many small businesses left on the pier, and this is an opportunity to have a small business owner proven in the city to show what small business can bring to the city and bring it back to life with its unique flavor and vision. We used to work and handle a lot of the accounts inside Fred Siegel. They used to be in Santa Monica. I think it was like 10 little small businesses inside of a room, and now that building is Target. We cannot let this happen to the pier. Greg deserves the opportunity to show what he can do if you give him the chance. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Before I proceed with the next speaker, there's a student here, Amy Wald. Yeah, you actually get priority as a student, so I'm going to move you up to the front of the line right now and have you speak there. You got it. You may proceed.
Hi, I'm Annie Wald. I am speaking on the agenda 5E. I've been going to this trapeze school since I was 8, so that's over half my life. And it has taught me so many things about being myself and bringing creativity to the world and color and inspiration. And I know they've been doing that for so many other people. And I've created such a valuable family there since over the years, and I know that it doesn't just impact me. This family shows so many other new people on the pier that come to fly with us. They learn how much love there is to give, and I'm so grateful that I got to start. I got to grow with this community. What else? I'm so proud of even the grown-ups who I get to fly with that taught me how to be proud of myself and how to be unapologetically myself always. And I cannot wait to keep growing with them and keep growing up and teaching younger people how to see brightness in the world as well. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Next is Kenna Stevens. And Miss Stevens, you have someone donating time to you?
Yes.
Shayna Jacobs?
Yes.
Is she present?
Shayna Jacobs, stand up, right there.
So you'll have 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Hello, council members, city staff, and everyone. I know it sounds crazy because I teach people to jump off a 23-foot platform every day, but I'm very, very nervous. So if I stumble over my words, I do apologize. Whew. Hi, my name is Kenna. I'm the owner and operator of the Trapeze School on the Santa Monica Pier. The Trapeze School has been a part of this community for 16 years, being many of my staff's first employment opportunity because I do hire high schoolers. So Annie, get ready. 13 months ago, the previous owners announced that they had a desire to retire. With a lot of support from your community, I was able to make that happen. I knew I was going to cry. All right, because of your people, we were able to make it happen, and now Santa Monica Trapeze School is a reality. We were told last July that due to the change of ownership and the license that had expired in 2017, our space would need to be rebid. We applied for and did a pretty well job of that bid, but on March 18th, the Santa Monica Pier Corporation approved the nomination for 370 to go to Pacific Park, the largest leaseholder on the pier. We request that the City Council reject the nomination as it displaces a long-term, inclusive, woman-owned business geared towards the empowerment and uplifting of the human experience. If Council does affirm this nomination, we ask that City Council direct city staff to help us find another location within Santa Monica. I request that this process take no longer than 90 days, as that is how long the current agreement I have with the city lasts, and we will need to vacate the pier. Should the staff need additional time to solidify a new home for the Trapeze School, Jeff Clockey has noted that they would be willing to hold off taking ownership of the space until this location for the Trapeze School is finalized. We would need city approval to do this. With my extra time, I want to go over those specifics with you of what we're actually looking for. We need 110 feet by 60 feet. That's approximately 3 tennis courts, fat-sized, next to each other. We need 40 feet of sky clearance. That's 4 stories, or as Google said, the height of a giraffe. But I wasn't sure if you knew what the height of a giraffe was, so I put a building. We need land that we can hammer 6-foot stakes into the ground, as that's how we anchor the system that holds up our trapeze rig, or we can do it into an anchoring system as we've had at the pier for 16 years. If the space is outdoors, we would need it to be locked for safety purposes. We also need a storage facility for the equipment. Restrooms are a requirement or an opportunity to bring in portable toilets. Since I was told on February 2nd that we did not win the nomination of the Economic Development Panel, I've been looking for other spaces. I have reached out to every government level of Santa Monica, Culver City, Los Angeles, as well as LA County. I have had no luck in finding a new home. An ideal place would be the city parks, such as Clover Park, but I was told that the parks are not an option as the municipal code limits structures. I then thought the airport would be a great idea because it's flying and we're flying trapeze. But yet again, I was told no. I then looked at other opportunities in the city and I found the 19th Street Community Garden. And while it would be a very tight fit for us, we would celebrate that land and it would see more love than it has ever seen. I want the school to stay in Santa Monica because for 14 years, I've been hiring locals. I've been hiring people who ride the bus and my students ride their bikes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Farhad Rafisiman. I'm sorry, Rafisiman. Farhad Rafisiman. Okay, I'm going to go to the next speaker. Jurgita.
Good evening, all. My name is Jurgita Vancevichuta. I'm a resident of Santa Monica and I'm an artist. I'm here to urge you to put a stop to the enforcement of the attorney's fees awards entered against Yossi Govern in Santa Monica in Los Angeles Superior Court. Mr. Govern has a long history of serving both the local and
Let me
international.
just stop you for a minute. She's actually speaking on general public input. Do you want to allow her to proceed at this point, or?
Yes, at this point, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You may continue.
Mr. Govern has long history of serving both the local and international arts communities. For many of us in the arts industry, he's the gold standard of what it is to look like to serve the community while simultaneously creating lucrative endeavors. His art center is the embodiment of this. Mr. Govern fought hard to keep his art center at the Airport Art Studios complex in Santa Monica, a wildly popular art mecca which he built from the ground up. He took his fight to the civil court, fully believing the system would make him whole by either returning his art center to him or at minimum providing just compensation. Unfortunately and surprisingly, he was unsuccessful. Though the law was legitimate, Mr. Govern now has to pay the city's attorney's fees, and this is not fair and entirely defeats the purpose of our legal system. Please direct the city's attorney office to forego enforcement of the $65,000 judgment against Mr. Govern. He has suffered enough. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Brigitta Slickis?
I'm also speaking on the same.
Is that okay? Or?
We really, unfortunately, that time was earlier. I made an exception because the other lady was at the podium already.
Okay.
So I apologize, but we
That's
can't.
okay. I was here the whole time. I just wasn't called for some reason.
Mr. Mayor, if we may, because there were some technical issues tonight.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
That's
Thank you
fine.
very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Brigitta Slickis. I'm a mom and a resident of Santa Monica for 12 years. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about Yossi Govrin, internationally, nationally, and state and locally acclaimed artist and sculptor. And don't be fooled by his accent. He is a very gregarious and attracts lots of people from all over the place, which is why in 2004, he initiated a lease of the Santa Monica Art Studio hangar, cleaned up the pigeon poop, opened up 26 studios, and it essentially started like a WeWork program for art studios and had art shows every month. He would bring people from all over Santa Monica and LA. My son, as a 3-year-old, would come. Very diverse, awesome community vibe at the hangar in the Santa Monica at the airport. And in 2018, the lease was up and he lost the bid to continue there. So he asked for the money back of all the money he spent on repairing the property from 2004 to 2018. He lost and is now expected to pay the $65,000 attorney fees for that. And that was just what he thought was rightfully his. He wanted to get some of the money back that he spent on improving the art studios and from making it a very acclaimed place in Santa Monica. The new people have not had one art show since 2018, as far as I know. And it's a huge bummer. So I support him in not having those fees to be paid, and maybe reinstating him as a manager there would be great. Bring back the art. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Kristen Madsen, And before you get started, Mr. Madsen, I'm going to call some more names. Greg Morena, Juan Gutierrez, Wanda Miriam Lopez, Alex Brown, and Lori Nafshin. You may proceed.
Hello, my name is Dr. Kristen Madsen II, and I'm speaking against Agenda Item 5E. I'm a member of the Santa Monica community, having lived in Santa Monica because of the Trapeze School and worked on the Pier for 5 years. Santa Monica Trapeze School, Kenneth Stevens, and the Pier are my favorite part of the week. Ooh, I wasn't expecting an emotion. It's a shame to lose a small business on the Pier that consistently draws, not just tourists, but regulars from across SoCal to Santa Monica. Whoa, I was not okay. Okay, I'm just going to try to highlight this as I'm getting emotional. So merchant diversity makes the Pier more interesting. Diversity ensures that there is something for everyone, including a non-corporate, one-of-a-kind experience on the Pier. There are rope courses in lots of places. And flying trapeze, this is one of the few places in the state, one of the few places in the country that one can come to do it. And it would be a huge loss for the city, for Santa Monica, and for Southern California. The others, there's like maybe a rig in Simi Valley. We'd have to leave Santa Monica to go to San Diego. And so it would be very regrettable. And one note also is on the staff report, it describes the space as undeveloped. This is not true. There's considerable infrastructure, and Kenna has made the place very warm and welcoming and hung flags, and there's actually quite a bit of expensive infrastructure underneath the Pier to support the Trapeze School. So I do hope that the city of Santa Monica can find a place for trapeze in Santa Monica and not lose this unique part of the city. It's been nearly 3 months since the recommendation for the Economic Development Division to help the school relocate within the city, and I hope that the City Council can exhort the Development Division to help Kenna and the Trapeze School stay in Santa Monica. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Greg Morena. And Mr. Morena, you have time being donated to you by... Yes, okay, so you'll have 4 minutes.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, my name is Greg Morena, and tonight I'm here representing my local small family business and its broad cross-section of impacts and service in our community. I'm a Santa Monica native. My family is white, black, brown, and Asian. Together, we are hundreds of relatives and thousands of friends, all from Santa Monica. More than half of my life has been dedicated to making our city better. 25 years supporting youth, 20 years advancing economics, 15 years standing with public safety. I can go on. Tonight, item 4B is simple. I agreed to purchase Rusty's and took over the management in 2018. Rusty's had been closed for more than a year and was a black eye on the Pier next door to my family business, now 47 years old. At the time, staff was stoked to have me run it. The deal was pressurized because I was running for city council, and I asked for too few assurances. My business deal with Rusty's was based on a reasonable understanding that I had until 2029 to complete the purchase of my business. If you throw me out of Rusty's in September or 1 year from now, you are forcing me into a legal fight that is diametrically opposed to our culture, to the city that raised me, and to the thousands who stand with me. Our city claims to support buying local, shopping small, and that we are a great place for small business. Tonight, I respectfully ask you to prove it to me and our community. I'm happy to compete for the space in 3 years. All I need is a name change and that sliver of time. We presented your attorneys with options that are good for the city, and I'm confident the PRAs will prove it. Tonight, in closed session, I humbly ask you to stand with me, a small, local, family business. Give us an opportunity to compete with business. Give us an opportunity to compete with big business. Give us 3 years to run and allow me to change the name. You won't regret it, I promise. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Alex Brown.
Hello, everybody. Good evening, members of the City Council. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce to speak to the invaluable contributions of Greg Morena and Rusty Surfranch to our city. Greg has served as both chair and a member of the executive committee for the Chamber of Commerce. He's been a steadfast advocate for business support and community development, playing a pivotal role in the programs we've worked on together. His dedication has helped foster a thriving business environment here in our city. We believe that Santa Monica should be a welcoming place for businesses of all sizes, particularly small businesses that form the backbone of our community. Tonight, the City Council has the opportunity to demonstrate that the city truly values the role small business play in our local economy and community life. By standing by your commitment to small business, you can ensure that those who are actively engaged with both the community and the city are held in the highest regard. We're not asking anything extraordinary tonight, simply for the council to allow these businesses to continue their operations for the next few years. This is a critical time to show support. Small business are the lifeblood of our community, driving economic growth, creating jobs, and enriching the character of our city. Thank you.
Before you proceed,
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. Before you proceed with the next speaker, there's another minor here, Naomi Gage. If you could please come up to the podium. And I'll allow you to speak next.
Hi everyone, my name is Naomi Gage. I'm a junior at Santa Monica High School and a student of the Santa Monica Trapeze School. And not to diss on my high school or anything, but the Trapeze School is definitely way cooler. Today, I want to talk to you about how important SMTS has been as a small business, not only for me, but for the entire Santa Monica community. On the days that I have rehearsal, I walk directly from my high school all the way to the pier, and I pass tourists, rappers, street performers, churro stand sellers, and every time when I go up to the rig, I just see all these tourists and locals just like pause before the fence. They're staring up at the people soaring on the trapezes, and they're just like watching in awe. And every few months we put on a show that's free for the public to attend. Many people have been coming to our shows for years. The community we have created here is not motivated by profit or monetary gain, but on the shared joy of flight. The Santa Monica Trapeze School provides the pier with something truly extraordinary. I'm not trying to discount the enjoyment many find in the amusement park, but nothing can compare to the wonder and meaning residents and travelers alike find in the Trapeze School. We already have an amusement park and we already have a Trapeze School, and I think it's important that we keep both of them in Santa Monica. Please vote with your heart. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Go Vikings. And go Trapeze School, I guess. But
Juan Gutierrez.
Hi, my name is Juan Gutierrez. Working in the Surrine Roosters. My boss is Greg Morena. Thank you for my job. He's a great man. He all the time saving the employer. He gave me my insurance for everybody. My general manager, Jason, the best. Corey, good man. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm working 30 years in the kitchen. Greg gave me opportunity to work in kitchen manager, and thank you very much. Got only a little second. Thank you.
thank you, sir.
Lori Nafshin. And before you get started, Ms. Nafshin, I'm going to call some more names. Cassidy Krug, Rad Nuritz, Nuritsky. I'm sorry, I can't read this. Bia Nemla, Jerry Rubin, and Ali Bilal. You may proceed.
Thank you. Honorable council members, I am Lori Nafshin, an Ocean Park resident, and I serve on the Save the Civic Steering Committee. During neighborhood group meetings to discuss the future of the Civic, the following concerns were expressed to us. We need to maintain public ownership. This was the #1 concern by far. That's why we call it the Civic and not the auditorium. The auditorium should be used for music and performing arts. We could use a venue west of the 405. People were tired of driving across town to experience live music. We need an experienced team who know how to run a successful performing arts venue to operate the Civic. North Main Street in Pico could use a little help. An active Civic auditorium could improve business for nearby restaurants. We may not have lost the American film market to another state if our community had invested in the Civic. It would be good to maintain the iconic architecture. Another huge concern, of course, would be ideal if there was a way to do this without the taxpayers having to pick up the tab. So here we are at a pivotal place with an interested group of seasoned professionals who want nothing more than to bring back music to our Civic auditorium at no cost to Santa Monicans, and the iconic structure will maintain its public ownership. I'm hoping we can take yes for an answer. There is so much to gain here from a cultural and long-term financial standpoint. We just have to have the vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, former Commissioner Nafshin.
Cassidy Krug.
Hi, everybody. My name is Cassidy, and this is Ocean. Say hi. Say hi. Yes. Say hi to these guys, too. Yeah. So a year and a half ago, my husband and my 2-month-old at the time daughter and I moved from New York to LA. And one thing that was really important to us when we were contemplating where to go was that the city that we ended up in have a full-time year-round trapeze school. I started doing... Ocean is also the assistant manager at the trapeze school. I fell in love with trapeze. Hey, we're going to stay up for now. I fell in love with trapeze 10 years ago in New York, and it became my community, it became my hobby, it became my passion. And when it came time for us to move, it was so important that I find a place that would support me. I knew that when I had a 2-month-old daughter, everything was going to change. I knew that when we moved across the country, everything was going to change. And I also knew if I found somewhere that had a full-time year-round trapeze rig, that I would have a community and that I would have a family wherever we ended up going. And I have found that to be so true at the trapeze school here. Everyone has supported my daughter. She loves Kenna. Do you love Kenna? When you hear Nenna, what you're really hearing is Kenna. And it has become a place where I can go and I can maintain myself in addition to being a mom, and both of those things fit together and fit together so well. So I hope that I keep getting to do trapeze and Santa Monica. I keep getting to show my daughter how much fun it is to be active and to work towards hard things and to go every single week and keep trying and trying and trying. And I hope that I just get to keep being part of this.
Thank you so much to both of you.
Rad Navrosky or Navrosky.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Rad Naruzi. I'm with State Senator Ben Allen's office. I'm here to share a comment for State Senator Ben Allen on council meeting agenda item 4B. The businesses operating on the Santa Monica Pier have long contributed to the Pier's world-class reputation, serving as attractive destinations in their own right. As you know, besides providing visitors with food and experiences, these businesses employ locals and generate tax dollars and rent for the city. Some, including Rusty's, are owned and operated by longtime residents as small businesses. Santa Monica has long-standing tradition of supporting and protecting local ventures, and I hope that Senator Allen hopes that this commitment is considered during tonight's deliberations on the future of Rusty's and other properties on the pier. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Bia Nimlaha?
Actually, if I'm correct, did Senator Allen have a new addition to his family last week?
They do.
Will you please extend on behalf of the entire City Council our congratulations for a new Santa Monica resident? Thank you.
Yeah, we'll clip the video and send it to him. Yeah, thank you very much.
Bia Nimlaha?
Good evening, Council. I'm Bea Nimlaha. I'm here to speak for the citizen group Save the Civic and for myself individually. Tonight, you have a chance to act on an exciting vision for Santa Monica's future. You can be a historic council. You can save and reopen our civic auditorium at no cost to the city and keep its ownership in the hands of our people. A little over 50 years ago, a former city council voted to destroy the Santa Monica Pier. A letter to you in your materials from Larry Barber, coordinator of Friends of Santa Monica Pier in 1972, tells us how the citizens of Santa Monica rose up to protect the pier. A new council reversed the demolition plan, saved the pier. That was a shrewd move. And the rest, as we know, and that council is history. The pier is the iconic worldwide image of Santa Monica, often of LA and Route 66 as well. The pier draws visitors to our city from around the country and the world. It is an economic asset. The Civic can be another iconic Santa Monica landmark. As a much-needed performing arts and cultural center on the west side, it can and it will be another economic asset for our city. Please vote yes tonight to begin negotiations with Revitalization Partners Group to restore and reopen the Civic. Save the Civic urges you to move briskly to seize this opportunity.
Thank you very much, B.
Jerry Rubin?
Thanks again so much. I agree with the previous speakers from Save the Civic. I hope you unanimously support this. I remember in 1968 being out there when they had the last year for the Academy Awards. I remember seeing Willie Nelson there, Bob Dylan. I remember hearing the Dalai Lama speak there and Thich Nhat at the auditorium. I remember hearing the Eagles, Chuck Berry, Martin Luther King spoke there, Bob Marley performed there. Conventions, music, cultural activities. I remember the great conductors there, including Victor Bay many years ago. May he rest in peace. This is a cultural landmark, and it's a city landmark, and it probably soon will be a national landmark. There's so many celebrities that will join in, music celebrities and Hollywood celebrities. So we had a drawback. Sadly, the redevelopment funding was pulled when we were on the verge of moving ahead. We've had some setbacks, but this council knows how important that is. The Santa Monica Civic is a gem. It needs to be polished substantially and rejuvenated, but it is a gem in our city, and I urge you to fully support this effort.
Thank you, Jerry.
Excuse me. Ali Bilal. And before you get started, Mr. Bilal, I'm going to call some more names. Nancy Coleman, Nick Ralston, Lex Quartermain, Liz Doubleman, and Grace Slansky. You may proceed.
Hello, thank you for having us tonight. I, as a Santa Monica Pico neighborhood resident and graduate from Santa Monica High School, am here to say that the Rusty's Restaurant has contributed a lot to our city, the individuals here. I met Greg Moreno, the owner of Rusty's, when he decided to sponsor my Cosmic Demise skateboard tournament. That was last year, and the year before he sponsored 2 or 3 times, contributed his own money to allow us to provide money to the winners, the free skateboards, the clothing. It was able to provide cooked food to the people who showed up, which was a packed house. And me being a freelancer that creates 3D animation, video content, and graphic design, Greg could have went to an agency to do those things, but he decided to give me the opportunity to create the graphics for the staff members of his restaurant. And along with giving me mentorship with entrepreneurship, which is much appreciated, And the Rusties is a place where we have meetings to have more skateboard events that we plan on having on the pier by continuing to live up to the culture that Santa Monica is famous for. The Dogtown era of skateboarding has made this place known across the map. So living up to that culture is amazing, and I don't see any other corporate companies doing that. So definitely Rusty's has contributed a lot to our city, so at least we can do is continue to do the same thing. Thank you so much for listening to us, and have a good one.
Thank you. We love Samuel High grads.
Nancy Coleman.
So, Phil, I precede you as a graduate. I'm Nancy Coleman. I'm here on behalf of the North of Montana Neighborhood Association. But first, I want to say that I was a frequent visitor to the Civic Auditorium as a high school student. I went to concerts there. I played music there. And I watched from Barnum, from the high school, people coming in for the Academy Awards. For years, they came up for the 3 years that I was at Samuel High. We ask, NOMA asks, that you enter into an exclusive negotiation agreement with the Revitalization Partners Group for the renovation and operation of the Civic. This highly qualified group with extensive experience in both venue rehab and concert promotion is the ideal partner for the city on this ambitious project. With the benefit of their careful planning and execution, Santa Monica will once again have a world-class arts and entertainment venue, helping to revitalize downtown Santa Monica and furthering our city's reputation as a renowned center for arts and culture. Remarkably, their proposal will achieve all of this at no cost to Santa Monica, to the residents, or to the businesses. This rare chance to save a beloved historic landmark building and return it to its former glory through the efforts of an eminently qualified group should be a no-brainer. Please don't miss this golden opportunity.
Thank you, and we always love Samuel High alumni speaking.
You know,
Thank you.
some of us leave for 40 years and come back.
Well, as long as you came back.
Nick Ralston.
Only I had taken a few more clarinet lessons at the Santa Monica Music Center. I might have been at Stairway to the Stars at the Civic, so I hope to see it again. Thank you to Mayor Phil, Vice Mayor Lana, all council members. I'm not here as an official representative of the Pier Board or to represent a Pier Board stance, but I am a resident. I'm a Pier Board member. I helped start our locals night because I think the Pier should be reflective of what we are as a city. I also never want to miss the opportunity to say I'm a John Adams graduate. For some of us, there we go. But I'm here to talk about 4B and 4E because I think they're related. These items are related because they represent, from my perspective, the ongoing disempowerment of the Pier Board. Albeit in slightly different ways. The Pier has not been consulted regarding the current status of 4B and was only consulted as a rubber stamp on item 5E. We had no role in the RFP development or of the applicants, reviewing of the applicants, nor of the application selection. The impact of this is that the Pier Board, which are appointed by you guys, have limited, if any, say on the Pier experience, the tenant mix, how the Pier represents Santa Monica. I'm going to talk about that a lot. The output of that is that we're potentially losing not one, but two local and unique businesses on the Pier. Combined, that might result in a short-term financial win, but the long-term implications of disempowering the Pier Board should not be overlooked or sold to the highest bidder, the highest applicant. We really need to think about our brand. I encourage you on both items to consider the long-term implications and lean in on empowering your appointed Pier Board and supporting local, homegrown, Pier, unique Pier experience. That's all. Thank you very much.
Where do we get that shirt? Y'all want that shirt?
You have to come to the locals night.
I have to disagree with you. Lincoln was better. Thank you.
I didn't say John Adams was better, but the fact that you felt you had to respond to that means you might know it is also.
Touche. I love that. Thank you. And yes, we all want that shirt. We're all willing to pay by PayPal anytime.
You may proceed.
Hi, my name is Lex Quarterman. I'm on staff at the Santa Monica Trapeze School after having been a student for many years, and I'm requesting that the City Council reject the license agreement or assist us in finding a new location. Every day at the Trapeze School, we see three things that are exceptionally rare in the world: joy, wonder, and community. We see joy every day in people facing their fears, people enjoying how their bodies can move, people finding a fun way to stay healthy and fit, and people discovering all the new and exciting things that they are capable of. We see the wonder in the awe in the audience's faces, both of tourists and locals. We see people enjoying the wonder of the physical arts that people aren't accustomed to seeing. Children seeing people fly without machines, and adults learning that people of diverse backgrounds, body types, and ages can also fly. We also have a community. I've lived in LA County for 13 years and I don't own a car. Very few flying trapeze rigs in the world are accessible by public transportation. This is a unique opportunity here. Our nearest rig is in Simi Valley or Anaheim. Our nearest trapeze school is in Santa Barbara. Accessibility via public transportation is necessary for equity in this sport. This community is built around building each other up, creating friendships, and improving each other rather than corporate greed or financial gain. During the pandemic, it was a safe space to physically be with other people while maintaining healthy protocols. We're also investing in the growth and development of Santa Monica residents, both young and old. So please reject the license agreement for Santa Monica Amusement or help Santa Monica Trapeze School to find a new home so we can keep this joyous and wondrous community in Santa Monica.
Thank you very much.
Liz Dubelman?
Hi, my name is Liz Dubelman. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Monica. I've lived here over 22 years, choosing to make this vibrant city my home. As a small business owner and a mother, I have found Santa Monica to be the perfect place to raise my child and to grow my business. When I think of the trapeze school in Santa Monica, I am filled with a sense of safety and security. Despite any fears you may have about being suspended 20 feet in the air, this school, led by the incredible Kenneth Stevens, has created a world where my child can truly thrive. They have taught her valuable lessons in responsibility, in leadership, management, and control through the art of trapeze. In many ways, the trapeze school and Santa Monica itself have become an integral part of my daughter's community, fostering growth and connection. The thought of seeing this beloved school dismantled forever fills me with great sadness. It is not just a place for thrill seekers or circus performers, but a place where children and adults alike can discover their passion and learn important skills. Please do not let this gem in Santa Monica disappear from our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Grace Slansky? And before you get started, Ms. Slansky, I'm going to call some more names. Claire Farnan, Natalie Renard, Jonathan Tu, Tamara Melzer Levinson, and Damian Anastasio. You may proceed.
Great. Hi, my name is Grace Slansky. That was my mother. And I'm speaking on behalf, she's still my mother. She was then and she is right now. I'm speaking on behalf of the Santa Monica Trapeze School. I grew up in Santa Monica and I attended Santa Monica schools, Franklin, Lincoln, Samo. I've always been proud that I grew up in Santa Monica with its commitment to the residents, events, and general sense of community. Now I worry that big businesses and revenue are taking priority over what's best for the community. With Santa Monica Trapeze School, you have a woman-owned business that trains people in a skill that is not only not available elsewhere in LA, but limited across the country. This school is proud to be a part of the Santa Monica community, and you're in danger of losing it. The Trapeze School was my first job, my arts education, cultural education, my physical education, and my extracurricular. I walked from first Lincoln, then Samo High, to the Pier most days of the week. It's more than a thrill. It fills a gap in the Santa Monica landscape as a school, a performing arts venue, and a thriving business. It's a place for discipline and diversity. Without it, you're removing an important community hub. I hope that you can see what an asset Santa Monica Trapeze School is to the Santa Monica community and find a home for it, whether that is the Pier or elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and yes, go Vikings.
Claire Farnan.
Good evening, Santa Monica City Council. My name is Claire Farnan, and I'm here to discuss Agenda Item 5E. I've been a trapeze student at SMTS for the last year. For the prior 4 years, I was a student at the Trapeze School in New York. When my boyfriend, Danny, asked me to move across the country with him, it was under one condition, and that was that there had to be a trapeze rig in the city we moved to. Like many other recreational circus folks, I was worried about impacting my quality of life without having access to aerial sports. Local trapeze is not something you can often find in your backyard, neighborhood, or even city. Within the US, there are only 106 public-facing trapeze rigs. However, over half of those sites are restricted for youth camps or seasonal use. California has 11 rigs, but SMTS has the only one in Los Angeles County. Santa Monica Trapeze School is an absolute gem and a rarity that the city would not want to lose. I agreed to move to Los Angeles only as long as we found an apartment that was equidistant from his work and to the Santa Monica Pier. On my first weekend living in LA, my first stop was to SMTS, where I met the kind and wonderful Kenna Stevens. I explained my story and my hope to continue trapeze and join a community as wonderful as New York was to me. It has been even greater than I could have ever expected. In the last year, I've made some of my greatest friends through SMTS, learned several new skills, and performed in shows that were free to the public. Within the trapeze community, flyers try to check off their bucket list by flying to as many rigs as possible in their travels, including the iconic Santa Monica Pier. To have SMTS removed from the Pier would be a shame, as it is one of the very few places in the US to learn trapeze and inspired my move. However, if it has to be displaced, I ask the Santa Monica City Council, to help in the relocation. The community of SMTS is beyond words, and its removal would be disappointing, as it is the most welcoming, inclusive, and most magical places that Santa Monica.
Thank you very much.
Natalie Renard.
Hi, good evening. It's a pleasure to be able to speak in front of you. This is on behalf of Santa Monica Trapeze School. You know, my name is Natalie Renard. I'm a longtime Santa Monica resident, and I'm a lucky, lucky mom. I was fortunate enough to discover Kenna Stevens and the Santa Monica Trapeze School while my daughter was still very young. She's been taking classes here for almost 10 years, and their approach to teaching and coaching has not only supported her development, but has contributed immensely to her personal growth and confidence. She was hired last summer, her first job, as a staff member, and continues to work for them part-time. The team at SMTS is uber inclusive and one of the small businesses that prioritizes mentoring and empowering young people. They pride themselves on offering a safe space without judgment. They are intentional in paying it forward while continuing to grow their public outreach with frequent free events. Even through the challenges of the pandemic, they understood their role in continuing to provide safe opportunities for community engagement and mental health. Because they are small, they could adapt to the ever-changing protocols. Santa Monica Trapeze School is truly an extraordinary group of mentors, coaches, role models, and friends, and enhances and supports our community at large. It's a small business that gives back in such a big way.
Thank you very much.
Jonathan Tu.
Hi, I'm Johnny. I'm currently a staff member at SMTS as well. And I took time off work and drove about 60 miles round trip to get here for this, so I hope you believe me when I say I think this is a valuable and worthwhile and vital part of Santa Monica. And I request that the City Council reject the nomination for Action 5E. I don't know much about government, admittedly, but looking through a lot of the council members' personal statements, I was kind of surprised how many of you were involved in the arts growing up and currently still. Mayor Brock, a thespian and professor at the Strasberg Institute. Councilmember Glenn Davis, you propose lifelong learning and educational opportunities for everybody. And Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, Executive Director for Outreach for the Arts. Councilmember De La Torre, youth programming that's increased college attendance and disadvantaged youth. I know trapeze isn't your stereotypical arts, but it has helped many students and staff members alike make it into the colleges of their choice. One former student is currently at MIT. 2 staff members currently are enrolled at Yale for the upcoming year for their undergraduate and for the graduate medical school. And myself, I was inspired to pursue dentistry, and I will be submitting my application with my personal statement about trapeze because I was inspired by Kenneth Stevens' management of a small business. Last fall, we had a GoFundMe. In just a few weeks, 180 donors raised $40,083. This shows the tremendous community support just because of a small business. Because a small business isn't just a business, it's a community. And this community's trust in Kenna caused them to invest in her and give her this small nugget that she needed to start Santa Monica Trapeze School and make it into the established, viable business that it is currently. Council members, please reject this nomination and give your support to one of my greatest inspirations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Tamara Melzer Levinson. And before you get started, I'm going to call some more names. Damian Anastasio, Rachel Lee Molina, Daniel Carnahan, Jiwon King, and Josh Patel. You may proceed.
My name is Tamara Melzer Levinson. As a West Side resident who goes to the trapeze school regularly, I ask, time out for 1 second. I have 4 minutes because I was given time.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. Do I get to start over? I apologize. I don't know the procedures right. Okay. Let me try again. My name is Tamara Melzer Levinson. As a West Side resident who goes to the trapeze school regularly, I ask that the council reject nomination at this time that will displace the Santa Monica Trapeze School. As you cast your vote on the issue, I want to let you know why the council should make the investment in ensuring that this business is provided with the space that it needs to remain viability in the community. My daughter, who is now 24 years old, grew up at the school. It is her home away from home. She learned to be fearless, flying freely and securely through the air, and we always felt safe knowing that she was in a skilled and caring staff. Our daughter grew up with this as her first job of employment, like so many young adults that you've already heard from, where she made some of her closest friends and helped her reintroduce exercise into her life after she had a childhood injury that caused her to be suffering from chronic pain. Under Kenna's leadership, the school has built a supportive, caring, and inclusive community, which is all too hard to find. I visited many trapeze and aerial arts schools across the country, and none have the unique balance of artistic excellence, safety, and thoughtful community building that Kenna brings to her craft and calling as the owner and operator of the school. Even I am now a student at the age of 57. There is no sense of competition at this school, only a desire to be helping people meet their own personal goals. Too many businesses have closed due to the pandemic. Kenna made it through the difficult years and gives back and cares for the Santa Monica community. Now is our time to ensure that the Santa Monica community supports this women, small-owned business that you just heard so many people have invested in to help her get going. Kenna's vision to add expanded opportunities for students who use the school for PE credits, school programming, as well as team-building opportunities for businesses are just a few ways that this school is going to continue to thrive in Santa Monica. I ask you to please show your support before it is too late. The community has already shown its support for Kenna with over 300 community members publicly signing support for her continued business. Now we need the council to be making the space for the business to be continuing and thriving. If the council does affirm the nomination and displaces this 16-year-old trapeze school, I ask that City Council direct staff to help us find another location within Santa Monica. We request that the process takes no longer than 90 days, as that is as long as the agreement with the city currently extends Kenna on the Pier. Should the staff need additional time to be solidifying a new home for the trapeze school, we ask that you make the approvals necessary to hold off transferring ownership of the space until a location for the trapeze school can be finalized. Kenna has actually provided you in writing the clear specifications on what the school needs. Do not get me wrong. The best option is to remain where the trapeze rig is currently literally staked into the ground, 75,000 square feet of a perfect, thriving business. Moving this trapeze rig would cost a minimum of $50,000 to be moving it and staking it into a ground into another place. So we want the school to be staying in Santa Monica because for 16 years, this school has hired people locally, hired people that actually ride the bus, students that ride their bikes, local businesses we ask you to be keeping this as a local business and a local circus. Reject the nomination on item 5E, and keep this gem of a business that represents the values of Santa Monica staked into the pier exactly where it currently sits. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Damian Anastasio? He's not here. Okay. Rachel Lee Melina, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of City Council, and community. I'm here to speak about item 5E. My name is Rachel Lee Miliana. It's nice to meet you. I'm a Santa Monica resident off Lincoln and Pico and Santa Monica Trapeze School staff. I started as a student 8 years ago, terrified to trust in people I just met to lift me up and send me flying. Now, I am the one holding people's lives in my hands, readying them to take a leap that could change their lives as much as it changed mine. For example, I moved to Santa Monica 2 years ago because I was commuting from across town to keep working here. This art, this sport, this rig, and most of all, this community has carried me through some of the best and worst parts of my life. Every time I walk down the beach path to work, I think about how lucky I am to be part of such a magical place. Like, it's my job to make lasting memories, whether it's seeing my dad smile upside down in his first knee hang, cheering for a regular student finally nailing a difficult skill, or facilitating a birthday celebration. Vice Mayor Negrete, we actually met when you had your daughter's birthday at the school 2 years ago. Yep. So, two of the hardest parts of flying trapeze are learning when to let go and learning when to hold on just a little bit longer. I know I can let go of 370 Santa Monica Pier as my workplace and one of my happiest places. I don't want to do that, but I know I can. But I'm holding on to Santa Monica Trapeze staying in Santa Monica. I'm holding on to the idea that you hear me and you will fight for us, council members. To quote one of my favorite Taylor Swift songs, Mirrorball, I'm still on that trapeze, still trying everything to keep you looking at me. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ji-Wan Kang?
Hi, good evening, esteemed members of the Santa Monica City Council. It's an honor and privilege to be speaking in front of you all today regarding agenda item 5E, and I urge you to reject the license agreement. So my name is Ji-Wan Kang, and I come to you in my capacity as a member of the Santa Monica community and the multiple ways in which I hold that identity. I'm a PhD student at UCLA. I'm a regular patron of Santa Monica's public transit infrastructure, and as a student turned staff member at the Santa Monica Trapeze School. So one of the reasons why I decided to come to UCLA was because of its proximity to a trapeze school. The circus community is one that just fosters this kind of loyalty and dedication. We are committed for life. You've heard from other community members as well about how we consistently go out of our way to seek out circus. And as a result, local circus inevitably integrates itself into and benefits the broader community. For example, just personally, in addition to being a staff member at SMTS and performing in our free shows, I serve as a graduate student mentor in an outreach program that aims to increase diversity and inclusion in STEM for local high school students from underrepresented backgrounds and includes students served by the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District. I came here for flying trapeze and circus. I would not have come here for a ropes course. Santa Monica Trapeze School has always committed itself to being a school, and inherent to the very definition of a school is that it is a place of education, learning, and community betterment. And these are all tenets that we at SMTS uphold every single day, particularly through the leadership of Kenna Stevens. I am also a consistent patron of Santa Monica Public Transit. I always take the Big Blue Bus to get to the pier, and in fact, I took the one to get here today. I'm so grateful for the city's recognition of public transit as a social good that is worth investing in, and I'm hopeful that the city is willing to recognize bastions of local business and community pillars like SMTS that are publicly accessible as an equally worthwhile social good. Thank you all so much for your time. I entreat you to support small businesses on the pier by allowing SMTS to stay on the pier or by helping us find another location in Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Josh Patel. And before you get started, Mr. Patel, excuse me, I'm going to call some more names. Turi Curbelo, Jennifer Dreves, Mark Wald, Mila Sussman, and Claudia Lai. You may proceed.
Hi everyone, my name is Josh Patel. I'm speaking about the Trapeze School on behalf of Eve Levinson, who could not be here today. I discovered the Trapeze School on the Santa Monica Pier as a middle schooler. Now as a 24-year-old who lives on the other side of the country, I can say without a doubt that my life would not have been the same if I had not gone to a classmate's birthday party at the Trapeze School a decade ago. It's the place where I met many of my closest friends, where I had my first job and learned what it meant to have responsibility, where I could go to clear my head, and where I first introduced exercise back into my routine as a chronically ill child. The trapeze school gave me a home away from home when I felt like I couldn't find my community at school, and gave me the gift of intergenerational friendships and mentors. And as I continued to work at the school during the summers when I was home from college, I got to play that role for others who were similarly finding their home at the school. As you have likely heard today, my story is not unique today, and that is because of the incredibly supportive, welcoming, and inclusive environment that Kenna has fostered, a place that empowers and supports young people, women, and minorities, and the effects of that ripple into the community as a whole and make the Pier and Santa Monica a more desirable destination. Because I love the trapeze school, coming to Santa Monica and the Pier has become a staple of our family nights out, a key destination I would bring friends to try something new, and one of the main reasons I was excited to come back to visit after moving for school. This school and this location under Kenna's leadership has touched so many lives of students, families of students, and the community at large. I urge the City Council to vote allowing the school to stay on the Pier, not only so that I can come back and fly, but that so in 5 or 10 years, I can meet the next young person who found their home away from home at SMTS. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Tori Corbello.
Hi, it's lovely to meet all of you. I'm Tori Corbello. I'm against 5E, and that's why I'm here today. I recently moved from New York City. I'm a consultant for UNICEF USA, and by city, I mean New York City. And my one criteria for where I want to move in the US was, one, it needed a trapeze rig, and the second needed to be by a beach. And lo and behold, there was a trapeze rig at a beach here in Santa Monica. Otherwise, I would have been in Miami, Florida. So no rig, no deal for me, such as the others had kind of mentioned that are transplants from New York City. And it's just been incredible. It's really hard as a 32-year-old, as you can imagine, to just go on and build a new community. And I've really found that at trapeze school. I even got asked out on a date. I've made tons of friends, true facts. And it's a skill that even though I didn't have early on in my life, I was able to take it on later on. In my late 20s and my 30s. So it's just a wonderful thing for extroverts to meet new friends, but also introverts who want to be physically active, but maybe don't want to compete. And the showcases have just been incredibly lovely. So it is something wonderful in the city that isn't just for tourists, but for tourists and for also locals and newbies to the city. So I know that someone mentioned that maybe their daughter had taken a class. I would highly recommend that you guys take a class. I hope I'm not overstepping, Kenna, but I think she would agree. My dad one time took a class and he loved it. So I think it's wonderful for people of all ages, and you can actually see the magic of what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jennifer Dreves.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Dreves, and I'm here to speak on Agenda 5E. Like other speakers here, I moved from New York. Personally, it was about 2 years ago, and I came here knowing no one. I had no friends, no family other than my husband and my now 4-year-old daughter who's in the audience. I trapezed in New York, and I decided it would be nice to continue out here in LA. I arrived for my first class with my husband and my then 2-year-old daughter in tow, and I had no idea what I was walking into. In addition to being supported as a flyer, my whole family was embraced. On our first visit, my daughter was built a fort, complete with stuffed friends, lighting up spiky balls, and reading material. Since that first visit, my daughter has developed an enthusiasm for the low-to-the-ground static trapeze and plans to become a flyer as soon as she's old enough. She's already learned so much just by watching and chatting with the staff whom she knows by name. And my husband, with no natural inclinations towards any circus arts whatsoever, has been welcomed into the community as well. Kenna has created a warm and welcoming family. She has a knack for finding equally warm, supportive, and welcoming staff. The environment she has created brings people together. The participants in the class that I tend to go to, mostly women, cheer each other on and catch up on their weekend days while stretching on the mats below. Everyone needs a safe haven, and Kenna has created that for many people, whether they are one-time flyers or regulars. And I, too, urge everyone to try a class and hopefully catch an e-hang. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mark Wald.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm Mark Wald. I'm here to talk about the Santa Monica Trapeze School. It's an important part of what makes Santa Monica special. Like so many others, my family has been coming to the Pier multiple times each week for both of our daughters to attend circus arts classes at the Santa Monica Trapeze School. The closest alternatives we have are to drive into the San Gabriel Valley and put our daughters' lives at risk on unlicensed rigs that operate in people's backyards. That's not what we're going to do. We often bring friends and family members to share the experience with us here, and as a result, we spend a lot of money with many local shops and restaurants in the city. And like so many other local small business owners, I myself have scheduled team building events at the Trapeze School to enrich the lives of my colleagues and inspire them to think differently. You've heard from my daughter about how important the Santa Monica Trapeze School has been for her during these formative years. You've heard from Kenna Stevens, the inspirational female business owner who is boldly leading the next generation of employees, students, and community members who rely on and benefit from this unique establishment. At the top of the arts page of santamonica.gov, it says, "We believe the arts are an integral part of civic life. Arcades and roller coasters on the pier don't add to the rich culture our city is proud of, and they don't enrich the mental health of our community members either, especially our youth." Cirque du Soleil has been performing circus arts at the Santa Monica Pier since 1987. The city realized a $17 million net fiscal benefit from that event in 2009, and even more in multiple years since then. And last December, our council members voted unanimously to allow the Cirque du Soleil at the pier again this fall. Clearly, the city values circus arts as a performance spectacle and as a revenue generator. And I hope that all the diverse speakers here tonight have demonstrated the multitude of non-financial benefits the Circus School brings to our local community. So on behalf of local residents, small businesses, employees, and the millions of tourists we have here each year, I'd like to thank you in advance for your foresight.
Thank you very much.
Mila Sussman?
Hi, I'm Mila Sussman, and I'm here to talk about the Santa Monica Trapeze School. And I actually didn't know I was speaking until I got my name called. But I ride my bike to Santa Monica Trapeze School every single day via bike path. And you can ask everyone here. I am there every day for hours. And I spend my time here. And I'm a gymnast, and I've gone to several circus studios, and Kenna has been the best coach and teacher and mentor out of all of the places I've been to. She's taught me more than trapeze. She's helped me with my geometry and everything. And so from that, I've realized this is what I want to do when I grow up. I want to be in Cirque du Soleil. And my aunt was in Cirque du Soleil, and you could call it nepotism, but I call it talent, that I want to be in Cirque du Soleil when I grow up. And if through Kenna being here and me being able to ride my bike there every single day and train, I can achieve that goal. And if it's not there, I won't be able to train. And I just hope you consider that it's affecting a lot of people's lives. So thank you.
Where do you go to school?
I do online school, so I'm there even during the day.
All right, thank you.
Claudia Lai?
Firstly, thank you, committee members, for your time today. We really appreciate you giving us the opportunity to speak regarding item 5E. My name is Claudia Lee, a longtime frequent flyer and a former employee of SMTS. I'll be speaking on behalf of my friend and fellow flyer, Damian Anastasio. He is the owner of Harvell's Santa Monica and a member of the Ruskin Theater Company at the Santa Monica Airport. He's also an avid flyer and an employee of SMTS. I'm speaking on his behalf today because the Trapeze School is a huge part of his life, as well as everyone else who you've already heard speak. It's kept him grounded as an individual in his personal life, considering all of the craziness of running a bar and being an actor full-time. The Trapeze School keeps him young at heart and in physicality. Being 59 years old and being able to do trapeze is the most amazing feeling, and he can't imagine his life without that. On a more general note, Kenna Stevens in the Trapeze School gives so much to the city and community. Kenna has a way about herself and with the school, a means of bringing people from all walks of life, all ages and sizes, together in a small community on the pier. She does an amazing job of bringing this community together, and it would really be a shame to lose her in the school, not just on a personal level, but on a community level as well. Earlier, you mentioned appreciation for small businesses in Santa Monica and how this city is built on small businesses. Well, this is a small business worth saving. I hope that you hear all of our voices today and really consider giving her and the school an opportunity to thrive and continue on the pier. Again, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate everything you do for this city, and I understand how difficult your job is and how difficult this decision is. Thanks for keeping us in mind.
Thank you very much.
Before I close out public input on this item, I just want to do one last call for Carol Limline and Farhad Rafisimon. Yeah, okay. Then I'm going to close out public input on this item. The next item is item 3E, City Manager Report, Reparations and Restorative Justice.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'll give a brief, go over a few things as staff come into the room. So as you all know, it's been a very busy couple of weeks out here in Santa Monica, and I certainly want to thank everyone who participated in the airport conversion project kickoff event that occurred on May 19th at Clover Park. The team will host its first pop-up engagement booth tomorrow at the Downtown Farmers Market. And also we encourage everyone to please take the Phase 1 survey that is at smacproject.com. And I can't believe it personally, but we're wrapping up May and here comes June, and amongst the flurry of graduations. I do want to make sure that I invite everyone on Saturday, June 1st from 12 to 3. The animal shelter will be holding an open house fundraiser. Last year I did have a chance to attend the event, and it was a wonderful opportunity where we're able to tour the facility and meet the animals waiting to be adopted. And this year, a really special moment, all the adoption fees will be reduced in an effort to help as many pets as possible find wonderful homes. As you heard in the proclamation, June is Pride Month, and our month-long Samo Pride celebration features many events and activities throughout the city. So please keep an eye out on our homepage and events calendar so you can be in the loop and attend all of them as you can. Santa Monica's annual Juneteenth celebration will take place at Virginia Avenue Park on Saturday, June 15th from 2 to 7 p.m. with the theme of Rising Above Racism, of Legacy of Empowerment and Pride. This free, family-friendly event will feature music, unique food and craft vendors, a kids' activity area, a community stage, and so much more. And obviously, as you all know, City Hall will be closed on Juneteenth to observe this very important holiday. I continue to be impressed by the crime prevention and community engagement work by our police department, which deployed added patrols and safety measures this past holiday weekend. So many thanks to our police department. They were on bike, they were on horse, they were on car, they were on foot, they were everywhere, and it was delightful. And you certainly can have a chance to head on over to Capital One Cafe tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. for coffee with a cop, to ask any questions you may have and to get it to your local law enforcement. And it's also just so important to stop by and thank them for their tremendous service to this community. Finally, we shared a post on our website with lots of fun things to do at the Annenberg Community Beach House this summer, so please be sure to check that out. And lastly, before it gets too late in the evening, I'm going to send a special shout out to our finance department, our leadership team, and everyone who's been involved in the budget and capital improvement program process. It's a lot of work. We'll have some important discussions tonight about the budget, and I want to recognize all the staff that is done to prepare a balanced and fiscally responsible budget for the city. So with that now, I will turn it over to Lisa Parsons to come up and provide an overview of reparations and restorative justice at the request of the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you.
I got it for you, Lisa.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah, I got it. Oh, where you got it?
Did I got it or you got it? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for having us. I appreciate being invited here to talk about this. This is in response to your request, so thank you for asking us to talk about it. But David and I are really happy to be here to share what we've learned studying reparations movements from across the country. We've learned quite a bit. There's a lot more going on than even I realized. So we'll get started, and we're excited to share with you. Over to David.
Good evening, Council. My name is David Gardinier, and presenting to you tonight on reparations and reparatory justice is quite literally a dream come true for me. And it's not just my dream, but the dream of many, many people who have been working on this issue across hundreds of years. So I want to just acknowledge those people who were working on this before Lisa, Delana, and I picked it up. And And in that same spirit, I want to acknowledge the first peoples of this land. So, with great respect, the city of Santa Monica acknowledges the Yavitam, the first peoples of this ancestral and unceded territory of Curavanga that we now know as Santa Monica, honors their elders, past and present, and the Yavitam descendants who are part of the Gabrielino, Tongva Nation. We recognize that the Gabrielino, Tongva are still here, and as settlers and guests, we recognize our responsibility and our obligation to care for their land. So we're going to jump into some basics around reparations, and before we do a deep dive into what we found nationwide, we want to lay a foundation of what is considered true reparations on the international level. So the United Nations has developed a framework called Principles on Reparations, and in it are the 5 main ingredients that need to be in the soup for the soup to be considered actual reparations. First off, we have restitution, which means to the extent possible, the people who experience harm should be restored to the condition they were in before that harm took place. And this can include things like the return of property. Next, we have compensation, and it can include compensation for lost opportunity or for moral damages. We also have rehabilitation, which means those who are harmed receive medical and psychological care if relevant, and also legal services and access to social services. We have satisfaction, which means that the harm needs to stop, and that this is also when the truth-seeking public apology and memorials and commemoration process happens. And then the 5th one, I think we all learned in kindergarten, which is non-repetition, guaranteed of non-repetition. If you say you're sorry for something, it means you're not going to do that thing anymore. And that's a very important part of reparations. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our chief correspondent, Lisa Parson.
Thank you, David. Another very important factor when just thinking about reparations generally and trying to get an understanding of what to focus on, because there's a lot, is assessing impact. There are a lot of ways to think about who was impacted by certain actions. And there are some things that are really clear around reparations. One is that it's really rare that you're going to have a perfect claimant, right? The situations at the times where these people were harmed, it wasn't as cut and dry as it was today. So very often there might be somebody who had something taken from them, but their name wasn't on it because their name legally wasn't allowed to be on it. So there are people in Santa Monica, and I hope everyone here and in the council chambers gets to go on the Black Santa Monica tours because we've learned a lot about that. And there's a lot of known white allies who actually spent some of their time helping people of color get rental properties or get other properties in their name because they couldn't get it in their own. The other thing that is difficult about this is it's not a situation where you can look at something and say, that was illegal, turn it around, right? A lot of times in the times these harms were done, it was perfectly justifiable by the law or the authority at the time. So it's, when we look at reparations, it's often we think it's addressing something that was illegal. It's actually more likely addressing something that was immoral, which is still legal a lot of the times. So it's not quite as cut and dry as certain cases might be. The other thing to think about is that reparations don't only focus on things with market value. As I'd mentioned, not everybody could own things, but the fact of the matter is there are a lot of harms that are done that have nothing to do with property, right? That may do with moving people from where they live to a different place or other things. And all of those actions taken have changed the course of people's lives. There's really great emerging research coming out of RAND with a couple of other institutions that are thinking about the wealth gap, because we all know, like, if you look at the wealth gap between the races, it's pretty consistent over time, right, that there's this gap. And what they're realizing is that that's really a proxy for the impact of biased policies of the past, right? There's a reason why so many certain groups are having a harder time pulling themselves up or advancing as quickly as other groups. And a lot of times that's because they're still dealing with the damages from past harms. In California, there's also very important things to think about when we think about designing a reparations program. We do have legal restrictions on the things we can do and the ways we can do it. One of the most important things is that it has to be specific. Any reparations program that anybody creates in California has to be designed to remedy specific past injuries or instances of past discrimination. A lot of times you'll hear people thinking about just reparations for a race, right? We don't do that. That's not allowed in California. We wouldn't be able to do that. What you do to look at is specific harm that you did and the population that was harmed in that specific instance. The other thing in California is due to Prop 209, they have to be race neutral. So tonight you'll hear a lot of reparations programs that are focused on race in other cities. We do not and can't do it that way. And so again, we focus on incidents of harm and the population that was in that area. The last thing is that these should be focused and detailed. So when we know that we have a site of harm, one of the best things that you could do to start is to build a registry of impacted individuals. One thing to know is there are tons of people who are likely due reparations who have no idea, right? Most people get hit, move on with life, try to start, pick themselves up, build another life, take another hit, keep going, right? And so to rely on people to come to us is not always the best way to understand who was impacted and who was harmed. Another best practice for a reparations program is to have a nonprofit administer the program. This gets rid of a lot of potential conflicts with city staff deciding who's getting funds and things like that, but it also brings specialized expertise to the reparations fund. There are people who have made their entire careers focused on reparations, who really understand the hurdles that if we were to do this anew, they'd be new to us, but they're not new to those people. They're also really skilled at the enhanced community engagement that you need in order to find the people who experience the harm. And also because of their experience, there's a lot more operational efficiency, right? For us, we'd be starting at step one. For them, they'd really be snapping into something that they know how to do very easily. All right, so David is going to go through some of the biggest cases where reparations have taken place. Again, we know we cannot do reparations based on population groups, but these are grouped in that way because that's how they were structured originally.
Thanks, Lisa. So likely addressed in our land acknowledgement, the first peoples of this land are the Tongva people. So we wanted to start by looking at indigenous reparations and the processes of giving land back to Native peoples. Recently, governments have been participating in the land back movement, and no matter what level of government you're talking about, California is at the forefront for sure of the land back movement. One case to highlight at the federal level is recently 125 acres of the Redwood National Park was returned to the Yurok tribe to be managed co-managed by the tribe, the federal and state governments, and a local nonprofit. In addition to the federal land back happening in California, the state of California is a clear leader in the land back movement and has restored over 50,000 acres of land to Native people since 2020. The state has accomplished this through creating a $100 million fund established for land return and indigenous-led ecological restoration projects, and a 2020 policy encouraging states to collaborate whenever possible with local tribes and to return land in excess of state needs to its original stewards. Many cities in California have also participated in land back. In Eureka, California, the city transferred over 300 acres to the Wyatt tribe in 2019 with no restrictions placed on that title transfer. Other cities include Oakland, which gave 5 acres of parkland to the Ohlone tribe via a permanent cultural conservation easement. There's also this place called Berkeley, California, which some of you up there I know are somewhat familiar with. And Berkeley recently transferred 2.2 acres of land also to the Ohlone tribe. And I want to note that the Ohlone tribe, similar to the Tongva tribe, is in the same boat of not having federal recognition. But I want to call this out because that doesn't mean necessarily that reparations is not possible for that people. And then even behind the orange curtain, where you think that land back might not be politically feasible, it's happening in places like Huntington Beach, where last year over 6 acres were title transferred to the Ahachiman Tongva Land Conservancy. Locally, the city is in relationship already with a Tongva-led land back organization called the Tongva Tarahat Parahava Conservancy. And last fall, we collaborated with this organization by hosting their first tiat, or canoe ceremony on Tongva land that's taken place since colonization at the beach house. And the DEI team has maintained that relationship ever since. And since that time, the TTPC has given us a variety of steps we can take as a city to remain in right relationship with them, including a statement of accountability, which is like a land acknowledgement, but with a series of actions that we regularly refer back to. Other ideas include a living land acknowledgement, which would be a plot of land landscaped with completely native species, and a plaque dedicating that land to the original inhabitants. Other ideas include a basket weaving garden, a kuyam nawa'a, which is a guest exchange in which institutions can offer money to the Tongva peoples in exchange for our continued presence here and cooperation with them. And of course, the ultimate dream for them would be land back. One other community that has already enjoyed great success with reparations is the Japanese American community. In 1988, Ronald Reagan granted reparations in the sum of $20,000 to all Japanese Americans who had been interned during World War II. And LA County also participated at the local level by offering up to $5,000 to Japanese American employees of LA County who were wrongfully terminated during that time. Also, one emerging development in the case for reparations, not in the slides, but is still very much important, is reparations for Mexican Americans in Los Angeles who were displaced in the 1950s in the Chavez Ravine community. At the time, they were told that it was for the construction of public housing, but it turned out to be for Dodger Stadium. And there's legislation right now in the state level that's looking at compensating that community, and that's very important. One community for whom the discussion of reparations has moved from the fringes to the mainstream in recent years is reparations for African Americans. And as you can see from this map, communities across the country have engaged with this topic, with the teal star showing communities where commissions have been formed to explore what those reparations would look like, and the orange stars are signifying communities where reparations compensation is already beginning to move. As you can see, there are also 3 states highlighted who have began exploring reparations at the state level, including our very own California. In 2020, the governor formed the nation's first statewide reparations task force to study the harm that has been done to Black Californians and the ways that we might address that harm. That study resulted in a 1,100-page report of all the harm that has been, not all, but of harm that has been done to Black Californians. And unfortunately, our own Santa Monica appears in that report a number of times. I wanted to call those out. Its Santa Monica coverage starts with the development of Ku Klux Klan chapters that were formed here in the city in the 1920s. Those chapters were very instrumental in lobbying the city to prevent a group of Black investors from building a beachfront resort that immediately after that group was told they couldn't build there was turned over to Casa del Mar and developed a beachfront resort. What do you know? By white developers. It includes the construction of the 10 freeway through our neighborhoods of color. It includes very graphic illustrations of what happened in Belmar, which I think most of us are familiar with, the destruction and seizure of Black land through eminent domain. And of course, it mentions the Ebony Beach Club, which has been a topic of conversation a lot in these chambers recently. So when we're looking across the country at what other folks have done, we wanted to pull out the examples that were most relevant to what we're facing here in Santa Monica. And so in regards to reparations for freeway construction, the city of St. Paul, Minnesota is giving reparations to folks in predominantly Black neighborhoods whose homes were seized through eminent domain for freeway construction. And those reparations funds are specifically for the purchase of new homes. There's also Athens, Georgia, where the city worked together with the University of Georgia to build new dormitories, which was taken from a Black neighborhood through eminent domain. And I included it here because, like the freeway, the city worked together with another agency. And in this case, the city is now naming that harm and owning up to it and putting pressure on that agency to follow suit. Additionally, in Belmar, the city of Asheville, North Carolina, is dealing with land that was taken through eminent domain for the construction of municipal buildings. And they are now beginning to pay reparations through the sale of that land. In the case of Black entrepreneurs who were harmed, there's the very similar case right down the beach in Manhattan Beach. And I believe we're all familiar with LA County returning Bruce's Beach to that family. And then last, but certainly not least, council had asked for examples of reparations that span multiple different communities. And the best example that we found of that is the $10 million that Providence, Rhode Island is spending on reparations for, is spending on reparations for Black, Indigenous, and other communities of color. And that's focused on 4 communities where that harm was most prevalent.
All right, one of the things that I was really interested to learn was how are people paying for this, right? Because that is usually one of the big hurdles for people. I think it's pretty common that we can all understand, oh, that was bad, we should do something about it. But when you think about harming an entire neighborhood, right, that's a lot of people, which ends up being a lot of resources. So I did a little bit of a deep dive to think about all these different places and how they managed to pay for this. So Evanston, Illinois, created a reparations fund for Black residents. They funded their reparations program with a 3% tax on recreational cannabis sales, and they have allocated $10 million over 10 years. And you can see in the program framing how they're focusing these programs. So I think it's of interest too to note it's not that often that people are just writing a blank check. A lot of the times it's a check to purchase a home. In this program, it was actually for home repairs and down payments as well, which was lovely. And their focus is really trying to address the wealth gap, which we know home ownership is one of the biggest ways to increase wealth. In Asheville, North Carolina, theirs was funded through city budget reallocations. They allocated $2.1 million for their initial phase, and they are working on additional funding strategies. As a side note, I have a colleague from Louisville who had a health equity fund, and they won $1 million grant. And what they did was rather than spend $1 of that $1 million grant, they invested it. And what they spend is the revenue that they get from that investment. So people are starting to get really creative with how they can make the most of these funds, which is really interesting to see. In Asheville, they emphasize community reparations rather than direct payments. So taking that big pot of money and thinking about how can we make the biggest benefit to the community. In Providence, they are doing a program that is focused on African American and Indigenous residents, focused on history of slavery and systemic racism. Theirs was funded by a combination of city budget reallocations and potential state and federal grants. This is a rich space for identifying grants as well, which is encouraging. It's another answer to how are we going to pay for it. Maybe we're not, maybe someone else is. There's a lot of opportunities out there for people who are willing to step into this space and try to create something. Again, they're prioritizing investments in education, healthcare, and job training. So I think it's important to note, right, that it's not always about writing one check to one person. It's actually very rarely about that. Reparations take a much bigger form, and as David went through the 5 stages of reparations, right, Only one of those is compensation. The rest is, there's more to it. San Francisco is developing a comprehensive reparations plan for their residents, and in 2020, they allocated $120 million from the city's law enforcement budget over 2 years, and they are now exploring additional funding through state grants and private donations. So this is by far the largest fund that's been created, and they just took it from one of their largest departments. But they are also focusing on community reparations, so things like housing grants, business support, scholarships, things like that, ways that you can start to repair the harms in a way that people can advance their lives, right? Because the thing about the point-in-time payments is it helps in that point in time, but if you can lift a whole community by investing, sometimes that's an even more impactful way to go. And then Durham, North Carolina, funded theirs with the city budget as well with $1 million. They're also focusing on economic development, affordable housing, and health equity. So some considerations that are common across all municipalities that I wanted to pull forward. As I said earlier, many city governments find themselves resistant to reparations, not because they don't believe the harm was done, but because they believe it would be impossible to compensate for that harm. I think especially when you hear stories like Bruce's Beach and you hear $20 million to one family, people tend to kind of throw their hands up and go, well, we can't possibly do that. Also, many cities are not as fiscally strong as they were pre-COVID. So it's interesting that some of these funds were actually created in 2020. But we all know that, you know, in this city, I've worked here a long time, right? There's a time where somebody could have been like $1 million, but we're definitely not in that space anymore as a city, as far as I know. I'd love to find out otherwise. But so that's another thing that makes it challenging for people, right? To really think about what would a meaningful program look like when we're financially constrained. The other thing is that cities that are still rebuilding from COVID can have a struggle trying to think about also repairing past harms, right? They're trying to repair harms of the recent past and then being asked to also repair harms of a little bit more distant past. And so that is a challenge. And so a lot of cities are just trying to figure this out by thinking about what kind of city do we want to be and how do we get there, right? It's not a quick thing, it's not short, but where do we want to go? So our final section is because we do see a lot of reparations cases coming because people sued, right? And there's considerations to be made about whether you want to do justice by lawsuit or justice by policy, right? If you think about the motivation when someone is sued, the reparations are driven by a legal obligation. When there is a proactive program put into place, the reparations stem from a moral or ethical decision motivated by the recognition of past harms and the desire to address them voluntarily. The perception publicly for when you are sued and provide reparations, right? It's just seen as a forced action, which can lead to a perception of insincerity or just simply fulfilling a legal requirement. Voluntary reparations programs, like the ones that we covered tonight, are generally viewed more positively, even if they spend less money, because they demonstrate accountability and genuine commitment to making things right. The timing for reparations that are driven by lawsuits versus proactive, the ones that are driven by lawsuits are often really proactive. There's a longer schedule because of all the things that entail a legal battle. It can increase the harm and suffering before any resolution that can be reached. It also can increase the cost because you have additional legal fees and you have potential damages awarded by juries and things like that. If you take a proactive approach, reparations are provided in a little bit faster way, not that fast. We work in Santa Monica and we're paid good attention to detail, so we would never rush a program through. But we're able to move a little bit more quickly because we're not in a contentious negotiation. They also can be less expensive if you do them proactively, again, because you don't have legal battles, so you don't have the costs associated with that. Those funds can be directly allocated to reparations instead of legal defenses, court fees, and again, punitive damages that juries often award. And then the impact on relationships, right? One of the things that happens with the lawsuits is that just the adversarial nature of these things strains the relationships between the party and those that are harmed, but also the community that kind of comes around and backs that community member that was harmed. You can often see, and we've seen here, When people hear about these things, they get animated and they care. And when they see that the only way for people to get justice is to sue, they can become really disenfranchised and feel that the city doesn't have their best interests at heart. Proactive reparations can build trust and improve relationships, again, because they demonstrate a willingness to acknowledge and rectify wrongdoings without external pressure, right? It's a little bit like when I force my children to say sorry. It doesn't really count, and they don't accept it. So this is the end of our presentation. Again, I want to thank you very much. Just want to highlight again, there's a lot being done in this space. I know it on its face, it seems like a giant, impossible thing to take on, but I really take heart from the fact that so many different municipalities are addressing this in so many different ways with so many different strategies, because it is encouraging to know that we can actually make progress in this space if we are interested in doing so. That is the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Did anybody have any questions?
We can't personally.
So okay, well, sorry, now I'm going to call.
It's fine.
Okay.
If someone else wants to go first.
Councilmember Terosis, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much for this. I think this is obviously giving us a lot to think about. I guess my question is for staff and David. This is a great presentation, but exactly what feedback are you looking for from us, or are you just giving us information that, hey, this is what we're working on and we're going to return to you with like a more robust set of recommendations, or what do we see as next steps here?
I'm going to defer to the city manager, but I do have an answer. I can give it if you want. So our direction was to just provide this information to you at this stage, but we are coming back to you all in July with the citywide equity plan, where we will have recommendations for how the city might proceed. We need to take a little bit more time to refine how we think a program could be built, and thanks to this person, we have a lot of great contacts in the nonprofit sector who administer reparations programs currently. So at this stage, we're sharing information, and at our next show with you all, we will have some recommendations.
Okay, and then I assume that you all, I don't know if it's premature, but are you considering both going to the state to apply for funding with the work that the Reparations Task Force, as well as potential philanthropy? Because I know there are some philanthropic partners interested in this. Okay.
We are definitely looking for external funds.
Okay.
Everywhere we can find them.
And then finally, just last question. I know that there was a package of bills by the by the Legislative Black Caucus at the state level. I haven't heard about any of that in our legislative updates, but I would assume, some of those bills, especially like establishing a process at the state level for what is defined as someone who's harmed and who is entitled to the reparations, like, are we following that, looking at that, supporting those bills, et cetera?
We're following it, but I don't know if we're supporting them in the way that we have a function to support them.
Okay, maybe we could just get a follow-up on that, because I know that some of them are still moving, even though it's a tough legislative cycle right now. Thanks.
Yep.
Councilmember Parra.
Thank you for that report. That was really very all-encompassing and very inclusive, and I appreciated that, because this is it's not easy work to do. And to be able to find all that information, I really appreciate that. And I know Councilmember De La Torre and I, we've spoken about this many times, because we both live in an area that's been severely impacted by the city. And so we are constantly being told about stories that have occurred to families through generations. And so being cognizant of that, like moving forward, there's cultural issues involved too about coming forward, right? And then there's also, I know that some of the past harms that affected people, for example, in the Belmar area, some of the family members have passed, right? And so the same could be said about the Stewart Park neighborhood, now Gandara, which is that particular little enclave was, the Japanese area, where when the Japanese or Japanese Americans, when they came back from war, the city of Santa Monica said, you can only live here. And so my neighbors showed me the deeds on their houses that literally it says on there, this is the only place that you can live. And so with that being said, I've lived in my house for over 23, 24 years, I've watched, unfortunately, my neighbors pass. And so some of the houses have moved on, down generationally. But as you move forward in this process, I hope that, there's a way to address the harm, in this neighborhood. But I would tell you that even if you were to publicly say that you were going to address the wrongs that occurred in this particular neighborhood, just like you said, and I appreciate that you said it earlier, culturally, knowing, the Japanese culture and my neighbors that I've known for almost 25 years, they won't come forward. And so any way that we could come and embrace and speak and do whatever we can, to right that, I would appreciate that. Another thing that kind of came to mind to me, and again, and I appreciate all the work, and I understand that there's a lot of work on reparations, for our African American friends and families and what have you. There hasn't been a lot around, Latinos, but, over 1 million Spanish slaves, were also brought over. And so there was a lot of harm there too. And so I just really would appreciate some work around that as well. And a slide because, even though David talked about it, which I really appreciate, I had no idea about that. So they deserve a slide.
They actually had a slide, the wrong version uploaded.
Okay.
But also, so we've been spending a lot of time doing community engagement around the Latino community because you're right, there's a lot known about certain communities. There's a lot that's been documented. And then in the Latino community, there's not as much. In doing the research for the equity plan, I actually did find some wonderful documents that start to show demographic shifts of how, it was a very high percentage of Latinos here.
Oh, yeah.
For a long time, and then it dropped very dramatically. But we're also doing a lot of community engagement to hear from people, what were these turning points that you remember in your community, right? Because sometimes those stories are just held with individuals who've been here a long time who don't engage with the city necessarily.
Because they're distressed.
Yeah.
And they were displaced.
Yep.
And those are the stories that we hear very often. And so I appreciate that. And then one last thing that I like to say, the other story, and that I've talked about very often is, we have to make a place and space for modern day reparations because there's a lot of people that feel harmed by the train. So I'm putting it out there. So, but thank you. I think you guys are doing incredible work. And I can't wait to see what you guys bring back in July.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're excited.
Thank you. Councilmember Delatorre. And let's all remember we're running very late right now.
We're hungry.
Well, we're
I'll talk faster.
2 hours behind.
Thank you very much for the report and for this work. I think it's a long time coming, for us to have these types of discussions. I think in our country, we're starting to have these discussions, not just in Santa Monica. So I think there's a lot of hope in that because, ultimately what we want is for people to be proud of the country that they call home, right? They need and there's grievances, and so there needs to be a way to address them so that we can be a truly united states, right? And so I think this work is really important. I wanted to frame it from that perspective. The other thing I had just some questions because there's some things that, I know I've advocated in the past and we're very slow to bring some of these changes forward, but I'll give you one, for example. We're the biggest business in the city of Santa Monica. The city of Santa Monica is the biggest business. We purchase more goods and services than anyone else. I've been advocating for a more, just opening up our procurement process so that we can expand, contracting opportunities for minority, women-owned businesses, historically marginalized groups, or underutilized businesses. And I think I just don't understand why it's taken so long to even bring a proposal forward. I know that there was a budgeted item to hire a person, and I just haven't seen any progress. And so if there's anything that you all can do to sort of bring that forward, I think that would lift a lot of people up, a conscious effort to do outreach, technical assistance, provide contracting opportunities for people to do business with the city of Santa Monica. Even if we just said, hey, let's just look at who are we currently doing business with now? I mean, let's just look at the demographic profile of the people that we purchase goods and services from now as baseline, just so we have an understanding, right?
So I'll share just briefly, promise briefly, that I have been working with the finance department on this exact topic, which is what I wanted to share. And so one of the things that I really emphasized as that process as we were talking about how to move this forward, right, was don't only look at who's here, because sort of already know. And so we don't want a consultant that's going to spend a year to say, oh, it's 80% white and 10% Latino and 10%, right? To make sure that when the final product for this consultant includes implementable things that we can do, because other cities have done procurement reform. So we're not like reinventing the world, right? We just need to get some best practices from people with real expertise in this space. And so I don't know what the delay is of them starting, but I do know that at least the end product will be something that's not, we studied it and now we're going to study what to do. We're really going to try to get it all in one so that we can start really moving. Because I agree with you, it's very important and it's one of the best ways to empower all kinds of small business owners, right, is to let them bid in our processes.
Great, thank you. The other thing is diversity in hiring. I mean, that's another big opportunity. The type of jobs that are created here in the city of Santa Monica. To look at department by department, where are the gaps, and so that we can find a way to shore up those gaps. I think that would be very important as well. As an organization, we should reflect the community that we serve. So I think that's really important. So in July, you're doing the citywide equity plan report.
Mm-hmm.
I think the procurement reform, the diversity in hiring, I think those two are going to be very key and critical. I appreciate the comments that Councilwoman Parra has made regarding the Pico neighborhood, because, if you think about sort of like just the freeway, cutting through and displacing a lot of people, right? And we know that throughout in the history, not just in Santa Monica, but throughout the country, the freeways were used as a way to, remove the undesirables, right? The impact of that removal is a loss of generational wealth to those families, but then for the remaining families, the environmental impact. Like, how do you calculate sort of, increases in, chronic health problems, cancer, lung cancer, or asthma, for example, and the environmental harm, right? And then the impact on property values. I mean, for those properties that remain, living next to the freeway or other undesirable development, and it's not just the freeway, but from the maintenance yard to modern daytime, right, to the past, it has an impact on those property values, and so I think it'd be important to at least find a way to address that as well.
Yeah, it's really interesting because you can see the opposite happening with the closure of the airport. The property values next to the airport are like starting to skyrocket because that pollution source is going away.
That's a very interesting point that you raise. It is a very interesting point to think about it from that perspective as well. The last thing I want to say, well, just really I want to kind of ask a question because, well, two things. One is, this kind of goes hand in hand, but we are right now, when we leave here, we're going to go into closed session and talk about a lawsuit that's been going on for about 8+ years now. And in that lawsuit, it was brought forward by Latino, minority groups in the city of Santa Monica, regarding our voting system and so forth. And how do you reconcile that? Like, you're doing all this work, but yet how do you not sort of upset the powers that be in doing this analysis, right? Like, and maybe that's just because it's almost like the elephant in the room. Like, here we're talking about racial justice, repairing the harm, and there's a court case that has revealed a lot of that history.
Can we stick with just this? We really are running very late.
Yeah,
and you're talking about somebody that's coming into closed session, so I'd appreciate forbearance on that. Because
well, here's the question, though. The question is
but she can't answer a question on that.
Has your team discussed that? Like, how do you address sort of this ongoing litigation and still do justice to the work that you're doing, which is to talk about historic harms? Like, how are you dealing with that
Maybe the city manager should answer.
I'd appreciate if Lisa could confer with the city attorney about what we can respond in an open meeting on the topic, because I'm just not, given it's an active litigation, I want to be very careful. So if you want a response, I'd rather Lisa work with the city attorney to address this matter.
Okay. I just think it's a very interesting question, and I'd like to hear sort of what are the limitations on city staff. So, for example, can they not discuss it? Like right now, I'm being silenced, by the mayor. Like what are the limitations on
I don't think it's that you're being silenced by the mayor, with all due respect, Councilmember De La Torre, but this is something that's off topic going into closed session, and the staff certainly cannot discuss anything going to closed session right now. So we'll be able to discuss that in closed session, but we're still in open session now, and I think the city attorney would probably weigh in also that this part of the conversation, unfortunately, I know you're very passionate on this issue. I understand that. But in this particular case, this is a presentation, not really a whole discussion, and there's no results that can come from tonight. So I appreciate that we don't continue to go with this conversation.
Correct. So I would just like from the city attorney then to help me understand sort of how we can have an authentic conversation regarding reparations or racial injustice historically in the city of Santa Monica, at the same time being within litigation that's addressing those same issues. What are the guardrails to so that we don't cross a line? In terms of staff, like what are they being given any guidelines? Have they been told you guys can talk about everything else, but you cannot talk about the voting rights case?
It's current litigation.
Correct. I know that's
a very different story than talking about what this two-person panel of our staff have been talking about and doing a great job explaining to us. So this is more of an educational moment on what the city is looking at. And I appreciate the fact that they've been looking throughout the nation for examples of what's being done and what could be possible.
Councilmember, I can say at this point, I've not had any conversations about Voting Rights Act case in context of reparations, but the city manager and I can discuss it going forward.
Okay, yeah, it's just really interesting for me to understand sort of how that works. Because like one law here that you mentioned was Proposition 209, which in the state of California, there are limits to what we can do in terms of like race-specific sort of solutions or remedies, because they have to be race neutral, according to the state law. So that's one example of, on a macro level, sort of the question that I'm trying to figure out, like how can this work be honest, right, authentic, and deal with the legal limitations that the state imposes, or in this case, that the city finds itself in ongoing litigation.
Well, we are working on a memo on the legal boundaries of reparations, and we can take a look at voting rights issues too, and maybe include that.
Yeah, that would be great. Just so that we are having a transparent conversation about these issues. I think that'd be very important. Thank you.
So no other comments. We thank you both for your work on this. It's really appreciated. And could we call the next item, please?
Thank you.
Yes, closed session, item 4A, conference with legal counsel, Pico Neighborhood Association of Maria Loya versus the city. Item 4B, conference with real estate negotiator, property located at 256 Santa Monica Pier, Santa Monica. Item 4C was pulled. Item 4D, conference with real estate negotiator, property at 1855 Main Street, the Civic Auditorium. Item 4E was pulled. Item 4F, conference with legal counsel, Anna Marie Onida versus the city. Item 4G, conference with legal counsel in regard to Bird Global Incorporated. Item 4H, conference with legal counsel in regard to Byron Marlos and others versus the city of Santa Monica and others.
And you anticipate us being back as quickly as possible. What is your potential time?
I'd say an hour and 15 minutes, so that takes us to 10:10.
I'm going to suggest that we hold that to an hour and that the city clerk reports out to the people viewing or listening if we go beyond that. How's that? Okay, thank you so much. We are temporarily in closed session.
Sorry, David, where are we doing?
Okay. All right, welcome back to the Santa Monica City Council meeting. We apologize for taking so long in closed session, but we're ready to do the rest of the people's business starting right now. And City Clerk, I'm sure you have something.
Mayor, I have a report out.
Yeah.
Yes. So first of all of the closed session matters were heard. On 4H, the report out matter, that is the Merlot's personal injury case. It settled for $333,333. The council approved the settlement at the April 23rd, 2024 meeting with a vote of 5-0 with council members De La Torre and Davis absent. That's all.
Thank you very much.
And I'd make a motion to continue past 11.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I'm sorry, first we have the present, I'm sorry.
So I wanted to do a little agenda management if I can. If we'll go to the 16 items. We will postpone 16B, C, D, and E. We will hear 16A and F tonight.
And just to confirm, we're postponing those to the June 11th meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
16A will be heard. 16F will be heard. Due to the compression of time that we have right now, we will postpone the other 16 items. Yeah, we need a motion.
I make a motion to hear the other items. I made the motion.
Okay.
Tara seconded.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye. Okay, those items are continued. And let's go on to the next item.
Okay, first we're going to do the mayor's moment.
Yes,
We should postpone that.
it's 3 quick minutes.
Oh my God, 3. Reduce it down. Can we do it the next, we could
We
double
can do
it.
it like Alvin and Chipmunk style, and I can speed it up.
Now, I think it'll be interesting. Well, hopefully, council member, you'll learn something from it about the city. Thank you.
Welcome to the Santa Monica 3-Minute History Series. Today we'll talk about Santa Monica's first industry, the brickyards. The clay found in Santa Monica is of exceptional density, and a high iron content gives it a signature dark red colour. William Spencer, who built the Rap Saloon in 1875, was the first to manufacture clay products in the city. In 1903, Sunset Brick and Tile opened on the old Spencer site, and a new Simon's brick plant opened nearby in 1904. In the 1920s, a third and fourth company built brick plants. When a fifth was proposed in 1924, locals began complaining about the loud, smoky, dusty factories. City Council was unwilling to limit the growing industrial economy of the city. During the Great Depression, with no new building starts, brickmakers struggled. The problem was compounded by a lack of confidence in the safety of brick buildings due to the collapse of so many during the 1933 Long Beach earthquake. The old Sunset Brick site, now owned by Gladding McBean, suspended production. But in 1936, brick demand for the Kenta Canyon Storm Drain project revived it. Simon's Brick developed special earthquake-resistant bricks in an effort to restore confidence in brick construction. Santa Monica Brick survived the Depression years by making decorative tile designed by artists from the defunct Malibu potteries. In 1944, a dinnerware company replaced brickmaking there, and 9 years later the site was sold for industrial development. In 1937, Simon's abandoned Santa Monica, and the clay pit filled with stagnant water, endangering neighbourhood children, until the city of Santa Monica purchased it in 1947 and built the city yards. Gladding McBean left in 1954, and the Water Garden Office Park now occupies its land. Western Brick changed hands more than once, becoming Higgins Brick and Tile in 1944. Higgins outlasted the others by decades. Closing in 1972, it too was developed with industrial buildings. The clay pit near the East City limit had been leased for trash incineration when in 1944 it was purchased by John Drescher. By the 60s, the industrial buildings he built became studios for artists, designers and craftspeople. Tenants affectionately named it Drescherville. Today's Bergamot area includes Santa Monica brickyards and railway property, and is still home to creative art users. It is now zoned for much-needed homes in apartment buildings.
Okay, I will now ask if any...
Thank you so much to the Conservancy and the History Museum for their work on that item. And the only person, since I add a personal note to every single one of these, my mother's china comes from Santa Monica. So all of her china, at least one set, is all made in Santa Monica on Cloverfield and Olympic. So thank you.
Okay, do any council members have any reports on travel since the last meeting? Hearing none, we'll now moved on to the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And I have a note here that Councilmember Parr would like to pull item 5E. Okay.
Are there any other items to be pulled?
Can I make a motion?
If not, could I have a motion?
Can I have a motion to pass the rest of the
Sure.
consent items? So I make a motion to pass the rest of the remaining items.
Second.
And there is a second by Councilmember Torosas. Can we have a vote?
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Torosas,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Parr,
Yes, my mic, I can't turn it on.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
and Mayor Brock.
Yes.
Item 5E, approval of license agreement with Santa Monica Amusement for 370 Santa Monica Pier.
Try it again. Yeah, it's
Now it is.
There you go.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. My name is Ilana Bugat. I'm joined tonight by Jeff Clockey, the General Manager of Pacific Park. I'll provide a brief introduction to this item, and I'm available for any questions. And Jeff is available to answer any specific questions you may have regarding the proposal and concept. Tonight, staff recommends the award of a 3-year license to Santa Monica Amusements to operate a multi-attraction space consisting of ropes courses, a climbing tower, an outdoor pier history exhibit space, and ancillary refreshment and souvenir stands. The working names are Santa Monica Aerial Adventures and Santa Monica Pier History Museum. The license fee to be paid to the city will be a minimum of $300,000 per year plus percentage rent participation. The site is located at 370 Santa Monica Pier, and it's approximately 10,000 square feet, located between Pacific Park and Playland Arcade. The owners of the business currently occupying the site, Trapeze School New York, notified the city of their intention to retire. The license for Santa Monica Trapeze School New York expired in 2017. And the tenant has been effectively operating on a month-to-month holdover basis. The Trapeze School last year engaged Trapeze School Santa Monica to run and manage the operation on their behalf. Under the council-approved peer leasing guidelines, when leases and licenses expire or are terminated, the opportunities are made available to the public in an open and competitive process. I can elaborate if there are specific questions, but to summarize, as allowed by the peer leasing guidelines, the city engaged a real estate broker to advertise the opportunity and solicit proposals for short-term use. The short-term duration is owed to the upcoming Pier Bridge replacement project. The site has been identified for future development, and the completion of the Pier Bridge project provides an opportunity for the city to work with stakeholders to reimagine uses on the pier, including this site. Generally, the leasing guidelines provide that leases and licenses 3 years or less do not require board or council approval, and that is in an effort to streamline our leasing practices. However, because Santa Monica Amusement currently operates Pacific Park on behalf of the city's tenant, and under the peer leasing guidelines, operators are discouraged from having multiple peer leases or licenses unless a finding of exceptional community benefit is made. And in abundance of transparency, with respect to leasing on the pier, staff has brought this item before the Pier Corporation Board, and tonight we bring this item to council. Staff finds that the proposal from Santa Monica Amusement fulfills the exceptional community benefit provisions as described in more detail in the staff report, and we're very excited about this concept. The process does conform with the council-approved peer leasing guidelines, and I'm here with Mr. Clockey to address any questions you may have about the process or about the concept.
Let me try something else. You can't.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. First, I have a few questions for you, Ilana. Thank you for that report. So I understand that staff has been working with Santa Monica Trapeze School to try to identify a new location. What locations or what introductions and what contacts and what locations have you tried to kind
Okay, let me take that back a little bit. How many or what locations have you guys tried to connect the trapeze school with, and where are we at with that? Her mic is
Taylor,
off.
Economic Development Manager. The Economic Development team has been taking the lead on that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening, Councilmember Barra and Council. So yes, we've been working really closely with Kenna to try and identify options throughout the city that may be viable for relocation. So starting with opportunities, downtown Santa Monica had some RFP processes for activating Lot 27 and also for the site for 1 year where Haibu is going. So those were two opportunities. The Santa Monica Business Park, the operators there, Boston Properties, they're in the process of trying to do activations for the business park surface parking lot. So we put Kenna in touch with Boston Properties to look at opportunities there so she could talk to them both at the Santa Monica Business Park as well as Colorado Center, the outdoor space there. Our Parks and Recreation, our director actually of Recreation Arts Department, I know we'll be meeting with her in a couple of weeks' time to look at potential opportunities, including some city buildings within the parks or some activations there, as well as just our current guidelines for fitness activations and instructions. We've also recommended and to help to Kenna to introduce her to local brokers so she could be exploring other properties, surface parking lots, church-owned parking lots, just properties that are, unfortunately, the city doesn't have a lot of options. And the challenge is, too, she needs something, my understanding, that for a minimum of at least 1 year to amortize her investments. But we're continuing to look throughout the entire city and with our bid partners in the chamber.
Thank you for that, because as we heard tonight, 17-year local business, women-owned business. I think out of the 7,000 or so odd businesses in Santa Monica, I think only 1,600 from what the census data that I had seen are women-owned businesses. And so obviously anything that we could do to try to help her try to relocate in Santa Monica would be much appreciated. And I understand that Jeff from Pacific Park, I understand that you are currently her neighboring business in Santa Monica. And so I understand that you two have been able to kind of maybe work something out so that, what exactly is that? What can you help her with in order to make this transition a little bit easier on her?
Absolutely. Good evening.
Hi, Jeff.
You guys are heroes. I don't know how you stay up this late every week. So, so Ken and I, we've been talking for a long time. Ken is an amazing neighbor, and we hope to try to be one as well. So we're happy to work with her through December of this year at a minimum. And in our opinion, we'd love for her to stay in the space through December. And if she finds a location somewhere in Santa Monica, which we are super hopeful she does, in whatever way we can support her, either financially or through, we have a maintenance team of 9 guys who can help her move, and we're willing to do whatever it takes. We have a long-standing partnership with her, and this is a challenging situation, but we're here to try to help.
I appreciate that. I know in speaking to Kenna, she said the same thing about you, that you were a great neighbor, and this was just kind of a difficult situation. I appreciate that update, Jeff. And for city staff, if we approve this going forward, how do we make sure that we allow Kenna to stay in this place until December? Is that a direction that we have to give up here, or is that something that can be worked out?
We're prepared and provided a short-term license agreement with Santa Monica, Trapeze School Santa Monica, that would allow the school to continue to operate through the transition. So there'd be more certainty in terms of the
through
timeline.
December at minimum, correct?
It could, if Kenna desires, yes.
I mean, up to Kenna, but yes, and Jeff. But I mean, if Jeff said it's okay, and if she needs that time until then. then that's not a problem.
That could be accommodated, yes.
Okay. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Negretti.
I have a question, and I'm just going to respond. I'm sure everybody got this email about just the process and that the Pier board didn't play a role, and that there was like some things that happened in terms of people being recused and not replaced and feeling like there wasn't representation. I can be more specific unless you know what I'm talking about. But the email that we got was that the Pier board played zero role with this RFP development, which means they weren't involved. The Pier Corp executive Jim Harris had recused himself, but then wasn't replaced because he felt like he had a conflict because of the historical piece or the Pier history piece. And ultimately, the feeling was that the Pier Corp and the board played no role in the RFP review process until the final selection was presented to the leasing committee. And I just would like to hear on your end, like how that issue came about and if it was resolved or.
Sure. We kept the Pier Corporation, in the loop when we got the notice from the ownership that wanted to retire, and we notified the board that we were going to hire a broker and to market the space. I do want to just clarify that we didn't do our typical request for proposal process, so there was no proposal RFP process to review. We hired a broker, and our broker, who's here tonight, Craig Zund, handled the tenant recruitment and the advertising. In addition to updates at board meetings, the Pier Corp did have a representative on the evaluation panel who helped narrow down the candidates we received to the top two before the Pier Corp representative had to recuse themselves. My understanding is the reason for recusal was that there could be a conflict or some sort of financial conflict between the Pier Corp representative and one of the top candidates, so that's why they recused themselves. So the same conflict would exist with the Pier Corp if that indeed was the case. We did have other staff members join the evaluation panel as well, while we endeavored to keep the Pier Corp representative engaged and just updated on the process. We did take the recommendation to the Pier Corp leasing committee for a recommendation, and then we took the recommendation to the Pier Corp board for approval.
And then was it communicated to the Pier board and exec committee that the item was time sensitive and that it had to be approved in the March meeting, but then afterwards there ended up being 2 other meetings which would have given them more time to review?
No, but again, our desire while we went for a broker is to provide clarity to the existing operator of what was going to be happening with the property and to move this process forward. But it was not a rush job that that we endeavor to move our processes forward.
Okay, and then my other question, I guess maybe for Jeff Clockey. First, I just want to say that Pacific Park has been a great community benefit. You guys are always contributing to the community and really never say no to helping out and with students in our schools and all those sorts of things. So I appreciate that. Having said that, the Trapeze School, it's really sad. It's a unique experience. It belongs on the pier. I myself got to fly out of fear when my daughter had her birthday party there. They suckered me up there, and I thought I'm afraid of heights, but I will tell you that all went away when I had that experience. And I thought, wow, this is the place to have it. You don't want to be in a parking lot at a business park. It belongs on the beach, not just because of the view that you have, but it's just this really unique experience that kind of draws both locals and tourists alike. And I just wondered why, if at all, there was any conversation of you guys enveloping the Trapeze School or working in conjunction with, instead of adding, sort of pushing out a small business. Because I know at the end of the day, the money's there, but we talk a big game on small business, and then we kind of talk out of the other side of our mouth. And as much as I love Pacific Park, you guys are the big guys. And I'm just wondering if there was ever any real talk about trying to keep Kenna and the Trapeze School there, but still having and expanding maybe this other museum part and adding these other community benefits.
Yeah, it's a good question. And look, there's no doubt that the that the Trapeze has developed a community, and Ken is a huge reason for that. And you heard all the people tonight talk about how important it is. I think where we differ a little bit is that I think the business model of the Pier is geared towards high volume experiences that entertain multitudes of people in a different different age range than maybe the Trapeze School can allow. But unfortunately for Pacific Park, we are a for-profit business, and this has been run as a Trapeze School for more of a nonprofit. And I think that I'm proud of Kenna for doing that. But if you're looking at trying to afford the rent we've offered and trying to market to the masses, the Trapeze School footprint's just too large, and the volume you can put through that experience is too small to make that work in a way that Pacific Park would be able to run it.
When you say age range, you mean because that's geared for what age?
We've got 3 different things here. You've got a climbing tower that's for the teens that thrill, a very small ropes course for little kids, I believe ages 3 to 7, and then the main ropes course is for anyone age, I think it's 5 to 99.
Wait, teens are going to climb? I have teenagers. I'm just asking.
It's hard to see in this rendering, but see in the middle, there's like by the museum there's they're like little globes. That's a climbing.
Teenagers are going to climb on that?
That's what
I'm just here to tell you that's not going to happen. but
I think in the end, unfortunately, the Trapeze School footprint is just so large and the volume is small.
I get it. I just want to point out, I don't know if this is in its final stages. I don't know that it hits all the age groups, I'll be honest with you.
Enough.
The Trapeze School does. I'm about to be 45 in a month, and there's people older than me flying, and there was little kids. That definitely hits a big age group. I hear what you're saying about footprint. I would love to also find out from staff if the parking deck, the deck area near Pacific Park when you enter, if that's an option for the Trapeze School at all. And I know that might be a bigger question as to whether or not we allow parking going forward, but even just a part of that parking area.
At this point, it's a parking lot. To repurpose it as something else would be a process that we can go through, and I think there's certainly a desire to look at repurposing areas of the pier, certainly post Pier Bridge construction.
Okay, but currently the only spaces you're looking that are available for the Trapeze School is a business park and...
I realized we also talked to the Santa Monica Airport. I think the challenge is as long as the airport is operating as an airport, there's challenges with, Kenna said she needs, about 40 feet height limit. So having people soar up with airplanes landing and taking off probably isn't the best. Long term, I think it could be amazing to tie in with the vision of recreation expansion opportunities at the airport. But yeah.
Is it possible, and I'm not good at conceptualizing square footage, but there's a part of when you're going into Pacific Park towards, like the entrances north on the south side if you're looking west. So on that left side, closer to where you would look over the edge that's near where the bumper car ride is, that section that maybe encompasses a large empty space that has no parking spots, but then has a couple of, do we really have to modify everything if we were to is there a way to make space for the Trapeze School there, or is it just not big enough?
I'm not that familiar with that area that you're speaking about, an area in the parking lot that's not used for parking that could accommodate the trapeze rig, but...
It might go into 2 parking spots. Is it something that we can look at?
We can certainly get more information on that area and take a look at that. I'm just not familiar with specifically the area that you're describing for me to provide a response.
And then, sorry, my last question, Jeff, you said this is not a final, this is just...
Yeah, it's not even close to a final. It was what our submittal is. The museum, we plan to try to work with the Santa Monica, with Rob and the History Museum, as well as hopefully the Pier historian, Jim Harris, to really design the right kind of museum. There's a lot of opinions. We really want to make this a community museum. It will be free. This won't be a moneymaker for us. So whether it's a rotating exhibit, whether it's just Pier Museum, I think that's really all up to the community, and we'll try to engage those folks. The rope slider is absolutely a concept, and there is a vendor we would work with to design a custom experience for this footprint.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Delatorre.
Thank you for the presentation and for the proposal. I think financially it works out better for the city, and it's heartbreaking to hear sort of a community being displaced. It's not just a business, but it's obviously a place where people find many benefits aside from, the skills that they're learning. It's the social environment that they've created and the community that they've built over time. So I'm 100% committed to helping find an alternative site that could work. I'm thinking like the beach is the best place, and I was thinking, I don't know if like the footprint at, we closed down Chess Park, right around Muscle Beach. I don't know if there's enough space to do something there, but not sure if even like, that whole area, that whole Muscle Beach area, I don't even know how it happened, but if the city programmed it or the community came and started putting these, what do you call those balance?
Slack lines.
Yeah.
Slack lines.
Slack line?
Those things.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that term, but anyway, slack line. That, whatever they're doing is really cool, and I'm thinking like I don't know if we can use part of the sand, like if there's any coastal commission issues with us having something there, but I'm thinking finding a suitable location around the beach area that fits in with the culture. That's why I think that Muscle Beach, that area is very appropriate if it could work. Other than that, the city's in a bad financial position right now, and we need to find a way to make it all pencil out. And I think the proposal, I really appreciate the proposal, the amount of investment, the amenities, the community benefits. In terms of the Pier leasing guidelines, it checks a lot of boxes, and so I appreciate, the thought that went into this proposal, because I think it definitely, it's high volume, it will have a high impact, and then there's 45 jobs that'll be created as well. I know that a lot of those jobs are local people that live in the city, and that's something that's very important for, our economy as well. But I'm really interested, in moving this proposal forward, but definitely whatever we can do as a city to keep the trapeze trapeze, business and community still operating around the beach area. I'm very interested in finding a way and some solutions for that, to make that happen. Thank you.
Councilmember Zwick.
Thank you so much for this report. I'm not going to belabor it. I think it's a great, we have the problem of having two great options. I think, I'm happy to support the staff recommendation. I think you also have heard unanimously from council that we really, really would love to figure out a solution for the trapeze school. I think I just wanted to add that to the extent that there are issues that council might need to be involved in when it comes to clearing, amending language, clearing red tape, whether it be in relation to the use of parks or the use of the parking deck, as Councilmember Negrete mentioned. I think there's a lot of willingness to go there. So I would say that as we search for these sites and suitable sites, that we don't limit ourselves to what is written currently as to what might apply, but rather reflect the fact that I think this council would be willing to look at those rules in order to make something work in any of those suitable sites. So, that's all.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yeah, a couple questions. If we were to do something in the parking lot on the pier, wouldn't it have to go to the Coastal Commission? Okay, so that's a problem. And then if we take away parking access to the parking lot on the pier, doesn't that jeopardize our funding for the Pier Bridge replacement project?
Yeah, so repurposing the parking deck to other uses besides parking is a discussion that we'd like to have after the Pier Bridge is constructed.
Yeah, especially if we might have the Olympics coming. Okay. Could we direct staff to pursue an alternate location as a requirement? How do we effectuate that?
You would vote on the item before you, and then give direction. You can't take formal action on that tonight.
So I think that if Mr. Clocky is saying that he's willing to give until December for this community serving small business that we've heard from many community members that they love, I would love to see a little bit more proactivity, not just, oh, hi, we gave you the number of these people to call and see if they're going to let you in. I understand that people are saying we can't do this at the airport, but there seem to be, if you look on Google Maps, several aerial shots of very large parking lots at the airport that don't appear to be being used. I think there's some discrepancy in my mind about like what kind of benefits we give to a for-profit business versus a nonprofit business. I'm just going to say that. I understand the Trapeze School is operating as a for-profit business, but it appears that the profit margin is an issue perhaps. I mean, not that we need to get into this. And if we were to provide public land for a for-profit business, that would send a very concerning precedent, I would say. So I would want all of these things to be worked out, especially if we're looking at park space and airport space and other space, that there are lots of community serving folks that are potentially interested in that space. And so we need to think about how we're equitably kind of looking at that space. And I just have some concerns, I'm going to be honest, about having a for-profit business jump the line, although I do understand that they're arguing that they provide a community benefit here. So all of that is to say, I really appreciate Mr. Clockey coming forward. I appreciate what this is hopefully going to do for the Pier. And I mean, I know it's not just you, it's your entire corporation, but thank you for being here. But I still want to condition this approval. I don't know if we can do that. Maybe we can, maybe that's not legal. On like being a little bit more proactive about finding another space.
I would suggest that, the procedure would be to approve this item and give direction to go explore those options for relocation of the Trapeze School.
Is anyone from the city staff here who's been working on that?
You've got, well, Jennifer Taylor's been working on it, and then our Director of Recreation and Arts has reached out to Ken, and I believe has a meeting set up with her in June.
Okay. And how's that?
We have had lots of meetings. We're not just passing through
Okay.
telephone numbers. We're being extremely proactive of trying to.
So what's your prognosis then on this?
Well, prognosis is we have very limited city-owned sites that aren't that would accommodate the Trapeze School. So I think it would likely involve some policy changes on behalf of the council. So whether it be in the parks, whether it be on the beach. If it's on the beach, that certainly would involve Coastal Commission. I mean, we can explore these options, but I think that would be I mean, we can continue to do a list to look through any other properties we have. We can look at the top of parking structures. I mean, that we're throwing that out there too. We've got rooftop we're activating at parking structure number 6, but if it's enough safety nets, maybe. I don't know. I have to talk to Ken about that.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit concerned that we're here in de facto June, and we have until December. And the Coastal Commission approval is not going to be realized by then, although the beach does sound like an interesting idea. How are we going to ensure that there's not like a gap in service? You can't guarantee that is what it sounds like.
We'll do everything under our control to progress the conversations as quickly as possible, but unfortunately I can't control the timing of the Coastal Commission.
Okay.
And I don't know the Coastal Commission all that well, but the limited interactions I've had, I'd be highly skeptical that they would allow us to privatize the public beach, but it's worth an ask, but it's just a concern that I would have going in, but we could always ask.
That's a fair point. So I think back to the parks and airport, the airport makes the most sense to me. I don't understand this argument about the planes. I would love to get a little bit more information. And then my concern with the park is that a park could make sense, but maybe we need to think about what kind of business model we have operating at a park.
And just clarify, the airport, the site that was contemplated is the kind of the swing space where the Freeze LA also goes. So part of the challenge is from the airport staff, my understanding is it wasn't available for like a full year lease.
Totally, but can we get a little bit more creative with parking lots and other spaces over there?
Yeah, well, we can work with the Public Works airport team, absolutely.
Oh, great, lovely. Maybe we have a solution. No, okay.
I would love to help, okay? We would love to find a home. I'm coming late to the conversation. The parking lots at the airport might be seen empty, but they're usually programmed with events. We have the Parker hangar there that has large-scale events, every square foot of those parking lots are used when events are happening. As I said, I'm coming late to the conversation relating to the trapeze. I heard about it, but it doesn't make sense on the swing space. You are correct, because we have freeze. There's other programming that we're doing. I can look at it again, but it's not inexpensive at the airport either. I just want to say that.
Right, and we're not trying to give any sort of like rent credit here. We're trying to ask for the full market rent. Yep,
Correct.
okay,
Thank
got
you.
it.
I'll be happy to continue the conversation with internal staff and see maybe that there's a solution at the airport or not.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have a lot of really smart people that work in the city, so I hope that we can come up with a creative solution, but I understand that our public space is limited.
Councilmember Davis.
So I want to be brief, but I do feel like we sort of need a little bit of context here, because it's my understanding, you mentioned the Pier Bridge, that is up for reconstruction, and that once the Pier Bridge was reconstructed, we were, for lack of a better term, rethinking the pier spaces, including this one, that there are, you know, some other long-term plans for what might go in this particular space. Is that correct?
It opens up the possibility to look at all spaces on the pier for visioning what could be, and that would be through an organized process.
Right, and the reason I'm asking that is because in a sense, and, you know, we're talking about the space, it is in its current form, sort of a temporary space, and I've talked to Mr. Clockey, and he seems to understand that. So maybe finding another place for the trapeze school over the long haul might work better, because in 3 years we might be back here facing the same situation, because we are going to rethink that space and other spaces at the pier. Is that right?
That becomes an opportunity to do so.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, and I guess the question I have, because I don't honestly know the answer to this, and I should have asked, is how involved in it? What's the time frame? I mean, does it take a month to reestablish the trapeze school? Does it take a week? Is it, you know, I mean, do we have some sense of what that is? The reason I'm asking is because it seems to me, to Councilmember Terosas, and I'll explain that, I'm sorry for interrupting the answer, that it may be that there's a temporary solution, and temporary isn't 2 weeks, but temporary is temporary till we figure out a more permanent solution, like maybe at the airport after the airport closes, if in fact the airport being open is an impediment, that sort of thing. That's,
you know, I would defer to Kenna if she's here in terms of just the physicality of pulling up the rig, taking down the rig, how often that can be done.
right, because I understood, it sounded like there were very deep stakes that had to be planted, but other than that, I didn't get a sense of how long it took. If it's all right with the mayor and the council, if Kenna could just answer that question.
Yeah, that would be
That would be
fine.
useful. You know, the people on TV need to hear you.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, then I made the right choice. The stakes on the Santa Monica Pier is $175,000 of infrastructure, both under the pier and on top of the pier. So moving it to another place on the pier is not an option. How long will it take us to relocate? The average rig to relocate takes about 3 days. Our rig hasn't been down since 2013. So we are expecting a lot more rust, so we're planning a week for it to come down.
Okay, great, that's helpful.
Okay.
Because, I mean, just to follow up, and then I'll shut up because I know it's late, is that it seems to me that there's the difference between sort of short-term solutions, and by short-term, again, I don't mean 2 weeks, but 2 or 3 years versus long-term, this is a permanent place. So to Councilmember Zwick's point, maybe we temporarily waive this, that, or the other thing to get them a place, and then we work with them over a longer haul for a more permanent place. So that was my thinking. Thanks.
Councilmember Zwick. No.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, not to belabor this much further, but it does seem like, I mean, I've certainly seen private vendors in parks in other cities, and it seems like something that I would be willing to consider at least. And the mention, I mean, as Jennifer mentioned, we are starting to activate the top of some of our parking structures. I don't see why we couldn't look at that. It did also make me think of PS3, which I know we've talked about activating as well. I don't know. But, obviously there's no shortage of ideas here. And it strikes me, at least, that the way to most have this within our control is to try to find public land, because that's what we have the most control over. But obviously, all options seem like they're on the table, and I trust that staff will make every effort. So thank you.
Vice Mayor Negrete.
I just wanted to clarify with Clocky or staff that you mentioned until December, but is it possible, given the fact that this might take longer? Like, do you guys really need to be in there December? Because I heard that maybe you guys don't even need to be in there or want to be in there for that soon.
Yeah, there's no magic to December. I don't know how to say this any other way. We will work with Kenna. If that becomes, if it becomes February 1 or whatever it might be, as you all know, the pier is not very crowded in February. So it for her as well, it's a challenge to operate. So we'll do whatever we can.
So the goal, just to be clear, is to have Kenna find a place first before
that would certainly be our goal and what we've been articulating to anyone that'll listen.
Okay. We're listening.
So I'd like to make a motion. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Can you hold on?
I absolutely can. I was just
Okay.
trying to move things
No,
along.
I understand. So I had a couple of comments, questions. I know the Coastal Commission might frown, but it might be worth asking the Coastal Commission if the area directly west or southwest of Old Muscle Beach and the city-operated slack lines, et cetera, could handle that. I know, unfortunately, Chess Park wouldn't be able to do it because you'd have people swinging onto the balconies of people's apartments there. It probably would not be what the residents want there. But the area just west and southwest of the slack lines and the gymnastic dance area on weekends, that grass area, would be good if we could submit an application. So do we know, I would assume 6 months before we get an answer. I'm being optimistic, Jennifer, but that would be the question. It might be worth at least looking at that location. That would keep her right on the beach. It would keep her in the contiguous area that she was at. It is an area where people do the rings every day. That's a historic area where people have always been using that area. So that would be worth looking at. On the south, Stelios, on the south side of the airport land where Ruskin Theater is, et cetera, are those parking spaces sacrosanct? In that lot?
For the most part, the furthest east parking lot that looks like a triangle when you look at it from the aerial.
Furthest west.
Furthest west, I'm sorry.
Furthest southwest parking lot, where the Ruskin Theater is, for instance.
Beyond the Ruskin Theater, where the new Ruskin, beyond and all the way to the end, might be some probabilities there.
Where the SMC Art Studios were?
That is correct.
Right.
That's the only one that I can think of that might
That's
work.
the only one I was thinking of. I know we can't do it on the north side of Airport Way, but that south side might be a possibility there. Can we look at that and see if there is enough room that would still leave places as we come online with some of those art studios and try and be creative there? That might be a great place.
That is correct, Mayor. That I share our card so we can come to the airport and visit, and maybe we can come to a solution there. I just don't know.
No, I'm not asking you to make this. I was just thinking of another creative space. And on the south side of the airport, that would be fine because, the north side, you don't want someone catapulting onto a plane wing as they go by.
The only issue that I find with that parking lot is that it's right next to homes. There's homes right on the other side of the fence, but
this is it's not a big noise area. She doesn't have music playing. It's not something where there's distractions.
That's correct.
So I think that amount of noise in the daytime might be okay. It would be worth looking at least.
Yes, I agree.
And I'm not sure about the tops of the parking structure because there might be too much wind or I don't really know what's, part of that, but I would worry about the amount of wind up there. Huh? I doubt that. So my last question on this is, I want to go back to something else. Lana, Vice Mayor Negretti mentioned this earlier, and a couple of the Pier board members mentioned the fact that they were concerned that they're going to be done with Pier leasing guidelines within 90 days, I believe. That's what I heard. Now, that may be wrong, but that's what I heard. And my question there is, should this all wait until the Pier board has a chance to really weigh in? Because I don't necessarily want to, they feel neglected. You're saying they weren't, but some of them at least have said to me that they feel like they weren't heard or seen, as everyone would say today.
Well, the process and the proposals are compliant with the leasing guidelines as they are written now. There is a desire from the Pier Corporation to revisit guidelines, as occurs from time to time, though we do not have a timeline that I'm aware of that is established. Ultimately, the guidelines will need to come to council for approval as well.
Okay. And Jeff, a couple of last questions. I know you and I had talked the other day, and we talked about the end of December. However, could that be moved to the end of February? I just want a clarification. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Absolutely.
And at the same time, I think you had offered to help pay relocation for them within Santa Monica.
Yeah, we offered within reason to support her both physically, because obviously there's some manpower needed there, people power, excuse me, and obviously if the resources allow and it's reasonable, we're happy to help. I can't understate, Ken has been an amazing neighbor. We try to be one as well. Our intent is for everyone to win here. If we could find a home at the airport and it came down to trying to get her moved, we'd definitely help.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Davis?
I was just trying to get to a motion there. So I would like to move that we adopt a finding of categorical exemption pursuant to Section 15301 of CEQA and authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a license agreement with Santa Monica Amusement for 370 Santa Monica Pier per the Pier leasing guidelines.
Is there a second? And Councilmember Delatorre seconds. Any discussion?
Just with all the general direction that I think we've given, that seems to be in accordance.
Yeah, we can give that after the motion.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
We can do a voice vote. There's no money involved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? It passes unanimously.
And then, maybe just because my mic is still on, pursuant to the discussion we've had on the dais, I'd like to give staff direction to work proactively with Santa Monica Trapeze School to find them an alternative location somewhere within the confines of the city of Santa Monica. And I think you've heard all of our suggestions, comments. I don't need to go over them all. But within a reasonable period of time, given Mr. Clockey's been very generous, but I'm sure he is still anxious to take over the space. So to try and and I'm sure the uncertainty is probably weighing on the Trapeze School as well. So I think to resolve those issues with all due haste would be beneficial to all parties involved. And that's my direction. I mean, not my direction. Is that I guess I should move that as direction.
Is there a second? There's a Councilmember Terosas was the second. Councilmember Davis made the motion.
You can do a voice vote.
Voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Not hearing any opposed or abstentions. That's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now move on to public input on remaining agenda items. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And we have approximately 7 speakers. I'm going to call all the names at once, and if you could please line up by the podium. Andrew Thomas, Denise Barton, Jerry Rubin, Ruth Ann Lair, Judith Meister, Paula Sizik, Carl Villain, and Carol Limline. Andrew left, okay. Ms. Barton? Ms. Barton, I have you down for twice. Are you speaking on 2 items?
Well, I already did one item.
Okay, so just one item. Okay, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening. Let's begin with attachment A in the budget. The summary of budget changes, you have mathematical errors, such as in revenue under exceptions, base budget adjustments. There's 3.9 and 0.3, which equals 4.2, not 4.1 as shown. Then in operating expenditures under year-to-date adjustments, there's 4.8 and 3.5, which equals 8.3, not 8.4 as shown. And under exception-based budgets adjustments, there is 1.0 and 3.7, which equals 4.7, not 4.8 as shown. Then in capital expenditures under approved budget plan, there's 15 and 83.8, which equals 98.8, not 98.7 as shown. And under revised budget plan, there's 15 and 85, which equals 100, not the 99.9 as shown. And I have to ask, would these criminal accounting practices mean someone is stealing taxpayer funds or someone is simply skimming off the top? Especially because the $300,000 to $500,000 that can't be accounted for. And finally, personally, I think you should get rid of the DEI department and put the funding back into the police. You remember when the council defunded the police for city hall employees, right? I hate to think all of you sitting up there in the city practices reverse racism because of that. That's what DEI is. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Jerry Rubin. I think Jerry left. Ruth Ann Lair.
Good evening, council members. Speaking for the Santa Monica Conservancy, we have been working to revitalize the city's once robust historic preservation program, and this effort becomes even more relevant with the city's recent focus on equity and inclusion. While application fees for nonprofit organizations to apply for landmark designation has been waived, the fee required for a professional consultant's report remains a formidable barrier to access this program for all but the most wealthy applicants. Staff proposes stabilizing this fee at $6,400 per application, which is good. However, this amount will be unaffordable to most, particularly those from underrepresented and underserved communities whose cultural histories we are wanting to include in our preservation program. Historic preservation has turned away from prioritizing architecture and instead is seeking out African American, Mexican, Asian, and other communities with places meaningful to their cultural presence. If we theoretically assumed perhaps 5 applications per year, subsidizing this fee would come to $32,000 annually. We urge a consideration of taking this step, which would be consistent with the city's equity and inclusion aspirations. A small investment to achieve many community benefits. You should know that Santa Monica's fees for public participation in landmarking are far in excess of any other California city. Most cities do not charge or charge only a nominal fee so as to encourage the protection of significant historic places, recognized as beneficial to the city. We also hope to see the Landmarks Commission return to review of demolition permits so that this function again becomes a public process with an opportunity for broad public engagement. We see a path forward and hope to work with city staff on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Judith Meister. Is she here? Okay. Paula Sizik. And I'm sorry, I forgot to mention when you begin your comment, if you could please state which item you're speaking on, please. Thank you.
No problem. Hi, everyone. I'm Paula. I just wanted to speak in favor of the daylighting and traffic safety items in the budget. Look, I get it. Everybody's hard up for a budget. Difficult decisions need to be made. I think that daylighting in particular is a really effective and cost-efficient way of ensuring greater safety in Santa Monica, so wanted to make sure that was still considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Carl Verlaine.
Good evening, Council. I'm also here to speak on item 7A. Thanks for the late meeting. I went on a 30-minute ride downtown just now, and an Uber driver told me it was fine for him to park in the bike lane because everyone does it anyways. Then someone crashed on PCH, and then someone hit my bike in a crosswalk and speeded away, so good times. But I'm here to speak on item 7A because a few months ago, after a horrible and preventable tragedy that occurred on 90th and Idaho, you all approved an item that included quick-built infrastructure and unsignalized intersections. And it looks like the funding for it is being taken out of the budget. I understand that time has passed, but the issue is still very real. If we want a clean and safe Santa Monica, this is a very effective way to help us achieve this goal. The city of Hoboken in New Jersey hasn't had a single traffic death since 2017, and they attribute a lot of it to their quick-built daylighting infrastructure. More and more cities are doing it, and we actually have some of it in Santa Monica. Some cities do it with bollards, some do it with bike racks, some do it with boulders. Yeah, you can literally save lives with big rocks. I understand that our budget is very limited right now, and unfortunately our mobility division is still pretty understaffed, so it's not an easy call to put more work on their hands. And there are also many things that we all would love to put in the budget that we just can't afford right now. But this is why this item makes a lot of sense. Considering its immense safety benefits for the entire community, this is a fairly easy and cheap way to implement, fairly easy and cheap thing to implement. And it would really be a shame for us not to follow through with it. I really hope that you can reconsider this item and its benefits and keep it in the budget. Please be proactive and not just reactive after yet another life is lost on our streets. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Carol Limley.
Thank you, council members. I'm speaking on behalf of item 7A. And on behalf of the Santa Monica Conservancy. Given the current financial circumstances, we expect that development of this mid-cycle budget will be modest and significantly impacted by social equity and inclusion. Progress in this has been an important city priority, and it would also be an important contribution to the city's celebration of its 150th birthday. The Historic Preservation Program could also demonstrate this progress. The recommendations of the Landmark Commission Subcommittee on Social Justice and Equity in Preservation outline several areas where the program could be more sensitive to the stories of overlooked communities. Although the full commission has not yet reviewed them, we understand that you have copies of these recommendations. The Conservancy supports them strongly. Some would have minimal budget impacts and could be implemented quite soon. Others may take a longer-term investment. For instance, the update of the historic resource inventory and development of new context statements will require a larger investment over time. These are essential for identifying historic properties and increasing public understanding of the community's history, especially important in addressing our developing understanding of social justice. Last year, Council requested a return to public process for demolition review, which Ms. Lara.
Thank you very much.
And that concludes public input for this evening. Item 7A, fiscal year 2024-2025, proposed budget and fiscal year 2024-2026 biennial capital improvement budget, program budget.
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members. I'm Oscar Santiago, your city's finance director. During our budget study session tonight, I will review the proposed fiscal year 24-25 operating budget, which is the second year of the biannual budget and incorporates exception-based budget adjustments that we are asking you to consider tonight. In addition, our Public Works Director, Rick Valte, will present the proposed biannual capital improvement program budget for fiscal year 24-25. Because our budget is informed by the 5-year forecasts developed for all funds, I will summarize the forecast presented to you in February. which has been revised to incorporate the proposed changes being presented to you tonight. The primary focus of my review will be on the general fund, the fund that supports city services benefiting all members of the public. I will discuss recent information around contingent liabilities and our strategy to safeguard our fiscal stability and rebuild reserves to address these liabilities. I will discuss proposed operating budget adjustments, and Rick will discuss the proposed CIP budget. I will introduce some proposed adjustments to fees and rates, and then I will end our presentation with a review of the actions required by Council tonight. Additionally, I will provide next steps on the request from Council to return with a recommendation to increase the cannabis tax rate. This is a familiar slide showing where we are in the annual budget process. It is important to note that the biannual fiscal year 23-25 budget was built upon community-driven priorities to continue to rebuild, restore, and re-energize the community. The investments enabled us to restore many services, which were included in the biannual budget. The biannual budget was informed by the 5 priority areas that Council identified at his workshop in March of 2023. In June of 2023, Council adopted the first year of the operating biannual budget and approved the fiscal year 24-25 budget plan, which is the second year of the biannual budget. And this is what I am presenting to you tonight. Adjustments have taken place throughout the year and revised the operating budget plan as originally approved, including in October 2023 during the year-end review for fiscal year 22-23, and again in February of 2024 as part of the mid-year review. Tonight, as in the box in yellow, we are presenting the proposed operating and CIP budget for your consideration, and we'll come back in June for adoption of the operating and capital budgets. So I want to start by briefly summarizing what I presented to you in February regarding the general fund 5-year forecast. It is important to review it again as it helps set the stage for tonight's discussion. Our 5-year forecast is stable and shows continued economic recovery. Business activity continues to improve, and we're seeing positive changes in tourism. Revenues are a bit stronger, but we still have not reached levels projected before the pandemic. We continue to navigate various challenges ranging from economic uncertainty resulting from inflation and high interest rates, volatility of the insurance market and increased medical costs, consumer and work behavior changes, the need to address deferred infrastructure and equipment maintenance, and also contingent liabilities from additional sexual abuse claims and from a request to transition to district elections. So all of this demands fiscal restraint, and it's also hindering our ability to bring forward programs and services to levels that meet current needs. Additionally, our capital improvement program is underfunded, and our reserves must be built up so that we can be resilient in the event of another emergency. Also, our labor agreements expire in 2025, so there will be an expectation for us to consider our compensation and benefits in our upcoming labor negotiations. This chart shows our revenues minus expenditures in the current year and over the next 5 fiscal years, including the impact of tonight's proposed budget adjustments. It is important to remember that we were able to maintain a positive balance throughout the forecast because we are using working capital reserves for 3 years starting in fiscal year 24-25. And these working capital reserves help us fill the gaps when our revenues are not sufficient to cover our projected expenditures. This slide illustrates the funding level in the General Fund Capital Improvement Program, as revised to reflect the proposed CIP budget. In fiscal year 24-25, at $13.91 million, we are only at about 61% of the $21 million that we were funding before the pandemic. As reflected in the chart, we are not projecting to reach pre-pandemic funding levels until at earliest 26-27. In addition, we have over $458 million in funded projects across all funds, and our current replacement and maintenance schedules are deficient and unsustainable. Rick will provide additional details on the CIP budget later in the presentation. Here we illustrate our general fund reserve levels. Our reserves have been significantly reduced in response to the pandemic and to pay for settlement of legal claims. This has taken a toll on our ability to expand services and also threatens our ability to respond to another emergency. As of the end of fiscal year 22-23, We estimate that the general fund has lost over 170 million in revenues due to the pandemic, and during this time, the city also paid almost 229.8 million in settlements of sexual abuse claims. Over 159.6 million was covered using general fund reserves. In this chart, when we compare the non-restricted reserves in the general fund at the end of fiscal year 22-23 to pre-pandemic times, which is the bar on the left, we're at about half of the previous levels. And as it stands now, our reserve levels are not sufficient given the volatility of our revenues and the existing contingent liabilities. In addition to the use of reserves, the general fund has had to receive support from other funds to address legal claims and impacts of the pandemic. As the general fund continues to recover, we will need to reimburse these funds. You will notice that we leveraged 36.5 million from the Housing Trust Fund. So, as previously discussed, the general fund continues to face many challenges. Those challenges are further exacerbated by increased liabilities, including new claims of sexual abuse and litigation over a requested transition to district elections, which has yet to be resolved. Given the increased risk in the city's general fund reserve levels, we continue to evaluate strategies to safeguard fiscal stability and rebuild reserves to address these liabilities while protecting existing resources. Some of the actions being implemented in the general fund include continuing to litigate with excess insurance providers demanding compensation for previous settlement payments. We are also exploring the potential sale of city-owned properties. Each of the parcels being evaluated, however, come with some level of complexity, including timing issues around the process required for the sale of the properties, receipt of the proceeds, and when funds would be needed if a settlement is reached in the short term, and requirements to share proceeds with other funds. We are also deferring important capital projects, such as new one-time project requests, projects that potentially qualify for outside funding, and those that could be phased over multiple years. Additionally, we're implementing a 2-year suspension of payments to the Housing Trust Fund after transferring funds required to cover staffing costs for housing services and funding for the Preserving Our Diversity program, the POD program, which is a city-funded program for basic income. It's a basic income program for seniors. It is important to note that the actions to defer the CIPs and suspend the Housing Trust Fund payments enables us to retain much-needed resources for the time being, while still having the flexibility to restore funding in the future, if resources become available, as we gain more clarity on the impact of new claims and any new funds or any funds received from excess insurance providers. Additionally, as we gain clarity on the impact of claims and funds received, if conditions require it, with council approval, staff may pursue other initiatives, such as evaluating the city's existing partner agreements and related commitments, as well as the option to issue judgment obligation bonds. As mentioned previously, in June of 2023, Council adopted the first year and approved the second year of the biannual operating budget. As adopted, the biannual budget reflects the most substantial restoration of ongoing services and introduction of enhanced services since the 2020 budget restructuring. The restoration was made possible through a combination of voter-approved revenue source, moderate revenue growth, the reallocation of funds, and new revenues from public and private partnerships, and also staff's ability to expand capacity for cost-covering programs. The fiscal year 24-25 budget plan approved in June has been revised throughout the year. The citywide proposed budget, as presented to you tonight, including tonight's proposed adjustments, totals $763.5 million. This accounts for approximately $462.5 million in the general fund. The budget includes approximately $11 million in expenditure budget adjustments as compared to the approved budget plan, primarily from CIPs and non-general funds. I will summarize all operating budget adjustments, which are also detailed in Attachment A of your staff report. Rick Valti will discuss the proposed CIP budget, which is also included in the staff report as Attachment B. The citywide budget also reflects some targeted staffing adjustments, resulting in a net addition of approximately 12 full-time equivalent positions in all funds. The fiscal year 24-25 expenditure adjustments in the general fund in the operating budget resulted in an appropriation of approximately $1 million. However, it's important to note that approximately $266,000 of the adjustments are covered by new revenues as reflected in our general fund revenue adjustments in Attachment A. The adjustments expand staffing for community programming, including contract classes, field rentals, basketball and softball leagues, as well as to pay for reimbursable electricity costs related to electric vehicle charging stations. Additionally, another $216,000 is related to staffing adjustments in the city attorney's office and are being funded by the use of consumer protection funds, which means there's no net new impact to the general fund. So after accounting for those two items, the net impact to the general fund is $532,000, which is related to changes to salaries and equity adjustments for existing classifications resulting from the employee-initiated compensation studies in accordance with the Memoranda of Understanding, or MOUs. Because this is a significant adjustment, it is important to clarify that the process for determining the salary adjustments involved a comprehensive evaluation of the marketplace that included review of comparable positions in other cities in our region, the marketplace in general, and internal alignment with similar positions in the city. The goal of the evaluation is to ensure that positions are fairly compensated and that the city remains an employer of choice in an extremely competitive labor market. When a classification salary is adjusted, staff must also evaluate any impact to related classifications, including supervisors and managers, to ensure an appropriate salary differential, and all these adjustments are included in these changes. Now that I talked about those three categories, in addition to those, we have one other category, and these are changes that we were proposing that have no cost to the general fund, and these are staffing adjustments. These adjustments are covered by the reallocation of budgeted funds within departments' budgets, the deletion of temporary FTEs, and contributions from other funds like the Big Blue Bus and the RRR funds. These adjustments would enhance customer service, streamline operations, and help with employee retention and succession planning without furthering impacting the general fund. So to summarize, in total, we are adding a net four permanent positions in the general fund, funded by increased revenues, the reallocation of budgeted funds within departments, including the deletion of temporary FTEs and funding from Big Blue Bus and the RRR fund. Now jumping on to the other funds, most of which are enterprise funds that receive revenues based on individual use of the services that they provide. The majority of the funds are anticipated to continue to have adequate balances to remain self-sufficient. Our vehicle management fund is still waiting for repayment of contributions that were deferred during the pandemic years. $4.1 million remains outstanding, and even after those payments included in the forecast for fiscal year 27-28 and 28-29. And the beach and pier funds continue to require general fund assistance during the forecast. In the other funds, we're proposing revenue adjustments based on new information, including a $200,000 decrease in the gas tax fund due to revised state gas tax apportionment, a net $1.1 million increase in the local return fund due to revised county sales tax allocations for Prop A and Prop C, and a $500,000 increase in the capital facilities fee revenue, as well as pass-through revenue in the wastewater fund. And based on timing of grant-funded project expenses and associated reimbursements, we are increasing the revenues in the Big Blue Bus Fund by $1.4 million, and in the Miscellaneous Grants Fund by $2.5 million, as well as increasing reimbursement revenues by $700,000 in the Information Technology Replacement Fund for contributions towards computer equipment costs. The airport fund revenue decrease of $3.2 million is related to adjusted rates and charges to ensure compliance with federal standards. New revenues of $800,000 in the beach fund are related to increased one-time event rental in the beach, as well as ongoing event programming at the beach house. And minor adjustments in the other funds are being made to align with current trends and projected performance. On the expenditure side of the other funds, just like the general fund, we are funding various equity adjustments in the Big Blue Bus Fund, the Vehicle Management Fund, and the Water Fund. And these are to comply with MOU provisions at an estimated cost of $1.6 million total. The 1.1 million adjustment in the special revenue source fund reflects funding to increase enrollment capacity and to reflect cost increases in the PROD program, leveraging housing trust funds, as well as additional funds to maintain current funding levels in the Art of Recovery program, leveraging cultural arts trust funds. Finally, we are increasing approximately 1.1 million in funding to cover the cost of 8 FTE positions in the other funds, including 1 venue management position in the beach fund to enhance event programming at the beach house, funded by new revenues, 5 positions in the water fund to support the city's growing water and infrastructure, wastewater infrastructure, and 2 positions in the Big Blue Bus Fund to further integrate multimodal transportation. And with this, I will hand it over to Rick Valti to present the proposed CIP budget.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Rick Valtier, Director of Public Works. I'm pleased to present the proposed capital improvement program, biannual budget for fiscal years 24-25 and 25-26, as well as the 5-year budget plan through fiscal year 28-29. I'll start by thanking Sib Moen and Heidi Duran from Public Works for the countless hours that they spent in managing the CIP budget process and putting together the CIP budget book. Also, thanks to the CIP strategic team consisting of key staff from the City Manager's Office, Finance, and Public Works. And also the CIP representatives from each department for the hard work that went into the CIP requests and for their patience as we were navigating our challenging fiscal realities. Some quick basics. Quick basics on the budget process. Funds for the first year of the biennial budget are appropriated as part of this year's budget process. Funds for the second year are approved now but adopted next year. Budget plan numbers for the 3 out years are included only as a planning tool and are evaluated during each budget cycle to ensure that budgets best reflect the city and council priorities. The CIP budget process is facilitated by a CIP strategic team comprised of the city manager, assistant city manager, director of finance, the budget manager, the public works CIP team, and myself. Departments prepare the project applications for funding consideration. Then the CIP strategic team reviews the applications against the funding criteria and provides the funding recommendations to the city council. The CIP uses various resources, including general funds, enterprise funds, grant funds, and local return funds. Now more than ever, project applications are evaluated within the context of available funding limits to ensure that severely limited resources are maximized to maintain the city's existing infrastructure and minimize future replacement costs. Requests in recent years, particularly for unrestricted general fund dollars, have significantly exceeded the available funding. I want to draw your attention to the general fund for a moment. The general fund capital budget allocation was historically set annually at $21 million through fiscal year 2019-2020. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, capital budget allocations in fiscal year 2021 and fiscal year 21-22 were reduced to $7 million and $9 million. As the city started recovery from the pandemic, capital budget allocations in fiscal year 22-23 and 23-24 remained at reduced levels of $13 million and $14 million. Over that 4-year period alone, the general fund capital budget allocation was reduced by over $40 million, almost half of its funding allotment. Combining this with inflation, this resulted in deferred maintenance and replacements and an unfunded project list that has grown exponentially. The very limited general fund monies were unavailable for new projects and instead were allocated to ongoing maintenance activities to address aging infrastructure. While financial projections suggest that general fund capital budget allocations could be restored by fiscal year 26-27, it needs to be noted that the purchasing power of $21 million in 2015 is roughly equivalent to that of $28 million in today's dollars. Enterprise funds, on the other hand, were not as restricted as the general fund, and therefore these discretionary funds were able to support new one-time capital projects. As part of the CIP review process, the CIP team evaluated projects that were competing for limited funds against the CIP budget priorities. Mandated activities include health and safety-related projects, federally or state-required initiatives, maintenance efforts, or projects that are already in progress. Council priorities include projects that address one of the Council's 5 priorities, which are listed on the slide, or a Council action or directive, or are identified in a Council-adopted planning document. Fiscally responsible projects include those that improve operational efficiencies, achieve ongoing cost savings, generate revenue, or leverage city funding to obtain grants. After evaluating the CIP requests against the CIP budget priorities, the CIP strategic team developed its recommendations for the proposed budget. The multi-year capital program primarily advances critical infrastructure maintenance needs, projects that cannot be deferred without compromising essential operations or public health and safety. This proposed biennial budget funds 73 capital projects, 20 in the general fund and 53 in the other funds, with $91.8 million in fiscal year 24-25 and $102.7 million in fiscal year 25-26. The general fund accounts for 13% of the total proposed CIP budget. As I mentioned earlier in the CIP presentation, general fund resources for the biennial cycle continue to be significantly lower than the historic $21 million. The initial general fund allotment was $15.9 million for fiscal year 24-25 and about $20 million for fiscal year 25-26. These allotments were further reduced by $2.9 million and $4.6 million, respectively, to provide the city with the ability to address some unfunded liabilities. The projects corresponding to these reductions were placed on a held project list that I will touch on later in the presentation. With these reductions, the general fund allocations are now at $13 million and $15.3 million for the 2 years. This chart illustrates some of the other major funding sources for the capital improvement program. The non-general fund resources represent 87% of the budget, are mostly restricted, and must fund projects within their enterprise or follow grant guidelines. The projects center around the maintenance of critical infrastructure and facilities that support community services, as well as address the city's council clean and safe priority. Just some quick highlights: that the water and wastewater fund reflects about 31% of the budget. Airport fund reflects about 11%, focusing on maintaining buildings and facilities. And grant funding currently represents 14% and leverages funds for a number of mobility, city, and water infrastructure replacement projects. To provide additional context, this chart illustrates the history on previously adopted budgets. The first 3 years demonstrate a significant investment and capital spending in the city's infrastructure, followed by significantly reduced general fund allocations during the COVID pandemic and thereafter. The general fund allocation can cover ongoing infrastructure maintenance and smaller projects, but is insufficient to fund very large capital projects. This slide is a high-level overview of general fund allotments. The majority was allocated to internal services contributions, which include computer equipment replacement, telecommunications services, and city vehicle replacements. The projects proposed for the balance of the general fund allotment for fiscal year 24-25 and 25-26 can be further grouped into 3 buckets. Basically, ongoing facility and infrastructure maintenance, which includes your alleys, street paving, sidewalk, street light repair, citywide facilities renewal, copper wire protection, fleet maintenance, repairs, parking structures, monuments and markers, seismic analysis, swim facilities, and traffic signals. Second major bucket is technology and software replacements, which includes the business license tax software, community events permitting software, construction management software, cybersecurity, facilities maintenance management system, and the permitting system. And then lastly, park improvements and planning efforts, which includes the airport conversion planning, Memorial Park, Palisades Park, road and drainage, and urban forest and planting renewals. I noted earlier in the presentation that the general fund allocations for the biennial budget was reduced by $2.9 and $4.6 million, and the corresponding projects were placed on the held list. This slide lists the 15 projects held for the 2 years. They consist primarily of new one-time project requests, projects that potentially qualify for outside funding, and projects that could be phased over multiple years. These projects were held to help create flexibility in the city's reserves to address the currently unknown impacts of additional claims filed in regards to abuse allegations involving a former city employee, as well as ongoing CVRA litigation. Pending the outcome of these contingent liabilities, staff would return to the City Council at a later date to approve these projects prior to any other project on the unfunded project list. The capital plan continues to advance Council's adopted priorities by recommending critical ongoing infrastructure maintenance activities and initiatives that provide clean and safe public spaces. In addition, the 5-year capital plan strategizes to advance work in several key focus areas related to park improvements and planning, water and wastewater projects, and the upgrade of critical city infrastructure. Maintaining clean and safe public spaces include facility improvements, repaving streets, renewing sidewalks, maintaining the various parking structures and lots, replacing aging water and sewer mains, and purchasing necessary trash collection equipment, which are key to the foundation of supporting a clean and safe community. The CIP program includes urban forest and planting renewals focused on Reed Park, 26th and Cloverfield, Palisades Park, Virginia Avenue Park, Oceanfront Walk, and Chess Park. Street paving would include roughly 2 to 3 miles of road along California Avenue, Broadway, and Pico. The CIP budget also addresses safety through projects such as rooftop fall protection and access retrofits and upgrades to cybersecurity. The proposed budget focuses largely on 2 important park-related areas: repairing existing park infrastructure and planning for the future. The CIP program would include replacement of the playground at Virginia Avenue Park, various amenities such as furniture, lighting, field repair, parking lots, and structural repairs of retaining walls. Pending final completion of the park condition assessment, these improvements would be targeted for Virginia Avenue Park, Tongva Park, Reed Park, Clover Park, and Airport Park. The CIP program would fund the development of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, the relocation of the Public Landscape Division, which is a necessary first step for the Memorial Park redevelopment and expansion project, as well as the planning for the future of the Santa Monica Airport property. The proposed budget advances the city's goal of reducing our reliance on imported water supplies and provide a climate-resilient water supply for the community. The proposed capital projects are also focused on protecting and rehabilitating existing water and wastewater infrastructure, replacing aging assets, continue to enhance water supply resiliency, improve the efficiency and reliability of our water treatment and wastewater collection infrastructure, and upgrade and rehabilitate all the city's water storage reservoirs. Work will continue on critical city infrastructure projects that have received funding for their planning phase in previous CIP budget cycles, such as the Pier Bridge replacement. The Pier Bridge replacement project would replace the existing outdated bridge with a wider structure and wider sidewalks. This project is being funded by a combination of restricted grant funds and restricted local return funds. While tonight's recommendations maximize the use of available capital funds to advance 73 capital projects, there continues to be a significant unfunded need in various categories, including infrastructure maintenance, new infrastructure or technology, parks, pier and beach, streetscape and lighting, and other miscellaneous areas that is estimated at $458 million. Creative approaches will need to be continued to leverage grant funds, enterprise funds, developer impact fees, and alternative financing sources. This slide highlights a few of the unfunded projects that in most cases remain high priority projects, but they are deferred or unfunded given the limited resources and continue to wait for funding. Just highlighting a few, parking structure 1 will require a seismic retrofit, the last estimate of which was at $14 million. Major park renovations or expansions are totaling over $204 million. And Pier capital improvement projects reflect a $21 million unfunded need. To address some of the many unfunded needs, staff has actively looked for alternate funding sources and applied for a variety of grants. The city was successful, securing over $34 million in grant funding for various projects and has several applications in progress. While we were not awarded grants for Memorial Park expansion and the freeway capping, staff continues to look for grant resources for these priority projects. So lastly, if council provides direction tonight, staff will investigate the viability of general obligation bonds to support the city's capital improvement program. And with that, I will turn the presentation back over to Oscar Santiago.
So, city fees and rates. We will be bringing back the master fee, fine, and parking resolutions to council for approval, along with budget adoption. But we wanted to introduce a few changes that would be included in those comprehensive documents. In the Community Development Department, we're creating several permitting fees specific to project type and scope, and other fees, including a flat rate structure for the Historic Resource Designation Assessment to reduce barriers to filing the landmarks designation applications, and a new fee to recover the cost of processing SB 35 applications. In the Fire Department, we're adjusting CUPA fees set by Los Angeles County, which require updating, as well as adding 2 new fees for facility rentals at Fire Station 1 and new fees to recover city's costs associated with Emergency Medical Services Program. 2 fees that are no longer applicable are being deleted in the library. In the Police Department, the carry concealed weapons renewal fee is being adjusted to reflect cost recovery as a result of the elimination of the cap previously required by the state. Public Works Department fee changes include aligning certain tree maintenance fees to match the rate the city is charged by the outside vendor. We're also establishing 1 electric vehicle user fee and an increase in optional services fee at the cemetery for cost recovery. The airport is decreasing aeronautical rates and charges to ensure the city is compliant with applicable federal standards. And finally, fees in the Recreation and Arts Department are being created to cover the cost of materials that are provided for the Junior Lifeguard Program. These changes are discussed further and listed in Attachment D of your staff report. Next steps. On June 25th, we will come back to council for the public hearing on the budget, including budget adoption. If there are any directed changes tonight, those will be included as final changes on June 25th. Also, included with the budget adoption staff report will be the enabling resolutions for the budget adoption for position changes and fines and rates, fees, fines, and rates. Additionally, we will provide council with an updated comparison of the cannabis rates in our neighboring jurisdictions, and will seek direction on increasing the rates. And with this, I end my presentation. I would like to thank Jennifer Young, Stephanie Manglares, Lori Coe, Adriana Franco, Laura Perez, Yolanda Nunez for their hard work and preparation of this budget and the forecast, as well as staff throughout the organization who work with us to develop the budget. We're here for questions. Done.
We're all shell-shocked.
No questions? Great.
Okay. Councilmember Terosas, would you like to start off with questions?
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. I know it's not just you. Thank you to all the staff that's here, that's staying here. It's super late. Just just really appreciate you, and I know that we're doing a lot with a more austere budget year than we would like. In terms of, so a couple of questions, I guess, on like the city attorney side. The consumer protection funds, are those ongoing like consumer protection settlement funds from like federal or state, or where are these monies coming from?
Multiple sources. We had about $1.5 million in the bank already in consumer funds, and we've brought in about $400,000 this fiscal year also.
So we just continue to bring in money?
It keeps coming in, yes.
And then in terms of like the amount of money that we're spending on outside counsel, can you potentially let us know how much that is?
The total, I don't know what we spend on outside counsel.
Okay. And then just in terms of bringing in additional, back to the city manager, in terms of bringing in additional revenue, I know we heard a lot about this community partnership office and how we were going to be working to bring in philanthropic grant, public-private partnerships, et cetera. Like, what has borne out from that?
Thanks. Well, right now we're implementing the kiosk program that we've been seeing around downtown. We're working also with the Santa Monica Place for other opportunities. Now that we've been fully staffed since the beginning of the year, so we have a team that's looking at additional opportunities around filming and how we market, city venues, which we haven't done before. So, and other opportunities are going to be developed going forward.
Okay, I would just say it would be great to maybe get an update separately on realistic expectations for what they can and can't do.
Sure. We can do a work
Okay,
plan.
and yes, I did see the kiosk has been installed, so yay, congratulations. In terms of reducing barriers to landmark designations, I know that you said you're working to streamline the process there, but can you detail that at all? Because I know that I asked that because that was actually a directive from council. And so I just wanted to know a little bit more about what we plan to do.
Yeah, in terms of the consultant fees, that's a fee that we are required to pay for. So that would come out of staff's budget if it's not covered by the applicant. So that's the answer to that question that came up before. In terms of streamlining the process overall, we are looking at options to work more closely with applicants to make sure their applications are complete when we receive them, that we review them, and that we have all the information going forward. I'd have to check with staff on other things that are being done to actually streamline. I mean, we've talked more about the fees, but streamlining the overall process is kind of an ongoing process that we're working on.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that time is money. I think there's just some ongoing concern about barriers to entry with the fees.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, thanks. And then, of course, I just have to say on the record that the 2-year deferral of the payments to the Housing Trust Fund really not acceptable to me, but it sounds like we don't really have an option at this point. And would just hope that we can find quick wins here in terms of surplus land that we are looking to sell and potential settlements related to insurance claims. So that's it for me for right now. Thanks.
Councilmember Zwick.
I guess this might be directed to the city attorney next to me. We have had some inquiries related to the airport fees, and I know that I saw there was a memo released in reference to that, but I was just wondering if you could expound a little bit about why the city is proposing to cut those fees and whether it's something that we're absolutely obligated to do.
Yes, we are obligated. This is pursuant to FAA regulations. We are not allowed to accumulate surplus funds. It's supposed to be basically break even at the airport, and then we have accumulated a lot of surplus funds, and so we need to reduce what we're charging for certain things to offset that surplus.
Is there, is it about the nature of the fees or just the surplus? In other words, if there were other things that the fund was being...
Ivan is our expert here.
Excellent. Well, then I can ask you as well. Is it just about the surplus? And if so, could there be a solution also on the expenditure side to be avoiding that as opposed to cutting our fees?
Well, so there's a multi-layer response to that. Essentially, the city inherited multiple sources of obligations when it executed the consent decree. At that point, back then, the city made a commitment to following rate-setting standards as they would apply to airports across the country. And in addition, at the same time, I would say, the city was involved in litigation that began pre-consent decree, and that litigation looked at the reasonableness of the city's fees at the airport. So you had two things going on. Fast forward to now, part of that litigation process resulted in the city looking at the airport's finances, since that was at issue in that dispute. Looking at the finances, it was determined that we had accumulated a surplus. The current landing fee at the airport was in effect since 2013, and back then the airport the landing fee wasn't generating enough revenue to cover the city's costs, so it was increased. Well, you fast forward, and then you have the consent decree, and then you have the enforcement proceeding from 2016. The entire picture changed, and because the consent decree allowed the city to reduce the runway, the circumstances around the airport changed. So all that said, the federal government said that city, your fee structure is obsolete because it hadn't changed since 2013. You agreed to run the airport according to federal standards as set forth in the federal rates and charges policy. And because you shortened the runway and the airport layout has changed, which affected your operations, we think you need to recalculate your fees. So we've essentially been advised or directed by the federal government to do that, and the airport director and myself and the public works director, we spent a lot of time, we hired consultants, and what the city's proposing for the fees is what we believe would position the city the best to avoid what we would think would be a likely proceeding if the city doesn't go forward with the fee reduction.
Thank you.
Councilmember Delatorre. No, I'm sorry, Councilmember Davis.
I have a really quick follow-up, if that's okay.
Councilmember Davis.
Thanks. I think my questions might be for Mr. Martin, looking out there, because they relate to the community development fees. So the administrative approval fee for multi-unit dwelling projects up to 10,000 square feet and it says in multi-unit in Ocean Park District. So that's any like R2, R4, and Ocean Park.
Right.
It's not limited to Ocean Park.
Right.
And can you, I guess I'm a little confused that apparently we need to impose this fee so there is an entitlement to allow the projects to be built. I was a little confused about that. It says that the design review process only reviews the building design and it's not a land use entitlement. So where such projects may seek a density bonus, it's necessary to document the land use approval before the design review approval. So there's a new administrative approval fee created for the class of projects and a corresponding reduction in the ARB fee. I'm just a little confused about that.
Right, because we have to go through the modification process, that does require a first step before we get to the ARB. So we'd be reducing the fee at the ARB level, but adding a fee for the entitlement.
So there's no new sort of net fee being imposed on the developer. It's just instead of paying it at the ARB level, it's being paid earlier in the
That's correct.
process. Okay, great. And then the SB 35 fee. So we're subject to SB 35 because we're not on track to build the housing that we need. And that's just a staff hour recovery fee?
It's, yeah.
Okay, so I guess my concern is I don't want a lot of new fees layered on and then to have HCD come knock on our door and say, aha, constraint on housing. So these fees are justifiable in your mind if we were to
they're
get an
just cost
inquiry?
recovery. And the actual SB 35 fee we're talking about, it only kicks in if the project's 50% affordable or more, but not 100% affordable. So unfortunately, the chances of seeing those kind of projects is pretty slim. Yeah.
Yeah, probably zero, between 50 and 100. But I just want to make sure that if we do see zero projects, we don't have HCD knocking on our door to come say, well, the reason you see zero projects is because you've imposed this fee on it.
I wouldn't anticipate that because, again, it's just cost recovery. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
I had a few questions. Questions. So let's see. Let's start with the airport. I heard your response to Councilmember Zwick, but in a lot of the letters that I received over the last 2 weeks, and I'm sure you've seen them as well, they're suggesting that instead of lowering landing fees, et cetera, that we look at spending the money in other ways still on the airport. So starting to look at the cost of mitigating chemicals in the soil and other things. Is it an absolute requirement? 100% no questions can be asked about the lowering of fees to use up the surplus versus using the surplus in ways that would help the future of Airport Park.
Okay, so let me start by saying the surplus that we are talking about is not the entire surplus at the airport, but just the aeronautical surplus. The aeronautical surplus consists of fees and rates and rents that aeronautical users have used at the airport since the 2013 to today, when the last time we adjusted the landing fees, and it created this surplus. There's an additional surplus of $19 million that's going to be left in the books at the end of the expiration of the airport that we believe in 2028. That is not what is consisting of, by starting with that. There's certain requirements that get us to this point where we are. It's the final determination of the Federal Aviation Administration that said that you have to use your surplus in calculating your new rates and fees. That's one. Two, the rates and charges policy, and I'm going to quote from that policy, that specifically states that progressive accumulation of substantial amount of surplus, aeronautical revenue may warrant an FAA inquiry into whether aeronautical fees are consistent with the airport proprietor's obligation to make the airport available to fair and reasonable terms. So we have those two, plus the letter from the FAA telling us if you don't do this, right, if you don't account for your surplus and reduce your rates by 70%, that's the number they gave us, then you are in violation of what we told you to operate the airport, that you agreed to operate the airport. When we looked at all those combined, what we have today in regards to environmental remediation that you spoke about, and we agree, we put aside $3 million based on our current estimates, what it is to assess to know what our obligations are. And that's by the water board that issued that. That's where we are. That's what we know today. We have no idea if there is a remediation that is needed in the future. We never studied. We don't have a dollar amount to say, this is what it's going to cost us. Until that time we have that amount, we can't budget it into the rates. So the rates that we produce to you today is that the surplus will be eliminated by 2028. By December 31st, 2028, there will be no aeronautical surplus left on the books at the airport. That's what we're presenting to you today based on those reasons. I hope I answered your question.
I guess, what is the FAA, what is the penalty for not just lowering the fees? What can the FAA do? What is the suggested hammer that they would use?
That is a legal question, so I'll step back on that.
That's okay. Well, I mean, but yeah, and that is, but at least to residents who are saying, no, you don't have to lower fees. No, you don't have to lower anything. You can use the money and use up the surplus in other ways that still work on the airport. Is that an absolute that the FAA has said, you're reducing the damn fees, and there's no question about it?
See, so the surplus and
aeronautical fees,
aeronautical surplus, and the non-aeronautical surplus, just the surplus in general, let's just say both of them, is tied to the city's obligations under the consent decree. And what I was mentioning earlier about the city agreeing to abide by federal rate setting standards, well, the FAA interprets that as the existence of surplus is proof that your fees might be unreasonable. So, and Stelios read the passage from the rates and charges policy. This idea or this point, which has been in dispute of the city's fees at the airport potentially being unreasonable, the penalty possibly now post-consent decree would look like in a proceeding either brought by the agency itself or by airport users to enforce the consent decree against the city. And what that would look like would be, I think, like a Rule 60 motion where it's litigated, and if the city loses, a court would order us to do what we're contemplating now.
Ivan?
Yes.
So the city has included all eligible expenses on that side of the ledger too that can be applied, right?
Yes, expenses are taken into account. All expenses are looked at when the proposed landing fee looks at all revenues. Well, and Stelios can describe this process better, but revenues and expenses are looked at in terms of different cost centers. All the expenses are taken into account. All sources of revenue are taken into account. As part of the expenses, all projected capital improvement projects are taken into account. But to answer your question, a penalty could look like a lawsuit from users.
Which we don't want.
Which we don't want.
Okay,
or a proceeding from the agency.
So just to I'm just trying to clarify this for residents who've written in. And so there really is not an alternative because the FAA says your fees are too high. Let's lower the fees so that at the end of the time, you're at equilibrium. At the end of December 31st, 2028, they don't want to see a surplus. And of course, we'd love to see a surplus that we could use.
Well, that's correct. The agency does not want to see a surplus.
All right. So there's no real change, no adjustment that can be made. We're doing what we really have to do to avoid any type of litigation.
That's correct. We believe we are following the orders from the federal government. And
thank you, sir.
Sure.
Question for staff following up on Councilmember Terosas. Councilmember Terosas asked about public-private partnerships and what progress we had made. Have we even done a 501c3 yet? Because we were supposed to resume one of those several years ago. We had one through the middle 2016s, 2017s, and then it disappeared. A year and a half ago or so, I asked if we were reinstating that nonprofit so that we could accept monies that would help our parks and other facilities, et cetera. Was that reinstated? You were on. You're on again.
Yeah, so we can accept donations. So through
they are tax deductible now.
Yeah, through the We Are Santa Monica Fund, and it's being managed by an outside entity.
Okay. I'm concerned also because one of the things I talked about at the State of the City, and I've talked about continuously over the years, is making sure that we align ourselves with companies who would help reopen Miles Playhouse or plant trees or do so many things in the city. And I know it's a one-person department, if I recall right now.
Right, we have three.
Three.
So we've.
Oh, then we should be doing tons.
As I mentioned earlier, we're now fully staffed, so we had added 2 additional staff, and so we're full force as of January. So they're developing the programs, and so, yeah, I heard loud and clear there's an interest in, us coming back and presenting what the work plan is for the partnerships team.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that information. The only question on that was the Santa Monica Fund, could that encompass any kind of donation for different departments, or did, like, Parks and Rec have to have a separate fund, or arts? It can, because at one point they said, no, it can only be for recovery.
So it can. So a really timely example was we had a group of business representatives from our business community that actually, through the We Are Santa Monica Fund, specifically donated money for our police cadet program. So if there are people that are interested in the community, we're always happy to talk to them, but we just haven't seen that anyone come forward with any other proposals.
So we have to change that. Okay. The Pier. When I was looking at some of the information, the Pier appears to need a subsidy constantly. And how do we change that? How do we make the Pier either self-sufficient or a profit machine for the city? Because I'm sort of surprised that the general fund has to subsidize the Pier. Or am I wrong in that assumption?
No, you're correct. This happened.
What do we do to change that?
I mean, other than generating more revenues, there's not much.
So if we have one of the top public attractions in the state of California, yet we're losing money on it, how do we turn that around? What can we do to not lose money on our pier? And I don't know if the pier includes the parking on and off the pier or just the actual pier itself.
It's the pier itself, the parking at the pier.
Okay, so what can we do without screwing the local businesses and the local tenants that we want to make sure that we're keeping and maintaining, but how else do we make sure that the pier doesn't run a deficit? What can we do economically?
Yeah, I think that's something we're constantly thinking about. When we complete the pier bridge and secure the access to the pier, get that done, I think that would be an opportunity to look at the pier overall and see what options there are out there. If there's ways to add more attractions, add more businesses, those are the types of things that could be possible. We don't have obviously any direction to do that or any resources at this point, but I think that would be the long-term goal, is to just look at what opportunities there are on the pier to increase revenue.
Are we also working with the pier board to listen to ideas on how to maximize earnings on the pier? What else can we do?
Yeah, sure.
Or is that something that you can ask staff and merchants to look at together?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we could definitely do that. And there are a lot of ideas. There's the aquarium. There are different ideas out there for what people would like to do. That may not necessarily be a revenue generator, but that is another idea that people have.
And as part of that, and part of looking at throughout our downtown, how are we going to improve the image of downtown as a safe venue to go to, the pier is a safe venue, et cetera? I caught people unawares. Everyone's looking at each other like, what?
I have the answer to that question.
I mean, I could say public safety. I mean, that's one option,
Okay,
right?
so public safety.
I don't know if
Okay. So then, if we're talking about public safety, I notice there's no increase in public safety that is mentioned in the budget right now. And I think that's extremely important. I think the residents of the city expect and want us to be a safe place to visit, to live in, to come to. And we've had at least perception issues over the last couple of years about the ability to be safe. And then, yes, simultaneously clean, but I'd put safe first. I know I have asked for the city manager to look at even a small increase, even with our budget limitations this year, of looking at how we make the community safer and how do we make sure that we do our best to provide more police presence in our streets, make sure that we add more public safety. And Mr. White, would you be the one to answer that, or Rick? Because we've talked about this.
Don't think it would be Rick. Although he looks so eager. So that's great. You did. I appreciate you working with me over the past few days and asking us to look at different ways of adding resources so that we could expand our police department. So I'll actually turn it over to Oscar, who's
Sorry about that. He was right there.
No.
Thank
it's okay. Who can walk through some options for you and the rest of the council to consider this evening. And, again, I'll frame these as illustrative options. The council has infinite possibilities to give us direction about where to look for money. But this was our first attempt at working within a constrained environment.
And the
A
answer
very
is trade-offs.
constrained environment.
So,
I understand.
my answer is going to be trade-offs. What I'm going to show you is trade-offs, right? Options of things that we're doing now and how we trade that off for adding, anything, actually. Nikki, I have an item there. I think it's, yep.
I don't really like those.
Yeah, I'll use that one. No money.
That's right.
Okay, so what we're showing here, we calculated what it would cost to add, just an example, 4 police officers. That would mean that we would have to eliminate 2 of the one-time projects that we currently have in our CIP held list. You got to remember that those projects were specifically deferred or put in the held list because we wanted to restore reserves to be able to use them if we needed them for to address contingent liabilities. The 2 projects that would be eliminated altogether would be the annual paving and sidewalk repair program and the CCTV security camera program. In addition to that, to be able to cover the positions, we would not increase the citywide facilities renewal program beyond the base amount of $2 million. We had planned for starting in 26-27 to increase it. We wouldn't increase it anymore. We would leave it at the base amount. And then the third thing that we would have to do is, right now, as our tourism is supposed to continue to improve, starting in 25, 26, 26, 27, that would generate additional revenue in transient occupancy tax, which is actually tied to the Measure CS funds, or Measure CS. And so the use of those funds, specifically as identified in the Measure CS guidelines, in the forecast, what we do is we set aside enough, the delta of what we currently invested already in Measure CS funds and how much more money would regenerate above that. And that money would be then appropriated in future years. So we set that aside to be able to appropriate for Measure CS initiatives starting in 26, 27. We would have to tap into that money. This would be one of those eligible uses. So all these things we would have to do to be able to fund 4 police officers on an ongoing basis. So that's an example of 4 police officers and what it would take. We have another example. This is an example of 8 police officers as well. And so it will require the same actions as previously. But in addition to that, we will be eliminating here one-time funding for the Memorial Park PLD relocation, which would probably, or actually for sure, it would set back the Memorial Park expansion project. It wouldn't be able to be done without moving a PLD somewhere else, another city location, which would also cost money. In addition to that, we are, as part of the held list, we also put another project in the held list, which is the Celebrate 28 project. And so that money would also go away. It would be eliminated. So we wouldn't have no funding to fund that project. So these are the other actions that we would require if we were to, select one of these examples. So those are the 2 options we came up with.
So, in other words,
All of them. Combined. To be able to cover the positions over the an ongoing.
All of them
ongoing basis.
combined would basically get you through 27, 28, and then we would need about $1 million of recurring revenue to cover it post that time frame. But this would get you through that time frame.
So that's one way to, I guess my response earlier about what can we do in the promenade, activate the promenade, right? If we're doing some of that, that also helps with public safety and perceived public safety. So it's not always about adding police officers, which, I agree sometimes that, there's needed sometimes, but there's also other options that we're currently evaluating as well.
what are those other options?
Well, I don't know, programming, just like we program the city, right? Like different programs, investing in recreation.
Well, actually, though, for instance, for the promenade, they're paying now for private security. Technically, they need the private security, and it needs to go beyond 10 p.m. because right now, private security leaves the promenade at 10 p.m. You get homeless individuals and other people at 10:15, 10:20 moving into the promenade. So I was down there the last 2 weekends several times. And by 10:20, you had at least 9 individuals between Arizona and Wilshire alone, and at least one night, one person directly in front of the movie exit. People couldn't even get out that exit. So, and my inquiry to DTSM and city staff were, hey, yeah, they go home at 10 p.m. That's too early if you have restaurants, movie theaters, bars, all open. And we don't necessarily have SMPD officers patrolling either. So every bit would help. I know I would hear some residents who say, we should be at 300 officers. Somehow, we're going to hold there for a minute. Somehow, we have to get the 300 or 275. I know we can't do that. We are severely constrained. We know that. And we also know as we get more policemen on, other policemen retire. So this is a continuous balancing act of trying to make sure that people feel safe, not only downtown, not only on the pier, but also in their neighborhoods. And that, has one resident wrote us earlier this week and said, which I've also said several times, that the number one mission of every city council, every mayor in every city in the world is to do their absolute best to keep residents safe. Now, look at crime, unfortunately, right now is throughout LA County. And those big incidents make the news immediately. I think our police department does a really thorough, fantastic job at trying to keep our residents safe each and every day. But I also know that they need more, that the force, that capacity they have that they're not at, but it's still too low, especially if we're going to entertain the Olympics, especially if we're entertaining other activities in the city. And all those minor crimes that still need a policeman to respond, that still need security to respond. So I would suggest we add the 4 now, and we come back in the following year and look at adding another 4, and keep obviously hoping that the financial situation of the city doesn't get worse, that we find a way to climb out of this ditch that unfortunately we're in. And so whether it's these trade-offs or, Oscar, we work with you over the next couple of weeks and see if there are additional trade-offs that aren't as onerous to Public Works or other departments. I'm happy to entertain that, but I believe strongly. I would say we should have another squad right now, another squad next year, another squad the year after. But then there's a reality check, and the reality doesn't say we can do that. So I would definitely want at least 4 more officers, and I appreciate the city manager working with me the last couple of days on trying to find some solutions so that our residents feel that public safety is being enhanced, along with the technology units that we're putting in place over the next year, because that'll be really important as well.
We evaluated what options we had. These are the options that we have now. Our budget is already established. We really, all you're considering tonight are just minor adjustments, right?
Right. No, I understand that.
There's no trade-offs there anymore. The budget's been set for that. So.
I know. We're bare.
We're
I know.
bare, definitely.
I had a question. We're still adding a couple of FTEs.
Well, can I just, on these options here, I just want to reinforce that there are no other, there's nothing, I mean, every cut is painful. In Memorial Park, we have received bids back to go into design in the partnership that we're in with the community college. So, I mean, that project is moving forward as we've committed to work with the college to realize it. So, and a lot of these are safety measures. The cameras, we want to make sure we have resources for street lights. We have a lot of issues with copper wire theft, so.
Right, but and we know that, but our residents.
That's what we're looking at.
Again, I will repeat, as far as I'm concerned, at least, the top priority has to be the safety of our residents. And yes, I don't want potholes either, and I know our residents, as they are in Los Angeles as well, and every other city in Southern California, are tired of streetlight copper being stolen. And if epoxy helps with that, I'm fine. If we have to move towards solar lighting, street lights, which LA is doing, that's fine too. I understand the priorities. I want safe, clean, lit streets that people feel safe walking down, feel safe bicycling on, feel safe being in. But we can't do that if we don't make a solid commitment to increase public safety in the city. And that has to be our top priority.
Mayor, one of the projects, like for example, the sidewalk repair program, if we don't take care of that results.
Well, we've been using the asphalt for years now.
We have, but it also, as I understand it from Rick, is, to do that, you have to maintain it on an ongoing basis.
No, I understand.
It creates an additional cost for staff having to do that. So, I guess my point is sidewalk repair to me is a risk. We don't want litigation.
I absolutely understand that.
So, yeah.
But I know that what I've seen over the last few years is the asphalt being used to patch the 2-inch difference rather than replacing real cement everywhere. And I know we tried rubber blocks as well for a little while. Many years ago. Yeah, there's some of them, they're still there. They're not great, but they're still there. Can I move on to a couple other things? Thank you. So a couple of other questions. Measure GS. Do we have any kind of probably not yet, but a report on the impact of GS on sales in the city and the revenue it's generating for the school district, et cetera?
Measure GS, the first year in operation, 27, I believe it's 27.9 million that was generated. 10 million went to the school district. The remaining amount went in accordance to the measure to the Housing Trust Fund or Measure GS Fund.
So it's working.
But it's unpredictable.
Has it decreased sales of commercial real estate and residential real estate, or would you say that is?
There's no way to know. There's no way for us to make that observation.
Are we having less sales than we were, let's say, in 2018 or 19?
Wouldn't be able to tell you at that level with that. I mean,
Well, I think our transaction activity is down, but that's a real estate wide issue. I mean, interest rates are up, sales have been down.
Okay.
So it's hard to put our finger on specifically anything attributable to Measure GS.
Got it. And I realize I've taken a lot of time, and I apologize. But my question on, last question, FTEs. As we add FTEs, are we really seeing benefits for our residents and/or our FTEs find a way to generate more revenue? There's two different questions there. I understand that.
I mean, it's a question about the way that we're delivering services, right? So we're increasing FTEs. When we ask for a new FTE, there's always a community benefit that's going to come up as a result of it. And so we feel like, yes, adding these FTEs are making a difference. In terms of generating additional revenue, some of the positions that we're adding are revenue generating, right? The recreation classes and community programs, that type of stuff, the beach house positions that we're adding, those are revenue generating. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councilmember Delatorre.
It's really late, so I just want to not even ask questions, but just, I know the budget's really tight, but I want to echo support for a, creative way to fund more police, more public safety, also creative strategies, to program, lighting, things that can improve public safety. Technology, the Smart Center, I know that's been funded with a grant, but is there any monies that we should be contemplating adding to the grant so that it's fully functional and operational, or are we meeting, do we have all the resources we need to make that Smart Center happen?
I don't know about current needs. I'd defer to the chief if he has any recommendations. I know that in the budget we brought to you in February, we did start programming additional resources in the long-term budget because it's not funded after, I think, 3 or 4 years. So there is money starting to be set aside to try to accommodate the needs of the program. So that action's already been put in front of you.
Okay, and then there was another commitment to make the Samuel Shell, the temporary shelter that we have, 24/7 operational, and I'm hoping that that's still the case. Is there any change in that, or are we still 24/7 operational?
No, it's been fully funded and it's now operating on a 24/7 basis.
Okay, great. So that's, effective homelessness management strategies, I think, to me, are the two most important things that we have to deal with right now in the city is public safety and effective homelessness management strategies. And finally, I just want to make sure that staff is looking in terms of, our equity commitment, our commitment to equity and having an equity lens, in terms of how we move forward on the budget. I think that's real important. But I'll keep it at that. Thank you.
Well, I would just add to that point, one of the notable highlights of this budget is bringing forward resources towards the Preserving Our Diversity program, which supports seniors in rent-controlled units. So as our Director of Housing and Human Services stated at the last council meeting, right, through the emergency declaration, we increased the resource to people who are currently on the program. And with this budget, we're proposing to use Housing Trust Fund resources so that we can expand the number of people that would participate.
And I did see that, and I really appreciate that program. I think that's a very smart use of public resources for our residents. So thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Quick question about the airports. Mr. Campbell still here? Oh, great. because I just want to clarify something on the fee reductions, because it was the FAA that in fact told us we needed to do that. Is that correct?
Yes, they strongly suggested that we do that.
And if we didn't do that, would they have an argument to be made that we had violated the consent decree that is going to let us close the airport on December 31st, 2028?
I think the two things are separate. I think that they could make an argument that we violated the consent decree, but I don't think it would affect our ability to close the airport.
Okay, so, but if we violate the consent decree, doesn't that include isn't that the document that allows us to?
Yes, that is the agreement that allows the city to close the airport.
So if they wanted to, perhaps they could argue that the whole, you violated, therefore it's.
Theoretically, yes, they could do that.
Okay, indeed. Thank you. That was the only question. I just wanted to clarify that. So I'd actually like, because I'm not sure I understand what this, we're being asked to make a trade-off here, not do these things for 4 police officers, and I'm not really sure what the implications of them are. So can someone explain to me, if we don't do the proposal is to not do the annual paving and sidewalk repair program, is that correct?
Let me, there's two.
I mean, because I just don't feel like there's enough, what will not be done in the city that would otherwise be done?
So let me start off with the high level, because there's 2 components to it. So Rick, don't leave, because I'm still going to need you. The first piece, just to make everything super clear, right? Those 2 projects, the annual paving sidewalk repair program, CCTV security program, were put onto the held project list to have resources available to address our contingent liabilities. So the first and foremost implication is that that money will no longer be available to address those liabilities. That will then go into reserves for the police department to hire these officers. If for whatever reason we were to get the insurance proceeds and everything would work out and we would be able to make a recommendation to you to take these projects off the held list, right? If they were still available, well, in this case, they wouldn't be available. Rick can explain what the ramifications are of not having those programs available to be funded. I'll turn it over to Rick.
So if the funds came back, the annual paving sidewalk repair program, what that does, if we didn't get that money for that project, it would preclude us from making the permanent concrete sidewalk repairs. We do that in order to minimize the trip and fall claims, which the city attorney's office is defending.
Oh, you anticipated my next question.
Right, and so what we would end up having to do is if we didn't have the funding to do the concrete repairs, we would have to continue with the temporary asphalt patches, which is obviously not a permanent fix, and that would require us to do more inspections to make sure that the asphalt patches are still holding up. So in other words, we may not be able to accommodate that with the limited staffing that we have. We have a 3-year inspection program, and I'm sure the city engineer is going to ping me for making a mistake in saying 3 years or 2 years, but now we would probably have to invest more resources in following up on those patches to make sure that they're holding up until we get to a point where we can do the permanent repairs with concrete.
But if we don't have the staffing to do that, do we run a risk that, it's all, if our sidewalks are not in good shape, and I think we've all been in the city of LA, which has some really crappy sidewalks. And in my day job, one of the things I have to do is deal with trip and falls in the city of LA, where they're paying out millions of dollars on trip and falls in the city. I mean, do we run a risk that, yes, we save money here, but we end up spending more money on personal injury settlements because people are tripping and falling on our sidewalks?
That's a very possible scenario because we don't have the permanent fixes.
Okay, and sadly, as we all sit here discussing it, this video will be exhibit number 1 in those personal injury lawsuits where they say you knew you were going to have more trip and falls when you adopted this policy, right?
Legal question.
Legal question.
We would need to be a little more specific, but possibly, yes.
Okay. So annual paving and sidewalk repair is we're not going to be able to do permanent repairs. We're going to do more asphalt repairs. And maybe if we have, I just want to be real clear on this. And maybe if we have the right number of people, we can go out and inspect them more. But if we don't, then we don't inspect them, and
we have
the
a higher
chips fall or the
exposure
people
to
fall
that
where
type
they
of
may.
liability.
Okay. And then the CCTV security camera program, what is that? What will we be losing there?
So This program started in the last budget cycle. An interdepartmental team is looking at replacing our video management system, which we got grant funding for. So that project is moving forward. We have funding in place to replace the top priority cameras, 60 traffic cameras. What this would do is if we didn't get the money for the current biennial CIP budget, we would not be able to replace about 200 outdated cameras, which may or may not be compatible with the new video management system. So in other words, when the real-time crime center is in place, it's only as effective as the number of cameras that can communicate with the video management system. So if you take away this money, we may have a number of cameras that would not be functional, and it would limit the effectiveness of our real-time crime center.
So we're all very excited about this real-time crime center, but what you're telling me is there might be portions of the city that wouldn't be able to be monitored because the cameras for that portion might be outdated or couldn't interact with the system.
We have some very old cameras, lenses that need to be replaced or refurbished.
Okay. No increase to citywide facilities renewal program. What the heck does that mean?
So the Citywide Facilities Renewal Program is a fund that we have in place to address significant replacements or maintenance of existing city facilities and infrastructure. It addresses HVAC systems, paint at the library, carpets, things of that nature, larger maintenance projects. By not let me start by saying this. We did a facilities needs assessment, and right now we're about $19 million unfunded for some of these needs for our city facilities. What this basically does is it would increase that unfunded bucket of maintenance needs throughout the city facilities. We know that by not increasing the base funding in those out years, we basically lose our $250,000 emergency fund, which we always put aside for unplanned or unscheduled repairs. So we would have no flexibility whatsoever. So if the HVAC system at, say, PSF went down, we'd have to say, no, we don't have the budget for that. So what we're anticipating right now, things like paint and carpet may have to be postponed till money becomes available, because we have that $19 million worth of maintenance projects that are unfunded. And it basically just adds on to that.
So you're saying, for example, if a city building, the HVAC system went down, we might not be able to fix it?
It's maintenance of aging HVAC systems. So essentially what would happen is if we don't get that money, we won't be able to maintain them, and we end up allowing the systems to deteriorate to the point where we have to replace them at a much higher capital cost.
Okay.
I would just give another example. When we had the recent heavy rains, a number of our facilities flooded, like the MLK auditorium, fire stations. We had to replace equipment and carpeting. City TV flooded. So that's what this fund is for. The renewal program is used for these emergency needs as well.
So if we had heavy rains and more flooding, what would happen?
Standard issue buckets.
Okay. This is sounding good. Okay, use of Measure CS funds. Use any funds available above and beyond what is needed to cover current budgeted ongoing expenses. These funds are from the projected recovery in tourism. So I don't understand. First of all, it doesn't sound like those are certain funds. It sounds like we're
based on projections.
Hope is a strategy, right? Hope is our strategy here. And what wouldn't we be able to do if we did that?
So we haven't budgeted this money. What we did is budgeted the Measure CS funds originally in 23-24. We budgeted about $5 million annually of ongoing expenses. So when we projected how much revenue would come in, we anticipated that we were going to receive at least $5 million to cover the ongoing expenses. In running the forecast, we calculated how much of the transit occupancy tax would be related to Measure CS, and then calculated how much we've appropriated already for expenses, and any excess amount above the expenses to cover those expenses would be appropriated in a future year. So that's what's folded into the forecast. It hasn't been programmed. The money is there based on our projections, so we anticipate that, about 500,000 annually would be in excess of what we already programmed. So we would be tapping into that money. It would be appropriated anyway in future years to address Measure CS initiatives. It's basically money that we set aside in the forecast to address Measure CS initiatives that haven't been programmed.
So, okay, so we've programmed most of the CS money, and what this is saying, to the extent if we're lucky enough to get additional revenues. But what if we don't get the additional revenues? Are we able to do the 4 police officers? I mean, what if additional revenues are zero?
We're hopeful that we get enough revenues to at least cover our ongoing expenditures, the ongoing expenditures that we already budgeted. If we don't get it, then there's not sufficient money to be able to cover, the police officers. So we're hopeful that the projections, are able to cover it.
Okay, but so let me ask it a different way. Yep. If we don't do let's just assume, I hope this isn't the case, but, got to be practical here. If we don't get any additional CS funds, so that's a big zero. Let's assume that's a big zero. Do we have enough money from the first 2 bullet points to do the 4 additional officers?
No, we don't. Right, and so that's where, again, right now we're relying on working capital reserves. We would have to rely on working capital reserves again, above and beyond what we already have.
So we'd have to use working capital reserves to replace the money that we thought we might get, but we didn't get. And when we use our working capital reserves, what's the effect of that?
Well, we're hopeful that we can keep any reserves right now with the way we are with contingent liabilities. So it's really just using more working capital reserves, really tapping into our reserves, right? That's basically what it is.
And when we tap into our reserves, I was just happened to be reading some historical documents from the early 2010s, 2012s. And back then, there were some financial issues with cities, including Santa Monica, and we were put on like Moody's watch list because we were tapping into our reserves for things. Is that a risk, that if we start tapping into our reserves, that the bond rating agencies will consider downgrading our bond rating?
That could happen, yes.
Okay, thank you. I think that gives me a good idea about what the trade-offs are. Thanks.
Councilmember Negretti.
I think you answered the question I had about the CCTV. My computer died, but isn't there also in the budget, like specifically for alley paving, that was $2 million allotted towards it? It's not the sidewalk paving, it's like alley repair. I don't know if it's page 24. Yeah. I can't open it because it died.
In the general fund, so I think Jennifer Rick, where she's looking at is under the general fund, there's an alley renewal program allocation that kicks off in fiscal year 25-26 of about $500,000. Is that what you're referring to? This is a CIP.
That was more than $500,000.
For alley renewal?
Wasn't it $2 million altogether?
The $2 million is the citywide facility program that Rick was just talking about.
It's $500,000 over 4 years. Over 4, okay. I was just curious how you combined those. You just picked these different. I mean, the CCTV doesn't make sense, obviously, because if we're trying to increase police and safety, that.
Honestly, we looked at the health project list and realized we have very difficult decisions. If this council would like to guide us to other projects, we're more than happy. We just took a stab at something.
For example, CCTV, what is that a lot? What is that separately right there, the CCTV?
250,000.
Right, so 500,000 is alley repair, and I'm sure there's potholes in alleys, but isn't that, I mean, I haven't been in a closed session where we've talked about trip and fall in an alley. I don't know what the
alleys, they're your primary access route for all your trash trucks, and your utilities are located in them, so that's where that would be a concern. I could let Rick talk about.
I mean, but it's not a pedestrian traveled, sidewalk repair is a little bit different, right? It's more heavily used by our residents. If we were to pick something, I was just curious why, like the annual paving and sidewalk repair program, how much is that?
The annual sidewalk repair, what is in the held list is 100 and 250, and there's a last remaining 250 amount in fiscal year 25-26.
Yeah, it just seems to me that the alley, I mean, none of these things, obviously, this is like Sophie's Choice, we always talk about this.
Right, and so exactly. So if there's anything else you as council
my
see.
personal opinion would be
okay.
to swap that out if we were going to look at these things that with that alley repair, because that seems to be maybe less impactful to the community. But we're talking about this budget and we're talking about, and we're not putting police officers tomorrow, so that wouldn't be able to be considered.
I'll try to be more clear. If council would like to take money from any other program, ask us the question, and we have the expertise here to try to answer what the impact would be.
So I'm asking you then the impact to be removing bullet point number 1 and replacing it with the alley repair program.
So if you were to
Yeah, that whole.
if you were to eliminate funding for the alley renewal program, the rule of thumb in paving is the more you allow it to deteriorate, the higher your capital costs are going to be. So what we try to do is when your alley is at a certain point where it starts to crack, we try to do the minimum maintenance to it. And so if we don't do any alley renewal or alley pavement over the next couple of years, you might end up with alligator cracking your alleys, and that means a full reconstruction of your alleys, which is going to be 3-4 times the cost of maintenance. So you're basically what you're doing is you're leveraging future funds at a much higher rate.
But it just seems in comparison to paving and sidewalk repair that would be a better option if we had to go down this route, and the CCTV security camera. Just because that program alone is like $500,000, and those combined sounds like is maybe less or equal to, but doesn't make sense. Obviously, the security camera program makes no sense if the whole point of this is to have more police officers. It seems like it would be less impactful too. I mean, I know it's all impactful, but trip and falls, usage, people walking on sidewalks, that's a little bit different than our alleyways, which I know people tend to think of alleys. I know alleys have, cracks and whatnot, and it's probably hard on our trucks going down, but what's the real?
It's basically a financial decision.
And then when you were talking about the facilities, and Councilmember Davis brought up like what would happen if because I had a similar question, so you're saying that if the air conditioning went out in a building, we would just not fix it?
Yeah, because to put it in context, you have a long list of maintenance needs throughout the city.
Mm-hmm.
So we would choose to, say, replace a roof versus maintain HVAC if we didn't have enough funding to do both.
So it doesn't mean that we wouldn't fix it. And do we use staff internally to fix, or do we use an outside company?
It depends on the job. We have staff that can do some of the maintenance for HVAC. We also use a contractor.
Just as somebody who runs a business, I just maintained 4 AC units. Sometimes, obviously, replacing is much more expensive. I've experienced that myself. But sometimes we're talking a few $100s for replacing filters. I can't imagine that the city's not going to do that if that's what it equates to.
When we looked at the first 2 years of tasks that we were doing under the budget for the facilities renewal, one of the lowest priority items was maintenance of HVAC.
Okay, well, those are my questions.
Councilmember Zwick.
Question, I guess, again, just referring to the trade-off that's been presented. When it comes to the CCTVs, you're talking about deferring the allocations in the next 2 fiscal years, but then having them beyond in this scenario? Because I see it allocated in fiscal years beyond these 2. So that would continue? It would just be delayed essentially to 26?
That would continue for as long as you have the police officers.
The delay in the CCTV, that would only be for 2 years.
Okay, because then you'd have other things kick in that would
and
cover
then
that.
The projection kicks back up in fiscal year 26, 27.
That's what I was asking. Okay.
Yeah, so it's just the 2 years.
So it would be a delay of those 2 years.
Correct.
So theoretically, with those funds, if the real-time crime center doesn't need the cameras right away, potentially I could see a delay being acceptable in that particular instance. But I do agree that the paving might just get you in more trouble if you delay it or defer it. Beyond that, I will have to speak to another item that was held over. I'm curious in general, when we talk about eliminating items that were held over, the idea is that that money could theoretically, that money might very well be spent on these projects, because theoretically that means we have it in hand if we're going to say we're going to delay it to, or sorry, eliminate it to spend it somewhere else. So essentially we're still budgeting for those items.
Yeah, we're still budgeting for them, so that if, in the event that resources materialize and we don't need the resources from these held projects, then the idea would be, assuming council approves them, that we'd come back to, let's say, in October, if we had clarity on insurance, or later in the year, we'd ask you to fund those projects once we had much better clarity on our financial situation.
Got it. When it comes to the issue of public safety, I mean, I share everyone's concerns that even though I think our public safety outlook is improving, we could always do more. I wonder, since how many, I know that we are trying to hire to keep up with retirements. I mean, how many open positions do we currently have? And if we allocated more money in these upcoming fiscal years, what is the chance that we would actually get beyond full staffing in order to use those funds, say, next year?
So I'd like the chief come up and talk about the recruitment efforts. I can say the last staffing report I got was for the beginning of May. We were at 214 filled officer positions, and council gave us an allocation of 228. We did get to a high point of 221 in December 2023, January 2024. But then because of retirements, we went back down to 214. So I'll let the chief talk about the recruitment activity.
As of today, good evening, council.
Good evening.
Mayor.
Good morning.
Vice Mayor, good morning. This is the part where I fight against myself, talking about the needs. Right now, we're at 212. We were at 221, the way the manager described in February. We've got about 41 folks that are off work, injured in one way or another. So from 212 to 228, we're 16 positions down.
So with that knowledge, we have 16 positions that we are seeking to fill, I assume. We have recruitment that's ongoing. We have retirements that are anticipated. If, say, we said, you all have authority to hire 4 more officers, and we're budgeting for that in the upcoming fiscal year, what are the chances that we would, I guess, use what would then be, I guess, we would fill that gap of what would be 20 positions while estimating for retirements, recruitment, all the various factors, which I know you can't perfectly do, but to what extent do you feel like that would be something you could immediately fill?
We can't immediately fill it. It's
what about within the fiscal year, I guess?
It's hard to say. I mean, we hired 55 new officers in 2 years, so it's not impossible, and we haven't even started to use any of our other tools that could be at our disposal, like San Diego County right now is offering take-home cars and bonuses to hire them.
That would cost more money, I assume.
We're not doing any of that. We're not doing any of that and still hired 55 new officers in 2 years. I think that's pretty impressive. It just goes to the brand of Santa Monica.
So say you hire say you're able to hire like, on that pace, which would be, I guess, around 22 or so officers. I assume there's also expected retirements over the next year?
Yeah, yes.
So it's quite possible, even at that pace, we still wouldn't hit 20 more positions being filled, even if we hired 22 officers.
Right, we're 16 from hitting 228 right now.
Yeah, I was estimating 20 in this scenario, adding 4 to that number.
Okay.
So it'd be 20, 20 hires, but obviously there'd be retirements at the same time.
Right.
Okay. I'm just trying to get a sense because I feel, I hope the projections are right and that we see more Measure CS funds, and I could see it being a totally good and valid use that we use those excess funds to hire more officers starting in, I guess they're talking about 25, 26. If there's I guess if we already have a mandate to hire 16 officers currently, I hope we fill it. My question is sort of how useful is it in the next fiscal year that we have 4 more authorized positions, let alone compared to just, trying to fill all the positions that we currently have authorized.
Right, and I just, I think we definitely understand where you're headed, and I just, we're doing everything we can to recruit as fast as we can. The chief has, been a very strong leader in his department, has done a tremendous job in accelerating hiring as much as they can. So it'd be our hope that we could fill what we have plus then some, but it's a very challenging labor market.
Yeah, and my point, as you, I think, understand, is not that I don't think we should continue to hire officers, but it's that should we defer maintenance in order to have the authority to hire officers we won't actually be able to within the time frame that we're budgeting. I think that's the question that I'm trying to get at. Not that we shouldn't plan to increase the size of the force over time when more revenues and more hiring is able to be carried out. But if we already have 16 positions we need to fill, I'm not sure whether the time is right to add additional authority at this time, even though I would like to see the force grow. I do have a question related to other items that are, thank you, Chief, by the way. Another item that I see is listed on the held list. It's a rather small expenditure, but it was spoken to in public comment, and I want to speak to it a bit more, especially because we're on the topic of public safety, and I think it fits in there. As was noted in public comment, we as a council voted unanimously on an item following the tragic death of a community member at 19th and Idaho in the Wilmont neighborhood to do a few things to try to avoid those deaths going forward. The most obvious thing that's materialized is we got some more stop signs in Wilmont, and I'm really happy with the speed with which we acted, and I know a lot of the community members are too. But another key aspect of that proposal, and frankly one that I thought was far more important, had to do with using quick build infrastructure to more effectively daylight our intersections. And we already have red curbs that tell cars not to park on these corners, but they regularly do. And the reason why this program is so important is that because when cars do regularly park in these ends of streets sort of jutting out into intersections, they obstruct sight lines and people get killed. The city that has best tackled this issue is Hoboken, New Jersey. They've done this kind of daylighting and they haven't had a single pedestrian death in 7 years. The solution is really simple and really cost effective. You could use planters, you could use boulders, you could use bike racks, but by far the simplest option is 3 flexible plastic K71 bollards drilled into the ground so that cars that aren't allowed to park in this red zone can't actually park in that red zone. And if you look online, if you order these plastic bollards in bulk, you can get them for around $25 a pop. So for $75, you can stop someone from parking somewhere that they're already not allowed, and you can potentially save a life. So One thing I noticed that we never proposed to get rid of, despite however dire our fiscal situation might be, are public safety resources, because as our mayor said, public safety is our #1 priority. And for that reason, I similarly don't understand why we would defund a program that's been so proven to save lives, one that council unanimously voted on, and one that only costs $100,000 as budgeted, something which frankly, if any of these settlements that we are perhaps going to be hit, would make no material difference on one way or another when it comes to $1 million pop settlements times 100. So I would urge that we give direction that we restore that particular item. The one that I'm speaking of on the held list is labeled as the quick build enhancements at unsignalized intersections. To me, it's a public safety issue that's on par with increasing the size of our force, which I also agree with. The goal in both is to increase safety and save lives. And my proposal would be that we don't hold back that project.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yeah, just really quick, Chief, I have a question for you again, sorry. And I know the hour's late and all of us have work tomorrow. So I'm ready to, the hour is early and all of us have work today. So Chief, along the same lines of questioning that Councilmember Zwick had, but taking it a step further, would you rather have the 4 officers now or the CCTV security camera program?
This is the part where I mentioned earlier, I have to come up here and.
Yeah, right, that's what
I
I want to know, like, what, you're in charge. We all care about public safety. What makes us more safe here?
When faced with the question about whether, the person needs pants and shoes, the person needs both. So
Sure.
in this case, the department needs both.
But what would you prioritize?
We need both.
So.
I think, this is the epic challenge we're facing. Everything we have on these lists, and we need it all. Like, we really, truly do. And so this is like the really hard part for us.
Yeah, I guess the question is, like, what can have the immediate impact, right? Like, are you ready to deploy this CCTV security camera program?
Well,
Or do you not, yeah,
it's gonna be on
because
hold. So it's not going to move forward right now because it's going to be sitting on hold until we see what happens with our liabilities.
but it sounds like we're not going to put the 4 officers on hold.
No, not if this project's taken off of the held list. That's what is being discussed.
Right, but now you're confusing me because you're saying you're going to keep the CCTV security camera program on the held list, but if we decide we would like a trade-off where we get 4 officers, you're taking that off the held list?
Correct. And then it would no longer be available for liabilities.
Which is a credit rating issue, which is another huge problem for us.
It's just an issue we would, depending on how big, what happens as things progress, we'll out of the money.
Okay. So you're going to decline to answer that question?
I answered.
You need both? Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Para.
Thank you. Before I kind of make my comments, I had a question for Councilmember Zwick. Your plastic bollards in the red zones, is that what you were describing?
Yeah.
Okay, because red zones, those are meant for emergency response vehicles. So I'm not sure, I'm trying to visualize what you were trying to explain. The red zones are not meant for regular cars, they're meant for emergency response vehicles. So those would impede the vehicles.
So the state has new laws that we already largely in compliance with that require that all the curbs on the corners.
You're talking about just the corners?
On the corners, like right near an intersection, are painted red so that vehicles in general don't park there, so that you can see oncoming traffic coming from the other way. If I had access to the screen, I could put it up, but there are many cities And actually, you see this already on Wilshire Boulevard and other places where we've done some safety improvements, where in the zone where you are not allowed to park, it is indicated as such, like that. So that a car can actually not park there, whereas now regularly cars do, and make it impossible to see oncoming traffic when you are trying to go across an intersection. This is Hoboken, New Jersey. They've not had a traffic fatality in 7 years.
That's very interesting. Okay, thank you for showing me that, because obviously, you know, emergency vehicles, that's what the red zones are. I mean, we tow cars. Like, that's what we do as a fire department, so that are parked in the red zones, but thank you for showing me that. Okay, so I just had, I think we're just kind of like in comments and questions. And I'll make this really short and sweet because you guys all mostly have answered my questions, but I think where we are in terms of like public safety, I think that Mayor Brock really kind of hit the nail on the head in terms of perspective and what the needs and wants of the community are. I recognize that there are a lot of, you know, competing needs with CIP. There's a lot of things that we need. It's not so much as want, but need. And in terms of in terms of public safety and clean and safe, you know, I literally like opened up my MSN and this article on Santa Monica popped up. And, you know, there was some businesses that said, you know, about downtown, really that said, thank God, you know, I have clients supporting me, but, you know, because of concerns regarding homeless in the area, you know, us local businesses really need some increased security in the area. And while there's efforts to bring new businesses into downtown and 3rd Street, you know, it's been very difficult. You know, thankfully I've got some regular clientele. If not, you know, they don't complain about parking or traffic. They complain about unhoused. They complain about, you know, homeless. And they said that they have been battling shoplifters. And, you know, sometimes they check their fitting rooms and they see pee in it. I mean, these are the things that our businesses are dealing with. This is the public narrative. In the last 30 days, I personally have had to call the police twice, just because of, you know, things that have happened to me. And ironically, one of the times I didn't even think about calling the police because I am guilty of it too. It's kind of like I normalized this activity that we see every day in Santa Monica. You know, when a homeless person acted violently towards me and was throwing rocks at me when my back was turned and I was in a public place. And I was returning a call to the city manager and he said, "Did you call the police?" And I was like, "Oh, should I? Yeah, you probably should, because if he's doing that to you, what if he hurts somebody? What if they're driving? What if?" And so I'm like, okay, let me hang up on you. And I did it. But so this is when when we talk about how people feel, you know, what they're experiencing. You know, I was looking at, you know, some other blogs and what people are posting, and they're posting the same stories. People are frustrated, and I get it because, you know, I get it. Some of us, you know, are just, you know, living with it and getting used to it. And I don't think that that's okay. And so I think that, you know, with all the different tools and all the different things that we're trying to implement and put into place to deal with it, I know that we're all trying and we're all working really hard. But I think that, you know, our police department needs more. Our police department is being tasked with not only being police officers to uphold the law, but now we're essentially asking them to be social workers as well. And we're adding to the burden of what they signed up to do. And so I think it's very important that we give them 4 this year. I think we give them 4 next year, and I think we give them 4 the additional year, because we have a lot of things to look forward to. We have the Olympics potentially coming in 2028. And we know that it takes at least a year or 2 to train up a police officer, to get them acclimated, to get them, to get them used to the dynamics of our city and our force and what have you. And so I'm hopeful that we're going to continue to recover economically. I'm hopeful with all these, with GS, with CS, with all these other acronyms, that, that money will come in and that we'll have opportunities to continue to move all these other projects forward. But we can't continue to recover and grow and have businesses grow when they don't feel safe. They're chasing people down the street. A Montana businesswoman chased this young lady down the street. It was posted all over social media the other day from stealing from them. It's like people are frustrated, and I get it. And so we need to do everything we can to help people feel safe and actually keep them safe, myself included. And so I'm going to vote for 4 officers this year, next year, following year. As long as I'm up here, I'm going to be voting for officers. And I want to thank the officers here today and every day for keeping us safe and risking your lives. So thank you.
Councilmember Negrete.
Okay, I'm just going to get straight to the point. I might need the chief and Oscar. Just wanted, to take this apart. CCTV, the funding is not, I see there's nothing for 24, 25, 25, 26. It doesn't start till 26, 27. And when I brought up the alley, the comment was that there's nothing.
There's a couple of exhibits to look at, so let me walk you through it. So there's the held project exhibit, which shows the CCTV security camera program at fiscal year 24-25, 250, fiscal year 25-26 at 250. Because it was pulled out of the funded CIP list, that's why you see the zeros. And in the held list, that's where it is, and that's being held back. That's why.
So just for the future, I don't know if we could have this shown differently, maybe, I don't know.
Wait, sorry, which attachment?
Yeah.
It's just so many attachments and.
It's called the held project list in the CIP book.
Oh, it says NB, okay, got it.
So anyways, back to trading out CCTV and annual paving and sidewalk, just to be very clear, in the event that we were, because there's 16 officers that were down, correct, Chief? I know you're in the back of the room, but are we talking like, let's just say in a perfect world, well, first of all, let me back up for a second as you get here. You spoke about recruitment, and does the police department have a budget right now for recruitment, or is there a need for more recruitment dollars in order to be able to hire at a faster rate? Because I know at one point we needed more people to do background checks. I think we solved that issue, or did we not yet? Is that still an issue?
So yes, we did solve getting the recruiters and the background investigators. We haven't had a recruitment budget for about 4 years.
So is that maybe something that we should be considering in terms of, look, if you've got 16 officers to hire, can you really do that within the next 12 months for us to be even looking at that? Instead, should we be looking at, increasing it to, changing this out so that we're increasing it to maybe an additional, 2 officers or something the following year, but increasing a recruitment budget or creating a recruitment budget so that you can actually have the tools to offer. I know that we are the brand, and not only do people want to be here, but we also find the best. And so that's why maybe we don't hire at the rate that some other departments do, because we just have higher standards. But I'm wondering if you would benefit from a budget that gives you more tools to recruit people.
Yes, that would be helpful. Right now, we're in conversations with Human Resources to increase the amount of recruitment efforts that we conduct throughout the year. But that is going to have costs associated, so we're not sure if we're going to be able to move forward because we don't have that budget item to pay for that.
And I know you weren't prepared to do this, but I'm just curious if you're able to give some sort of number off the top of your head. Like, what would a recruitment budget look like for the department to be able to get back up to this 16 officers that you're down and potentially any additional? I mean, those events, I don't know what they include, but, or if it includes giving incentives.
In 2020 dollars, we were spending about $54,000 a year around 2020 in recruitment. The cost of this new testing material is expensive. I don't know how much it would cost, but it's
Testing material, what is that?
the way that we would test more frequently. It's something we have to pay for.
When you hired the 55 officers within that, was it 2-year period?
Yes.
Was there recruitment budget dollars spent? No. We did that without it, but do you feel that you would be more successful in hiring faster if we did have a recruitment budget?
Yes.
So I'm just proposing, I know we're sort of in comments, the conversation around coming to a realization that we've got 16 officers we're down, we need to hire, but it would be beneficial to have a budget to hire those. And then looking at this, I still believe that the annual paving sidewalk repair program and the CCTV security program being swapped out for the alley program, although I know all of these things are all things that we need, but just to reiterate, we would be pausing or taking off the whole, we would be pausing the alley repair program, but then it would come back at some point?
So right now with what's programmed, it would be on pause for fiscal year 24, 25, because there's no funding for it. And then fiscal year 25, 26, there's 500,000. So
Right.
that would not happen.
But that's like 2 officers, no?
Yeah.
So ideally, if we would have a year to have 16 officers, and then there would be that budget for the additional 2 officers, just with that in and of itself, not even including anything else there. I'm just.
Correct. That's a one-time dollar amount.
But does that solve, what are those dollar amounts?
Right. So what's happening there is we're using the one-time money to bridge us to, with the Measure CS resources that are projected, and then also slimming down the facility renewal program to create the one-time money. So if you took the 500,000 from the alley renewal program, right, then you could not hypothetically do the CCTV item.
You mean right, like trading it out? What do you mean?
Yeah, because that's 250, and that's $500,000, so it'd be the same.
Right, so swapping those things out for that program is the same thing. It's just moving that bullet point with the 2 sub-bullet points for the alley program.
Well, it
Equates
wouldn't
to the same-
offset the sidewalk repair program because that's an additional 350 there. It would just offset the 2 years of the CCTV money.
If you're talking about 2 officers.
Right, that's what I was saying. But then if we wanted to add 4, I'm saying 2 officers and a budget for recruitment is what I'm saying. But the potential for 4 officers could be there. I was just listening to the fact that I'm talking, are we not going to have an opportunity in 12 months, 18 months to have any other conversations about if there's an increase in funding where now we have more money and we're up 12 officers and we want to add even 4 more at that point? Is that not an option that we're going to have at some point?
So, I mean, for us, absolutely. As soon as we get a better handle on what happens with the insurance discussions and with the claims that are coming in, if things resolve in the city's favor, absolutely, we anticipate coming back in front of you and having budget conversations. We don't have that certainty right now.
I want to have, I would love to add 8 officers, 10 officers, whatever the number is. I remember DJ said a long time ago, whatever that number is. But I also want to give you the tools to be able to recruit the officers, because we can say that and then you're not able to hire them. And if it sounds like that's useful to you, I think that's something we should be looking at. But more importantly, I just want to propose what I just said about eliminating that one and exchanging it out for the alley paving, just because I feel like if we're going to do Sophie's choice, that seems like the better choice. And whether that's 4 officers, and I don't know if then that leaves us any extra money for, even if it's $50,000 for recruitment, I'd like to add that in there as well. You're doing a lot of heavy breathing, so I'm going to let you talk.
So this doesn't provide extra money.
It's late and I'm frustrated.
I know.
Okay, so.
It doesn't provide extra money for recruitment, so we would need direction to find an additional. We'd have to take additional, so you could, hold back 50,000 from the CCTV program in order to fund the recruitment. But the 500,000 is just, you're swapping the 500 for 500, so that is
right. But with the CCTV, I think the cameras, it's to communicate with the upgraded technology that the police department is getting, correct?
Yes.
And do we have a timeline on when those cameras are going to be talking to that system?
It depends on some of the RFP process, but the beginning of the year, the end of the year,
The beginning of next year?
this year, the end of this year, the beginning of next year.
So this budget cycle, I was just trying to line up whether or not it's,
Right,
we're
so-
really going to
so
run
you
into a
could
problem.
You could make the CCTV program 200,000 and then put 50,000 into a recruitment program. And then we use the alley renewal money.
To hire officers.
Right, correct.
I don't know how that sounds to you, Chief, but I'm just trying to strike a balance between getting you to hire, having the tools to hire the officers.
No, and I understand, it's just that I'm estimating that 50,000 is not going to be enough to pay for the additional testing, because I think it's in the six figures, and that's just something to consider.
Like 100,000, 200, that's why I was asking for like.
I'm not 100%, but I'm just pretty sure it's not 50.
I mean, it's hard to say because we don't know a number, but. No, but he's saying 50 is not enough for testing.
Why don't we let Phil go?
Yeah, Phil has the solutions.
Okay, so, good morning, Chief.
Morning.
So my first question is, with the state grant, how many cameras come with that? Is there an allotment of money to start installing cameras, license plate readers, and the screens inside? And
So the grant's
drones?
pretty specific with what you can or can't buy with it, and we can't supplant the cameras that are already in place with the new grant money. It can only add new cameras, but not replace the ones that are in place.
Approximately how many cameras do you think you will be adding in the next fiscal year or even the next 8 months? New cameras?
I want to say it's about 60, but I'm not 100%.
Yeah, so we need a lot more than 60. Are we able on this new system to hook up to business cameras in the city already existing?
There will be a part of that, yes.
Okay, that's good. That will expand the amount of cameras right away. So that's one thing. Chief, look at, I believe we need more than 4 officers, and we just spent an hour talking about 4 officers because our financial situation is pretty dire. I understand that. But I also understand that, someone was talking about, a little while ago, someone mentioned CS funds. And we won't expand the amount of CS funds that we get unless everyone feels the hotels and our beaches and everything are safe, because that's TOT money. So we're not going to get more transit occupancy tax if people continue to check out of our hotels early. So I want to make that really clear that it is not one or the other. It has to be both. We want more CS money. We want our hotels to be at 90%, 93% occupancy. We want our hotels almost full, and especially as the revisions or new hotels come online. But I heard constantly over the last couple of years from hotel managers and owners that people would check in and then check out early. That doesn't help our TOT tax. So one reason for the minimum of 4 officers is that. Secondly, you recruited 55 officers in 25 months. That is, first of all, extraordinary, and we see the difference on our streets. We see the difference with bicycle police, motorcycle cops to stop traffic offenses. And we see that an important thing that I've been educated on, officers self-initiating stops. Officers having time not to just race from call to call, but patrol neighborhoods, patrol downtown, patrol everywhere in the city. And when they see something, they can stop something, before it happens or in progress. If they're just racing from call to call because we don't have enough officers on the streets, they can't do that. And it becomes frustrating because we're then only getting there after the fact. And even though, boy, we arrest them. And I love the fact that you're able to take people into custody and that we have an amazingly quick, reactive police force. but I want our police to get out in front of it. I want you to have the officers that this outstanding department needs to make progress in making the residents of our city feel safe from the crime that's coming to us from outside the city. So that's number one. The alley repairs is a better idea than the sidewalk repairs. So I would absolutely support Councilmember Negretti's trade-off there. Maintenance of facilities. You know, a lot of this is, yes, a major storm or something, but I'm not as concerned about that as I'm concerned about safety, because we'll get our stores leased, our hotels will be full, and at mid-year budget, then we can look at recruiting money, because we always look at mid-year budget as well. So there is still room to add, to subtract, to do whatever we need to do at that time, and we hope that Oscar is going to reach into a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow and help us somewhat. So, I'm sorry?
Alley paving is more than the sidewalk paving, so maybe the difference.
Well, we could look at that over the next month, though, too. It doesn't.
Yeah, CCTV.
You're moving out the CCTVs, so you're swapping.
Right. So I know you need cameras, but you don't need cameras till probably mid-year budget, and I know it's going to take a while to get more. So the first thing is, I know, to get that area set up at the police station, get the tools ready, and then be able to find more money to actually do those things that will help make the city safer. So I don't know if you need to stay up here any longer. I just realized that, Chief.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry to the staff who are having to stay here so incredibly long. I want to apologize to everyone. I'd like to make a.
I'm still in the queue.
Okay. Oh, my thing went off. Okay, Councilmember Davis.
Yeah. And, I'm sorry, Chief. Well, maybe you don't have to, maybe. So I gather, so I sort of want to pick up on what Councilmember Zwick and Vice Mayor Negretti said and sort of try and coalesce it a little bit. Because the fact of the matter is, if we allocate 4 police officers tonight, they're not going to be hired tomorrow. But we have, first of all, we have 16 vacancies to fill before we even get to that additional 4. But I think Vice Mayor Negrete raises an interesting point, and it was kind of got, I think, lost in there, that it's not just that recruiting will help us, it will help us get there faster. So if recruiting helps us get there faster, I think I want to flip around a little bit of what the mayor said, which is, rather than say, let's put 4 officers on the books now, 4 officers that we know we can't hire tomorrow, 4 officers that aren't going to get hired till we hire the 16 officers that we're already in deficit. Why don't we, because I think it is important to send a message that we're concerned about public safety, and the alley swap is fine with me. Either way, we're going to have some unpaved something. So alley, sidewalks, so be it. But do the 2 officers now, in the immediate budget, use the additional money for recruiting, because that may help us get those 16 officers faster. And maybe help us get that 18 officers faster. And then, to the mayor's point, if Oscar finds change in the sofa cushions, or we see that there's an improvement in safety because we've now hired these officers faster than we would otherwise be able to hire them, then that reflects on CS money, then coming back in mid-year and saying, well, is there a way to hire 2 more officers? Because I do think, while I understand the need to send the message that we care about public safety, just allocating money in the budget for people who we can't hire and who won't be hired till we get past those 16 is really just that. It's a message. It's not, we're not going to wake up tomorrow and have 18 more police officers. But if we allocate money in this budget to recruiting, as the vice mayor suggested, we may get those 18 officers much faster. And to me, that is a better trade-off than 20 officers, but perhaps more slowly because we don't have recruiting money. So I think from my perspective, alley, street paving is fine. If we allocate the 2 officers with the idea that if more money is generated by CS or whatever, we can come back and add the additional 2. But I think, for me, if we want to make our streets safer, it's not how many officers we budgeted for, it's how many officers we have on the street. And it seems to me, it sounds like from the police, and Chief, please correct me if I'm wrong or misinterpreting a single thing you said, that if we had more recruiting dollars, we could hire people faster. That's going to have a bigger impact on safety. So I think I'm sort of going where the vice mayor was going with 2 officers in this allocation and recruiting money, and then we can look at the additional 2 officers at the mid-year budget review if we see that, maybe we will by then have hired 18 officers, and we can go, look, we got them, and now let's add the other 2, or maybe we'll still be lagging. But I think if we're really trying to have a meaningful impact on the street, hiring more people faster is better than just allocating positions that may or may not get filled within the fiscal year.
Councilmember, I want to, having a vacant position generates savings, so that money could be used to recruit as well. So if you added the positions, you wouldn't necessarily need to, in my understanding, you wouldn't need to add training money as well, because those vacant positions would generate savings for some time, and that money could be used for recruitment.
And I also want to add, in developing these recommendations, we've already accounted for what we think the hiring time would be. So, I don't want to misrepresent and let you think that we're, assuming all these are going to be funded from day one. We're not thinking that way. So, we had to be thoughtful about what our vacancy levels are, when resources will become available. So I think we can logically absorb a $100,000 recruitment budget, but 2 officers or 4 officers, the vacancy is what the vacancy is, and we're setting aside the resources that we think we can meet the timing issue, but I don't think that's going to make a difference. Saying 2 versus 4, because I don't, there's so much vacancy there at this moment in time, like this, to get to the 16 officers, it's going to take them time. So, and with the trade-offs that we've outlined for you, it frees up resources in the current year that could be used for recruitment.
Okay, so we can still get the 4 officers and still have the recruitment money, is what you're saying? Oh, okay, well, then that makes it easy, okay.
Because I don't think the 4 officers are going to come right away anyways.
Right.
That's my point.
Okay, I'd like to move. Do I need to move?
Well, can I just make sure we're clear on, so we're clear that we're not using the annual street paving money, the
Correct.
100, and
we're using alley repair instead.
And we're swapping out the CCTV for the alley repair money, right?
Because the alley repair money, as I understand, I want to be clear so this isn't confusing, that those 2 combined
Is 500. The 2 CCTV
Right.
numbers are 500, so we're swapping out the CCTV for the alley renewal program.
Okay.
But I want to be clear that we're also, when you mentioned you just said that we can absorb the recruitment budget. So are we getting?
As long as we also delay the annual paving money too.
Right.
Yes.
Right, so is that on the record that we're saying, do we know how much money we're giving? Are you going to discuss that with,
Yeah, no, we know what the numbers are.
Yeah.
for the recruitment budget? I just
I'm
asked.
I'm
We're
assuming
good on the 4
100,000
police
based on the
officers.
chief saying
But what if
6
it's
figures.
150,000?
Well, then we need another 50,000.
Okay, well, that's what I mean, so let's,
Okay, so I'd like to move that we incorporate the changes that the city manager just enunciated a minute ago and add 4 police officers to the budget for the 24-25 calendar year.
and a recruitment budget.
That's direction that the staff will do on their own. We don't need to make that a formal.
Which one?
The recruitment dollars.
Yeah, we'll work on
They'll
it,
take
yes.
care of that internally.
Yes. And then there's also direction about the quick build. What's the,
Right.
The quick build?
That's the bollards, the daylighting.
Oh,
right, there was
Yeah,
discussion
let's
about
do
removing
that.
that. Okay.
Absolutely.
So we're going to remove that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion?
second.
Can I have it just so I'm really clear as to what the final, you know, you said what the city manager said, but I just want to hear it one more time.
It would be to, and Oscar, make sure I'm tracking, we're going to take out the annual paving program from the held list, and that's going to go into support police department recruitment and hiring. We're going to put the CCTV program back into the funded list, and we're going to put the alley renewal $500,000 into police department staffing and recruitment, right? And then we're going to, on an ongoing basis, as the trade-off indicates, reduce the citywide facility program by $500,000. And we're going to take the quick build program out of the held list and put it into the funded list.
Got it. So thank you. So that's just, I guess, because I heard at one point the idea was alleys for sidewalks, but in this case, it's both alleys and sidewalks.
Doing alleys, I thought we were saying,
Alleys replaces the same amount for the CCTV
Got it.
program.
Yeah.
not for the
Okay,
annual
so-
paving of sidewalk
Correct.
repair
It doesn't,
program.
it's not
Oh.
more than that. You can't do both.
alleys will not be repaid.
Okay, are there any other questions
Got it.
right now? All right, can we,
I have a question. So this motion,
Oh.
including, excuse me, we're incorporating all that was just said, but then there's also staff recommendations. So are we also approving the
Yes.
staff recommendations?
oh, yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much for clarifying that.
Okay, so I'm sorry, the motion was made by,
Motion was made by Brock, seconded by Negrete. And can we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Parr,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Teroses,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Brock.
Yes, thank you very much. Let's move on. We're at 16A.
Item 16A, recommendation to accept Alexis Hemphill Elsie's
Hit
resignation
the pillows, people.
from the Human Resources Commission and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy.
Can I make a motion that we take up both 16 items together?
No.
No, we can't.
No.
No,
can't.
Okay,
because one's a complicated item,
okay,
which I had wanted to have pulled, and they said they couldn't pull it.
okay.
So I move 16A.
Thank you.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Item 16F, request of.
And by the way, we thank Alexis for her service to the city.
Item 16F, request of Councilmember De La Torre and Vice Mayor Negrete that the city council direct the city manager to conduct a survey of cities within the West Side Cities Council of Governments and other charter cities across the state with populations comparable to Santa Monica. The survey should compare city council compensation and benefits, and the city manager is to present the findings at the first council meeting in July with recommendations for next steps. The purpose of this survey is to assess whether the current compensation allows residents of varying income levels to serve on the city council. By understanding how Santa Monica compares to other cities, the council can consider placing a charter amendment on the November ballot to adjust compensation, making city council service more accessible to residents with lower incomes.
I'll let you
Yeah,
introduce.
the item is pretty much self-explanatory. This voting yes on this would direct staff to bring back information, do an assessment to see where we stand in comparison to other cities. We want public service to be accessible to various income levels, and we think this information will help us make that determination. The only way that we can increase compensation for city council is by a vote of the people. So it would, whatever comes forward, it would be voted on by the residents of this city, yes or no. And that's that I think would be a great opportunity for the residents to have to professionalize the role of the city council. I mean, if the budget was what, $740+ million, and we need to. We should be able to at least be competitive with the city of Inglewood, California, which I heard does a better job of supporting its city council. Anyway, that's the item.
Councilmember Zwick. I'm sorry, Councilmember Negrete.
I'll just add quickly that in an effort to diversify our city council, not just make it accessible to people who have both the luxury of time and money, that's the purpose of this, because obviously, if you're giving your time and you also rely on the income of your job, it can become totally unfeasible, blocking certain people from even considering to run for city council. So I think we have a lot of qualified individuals that could bring a lived perspective and experience to the council, but they wouldn't even consider it because the compensation doesn't really give you anything for the time that you would be giving. And so for a lot of people, they wouldn't even be able to work a regular job. It's, if you own your own company and you have lots of flexibility, then maybe you can swing it. What a lot of us do up here, if we have flexibility in our jobs, usually means that maybe you're at a certain level in your company. But if you've got people who work for an employer, it's impossible for them to give up half, if not maybe even full-time hours to do this job. So,
Councilmember Davis. Wait, Jesse, did you still? Oh, okay, thank you.
So we just voted to stop paving our streets, paving our alleys. I can't imagine that we in good conscience could go to the people of this city and say, but we should be paid more. There are going to be potholes, your alleys are going to degrade. Maybe if the HVAC breaks down in a city building, you're going to sweat a little bit when you go to visit it. I understand and applaud the theory behind this, but in all the time I've been on council, and I've talked to literally hundreds of people who want to run for city council, I've not had a single one say that compensation was the barrier. Now, if what you're contemplating is going to a full-time council a la City of LA, so this becomes people's job, that's a whole another can of worms that we can discuss. But if the idea is by paying us twice what we make now, you're going to open it up to people, I don't think that is the barrier to people running. I think the barrier is, in fact, time for some people. Some of it's the fact that they have young children. Some of it's the fact that they have other familial responsibilities. But I've never heard anyone say, if only they paid more, I'd be able to run for council. And I honestly do think that if, in fact, that were an issue, literally as we're, arguing about relatively small amounts of money, and we've just told people we're not going to pave our streets and we're not going to pave our alleys and we're going to let some of our facilities degrade. I mean, we haven't even talked about the things that weren't on the capital improvement budget. Going to the people of the city and asking them to pay us more is, I'll just be honest, I can't imagine doing that. And I do want to address this issue because it says, well, it's the professionalism. If we act like professionals, we're professionals. If we don't act like professionals, no amount of compensation is going to change that. So if people think there's some problem with our professionalism, then we need to look internally, and I don't think this is a solution to a lack of professionalism.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yeah, I would just say, I don't know that now is the appropriate time to do this, but I didn't see anything on here about staff. And I would just say on a personal note, I mean, unless, like Councilmember Davis said, we're thinking about making this a full-time job, I think, quite frankly, what would be more helpful would be actual, staff support. Many similarly situated cities have such support that enables their council members to be more present in the community, to ask questions and get questions answered in advance, and have, I think, a stronger presence, eyes and ears, availability, et cetera.
Councilmember Negrete.
I agree that staff support is important. We've brought that up many times before. It's a little complicated because as city council members change, is it, or can the individual be hiring someone? Do they get a city email or then they're a city employee? How does that really work? But to your point, which we've had this discussion openly before, if you in fact had a stipend that was more, maybe then you could pay some staff, right? Some of us on this council, I just wanted to respond to Councilmember Davis, your comment that you haven't met anyone. I don't know who you talk to or who you hang out with or who you discuss, but that does not mean that just because you haven't met anyone that that's not a comment that's made. And so, and I just want us to be careful that when we sort of look down on the idea that that would even come across someone's mind, that some people live paycheck to paycheck and still want to serve their community. So I don't think it's fair to make that statement, and I think that statement, although may not be intended to do that, just be careful that it sends a message of like eliminating a whole class of people because of the sort of arrogance around that phrase. And just, you may not have intended to do that, and I think a lot of us make a lot of comments and statements that have unintended hurtful consequences, but that would be one of them. So I just want to point out that this is not about making it full-time or getting paid six figures. The amount that we get paid is so small that even if it was just looked at and staff said, oh, there's a slight increase that could be made that could just make it a little bit more easier to walk away from your job or, you know, take time off or whatever it is, childcare, it might open it up to a group of people. And I have talked to tons of people who have said, what is it that you guys get paid, 40, 50,000 a year? I'm like, it's like 17,000. Oh, there's no way I could do that. So it is a barrier, unfortunately. And yes, we were talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars and millions of dollars tonight. We're not talking about that when it comes to this. And every time we've ever discussed it, it was never an appropriate time to put, I mean, since I've been on council, no one's ever been like, we are flesh in the dough. Who wants to, you know, throw things out there to do? So I don't know that there'll ever be a time when we can discuss it, but I do know that there is always a time where we need more diversity on our dais. And I don't mean it from a racial standpoint only, I mean it from a socioeconomic standpoint and from people who come from different lived perspectives. So that was the purpose of this. And it's just to have staff look at it and see what they come back with on these comparisons.
Councilmember Delatorre.
Yeah, it's really important to reiterate that this is an assessment to see how we compare to other cities. I mean, if we are, hey, we're just as good as Calabasas, for example, you know, then you know what, fine, it's put to rest. And if it's not, if it's like, wait a minute, we are way behind, this organization hasn't, you know, kept up, then I think it'd be important to consider bringing us up, you know, to par with the rest of the region. Ultimately, the voters will decide. So it's not like we're deciding on our own. This is something that goes to the voters. And if the voters reject it and say, nope, you guys don't get anything extra, then the voters spoke. And it's their decision. It's not our decision to make.
So
I call the question.
I haven't had a chance to speak yet. So before you call the question, I would agree with Councilmember Davis that this was probably an insensitive time to advance this idea. And I want to make a caveat that you'd only be looking at charter cities, not general law cities as well, for a salary, for a compensation comparison. And compared to our two neighboring cities, Beverly Hills and Culver City, we're double what they are. However, I absolutely agree that we, for a $750 million overall budget, not general fund, but overall budget, we as the board of directors of the city have a lot of responsibility, and it is extremely hard for some meetings to have all the detail we need, all the backup we need. And I note that out of, I think, 5 city council candidates that are already declared, either 4 or 5 are asking that the council be better compensated. So I would support a quick assessment of cities, let's say in LA County or wherever you want to look, of our size that are charter cities, but I doubt if I would vote to put it on the ballot right now because we are scrimping and saving, and we just spent 2 hours just to ask for 4 more police officers in the city.
Just a study.
We are in unprecedented times, the leanest probably the city has ever had to be since 1875. So I understand the request. I probably support the request, but I'm not sure the optics of supporting it in a year where we're praying that we don't get sued, praying that we don't have more liabilities come to us, and praying that we can make our salaries and make everything else, not our salaries, but the staff who work hard every day. So if it's just a simple comparison study, I can see it. I'm just not sure of the optics of putting it on the ballot.
Yeah, Mayor,
Thank you.
I just wanted to confirm, how I understood this was a two-step process, is that we would do a survey, and it's going to be very condensed because, between now and deadline time to put stuff on the ballot, there isn't a lot of time. So once we would bring that back to you, and then we would then take the direction to prepare the charter amendment for the ballot.
Can I add then, has a motion been made yet?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Can I add then that it needs to be a comparison of charter cities? Because general law cities, the salaries are controlled by the state of California, and we have no ability to influence those or look at those in terms of our situation.
That's fine with me. Is that fine with you?
You'd still be looking at from
Okay, yeah,
Inglewood to Calabasas, whatever.
Okay, so to change it to charter cities.
Okay.
Okay, Delatorre made the motion, I seconded, and we're adding to only look at charter cities.
Okay. I'm going to do a roll call vote, even though we don't have to. Councilmember Delatorre.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
No.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
And Mayor Brock.
Yes. And with that, we have an adjournment.
I'll make it quick. We had a long proclamation. In honor of his remarkable life and contributions of Paul Chico Fernandez, which is my dad, we respectfully adjourn this city council meeting in his name. He is my dad to me, but to many he was their first drum teacher, a loving husband, brother, colleague, and friend. He started drumming at the age of 2 in Toronto, Canada, born to Avis and Elmer Fernandez. He made his way through the U.S. all the way to Santa Monica by 1971, playing his way on the timbales, congas, and drums, jazz and Latin jazz through many states and all over the country. In 1972, he and Victor Fernandez, my uncle, his brother, started the Santa Monica Music Center, where they provided instruments, music lessons, a recording studio, and my dad, Chico, provided headshots for budding musicians and album covers. Throughout his years traveling and playing, he played with some of the greats, opening for major concerts, running nightclubs in Marina del Rey like Clockwork Orange, playing every night at the Branding Room and Charlie Brown and many other places. He ran the jazz program at Typhoon, which is now 1212 on the Promenade, started the outdoor music jazz programs, ran a 26-piece jazz band program that played in Reed Park on the Promenade, many weekends of which I was a stagehand too. His passion and love for music spread into the community wherever there was a curious young musician. My dad was there to teach them a paradiddle or two. Between timbales, I already said that, sorry. Our home was always filled with music, and even though we didn't grow up with much, we were always rich with musical experiences. My father and his brother always made sure that our music store was accessible to everybody who wanted to learn, even people who did not have money to take lessons or have an instrument. There was always a free instrument or a $5 instrument on hand. Making sure that every student had one in their hand, they started their donation programs to schools over 52 years ago. As well as employing over 112 musicians over time. We still employ over 47 music teachers now, some of which who have worked over 35 years at our music store. It has been the first job for over 216 high school students in Santa Monica, and some of whom have worked there for over a decade. Although times were tough, my father said time and time again he would never retire. He would never close the store down, and he would prefer to die with a rum and coke in one hand and drumsticks in the other. He leaves behind not only a family who mourns his death and also celebrates his life simultaneously, but he leaves behind a legacy through his countless albums, unconventional advice, inappropriate jokes, and of course, the hub where all the local musicians come to learn and play, the Santa Monica Music Center. His passion for music education, his dedication to serving the Santa Monica community that he's always loved, will always be remembered. May his legacy inspire us to continue supporting and nurturing the talents of young musicians in our city. May you rest in peace, Dad. I miss you. I almost made it to the end.
very touching adjournment. Our meeting is adjourned at this point. Our next meeting is June 11th,
No, it's June 1st.
June 1st.
Trust me,
Oh,
it's June
next
1st.
meeting is this Saturday, June 1st. Have a good morning, everyone.